Good morning, everybody. If you could come on in and please take your seats, we're going to try to get started in just a moment. Welcome, please come on in. Come on in and be seated.
Good morning, everybody, and everybody out there grabbing their final food. Please come in and have a seat because we're going to get started. And I don't know how many of you are old enough to remember Blues Brothers, but there's a scene in Blues Brothers where they're doing their sort of final gig, and all these police officers are rolling in, and they say, welcome to everybody, including members of the Illinois law enforcement community. So I know that here we have probably some of the most disobedient people in the world, as well as members of the establishment and the law enforcement community. And so this is really kind of a treat, because I think I was talking to some of the people in the administration, and I think this, like MIT, is one of the few places that we could have a conference about the topics that we're going to talk about today with sort of scholarship and a straight face. And so I think that this is sort of part of our mandate as MIT to be doing this sort of thing. The Media Lab has been trying to do these summer conferences. This is the second one. Last year we did one on design. And this year's topic was interesting. Part of it got started, I remember I was having a conversation with a faculty member after they had gotten tenure. And I've known this faculty member for a while, and he said, well, there's actually 3 research topics that I really, really love to do. And he's one of our best faculty, but I can't tell anybody because I'm afraid. I'm afraid that it won't get peer-reviewed. I'm afraid I'll be ridiculed. I'm afraid my students won't come join my group anymore, so I just can't tell anybody. And that got me thinking, because those 3 topics were actually kind of important ideas. And so I realized that right now in science, because of the peer review process, because you sort of have to fit in, there is a lot of important research that needs to be done. So it's not like the days in where in Copernicus, where scientists are killed for what they publish. But still, it's sort of like dying when suddenly you're left out to hang. Having said that, talking to people who study the history of science, and you look at Nobel Prize winners, many of them have really taken sort of career-threatening risks in order to win Nobel Prizes. So even science, which feels like an area where you're supposed to question authority and think for yourself, you actually have to be rather risk-taking and disobedient. So this idea of forbidden research being an important area was kind of germinating. And then Ethan in Civic Media, he'll talk more about it, did this conference called Freedom to Innovate, on how certain laws impinge on our ability to innovate, and how laws meant for criminals are often applied towards legitimate research to stifle innovation. So there are a number of these sort of things coming together. And then I realized that there's a kind of courage that needs to happen when we explore these areas of forbidden research. So that was kind of how we got the idea for the conference. And I'll have Ethan come up later and describe a little bit more about it. But one other thing I wanted to talk about was, and this will be sort of at the last panel, but how does an institution become disobedience robust? So when people question authority, how do you get stronger rather than weaker? Because I think laws and norms and rules are sort of set in place to usually protect the status quo. And it is really the mandate of academic institutions or society in general to question those laws and rules that are either outdated or wrong. Because if we didn't have that questioning, if we didn't have disobedience, we would still have slavery. We wouldn't have had the civil rights movement. And so, if you think about people who are sort of enshrined today, like Martin Luther King or Elizabeth Cady Stanton or Harriet Tubman or Mahatma Gandhi, or even the Boston Tea Party, they were quite disobedient, disruptive, and somewhat unlawful at the time. But without that, we wouldn't have had a lot of positive social change. So we also want to talk about disobedience in the context of forbidden research. And one thing I wanted to announce today, unfortunately, Reid Hoffman couldn't be here this morning. He'll be here tomorrow. But Reid Hoffman has agreed to fund a disobedience prize. And I was hoping that we could announce the winner today. But it turns out that we've had a number of conversations. It's a lot more complicated than you might imagine, because we reached out very broadly from Malala to anonymous. And you can imagine we have a diverse set of views on who should win the prize. The prize is a $250,000 cash prize. And so it's going to be a process. We're first going to kind of open up and have a conversation around what are the principles of societally useful good disobedience. And then we'll probably come up with a way to do the search, and then sort of a group of people who will help us make the selection. So we don't have a firm date on when this prize will be given in exactly what form, but the fact that we're going to do the prize is an experiment, and I think if the experiment goes well, we'll continue to do it. But I think having a prize for good, solid, useful disobedience, I think is a really important signal that we hope to be able to send. So with that, I'd like to bring up my co-host and the MC for today, Ethan Zuckerman.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. And just before I get into talking about the conference and the logic of today, just a little bit on ground rules. This conference is entirely public. It's entirely on the record. You are already, as we speak, under video surveillance by robotic cameras in all corners, and this is so that we're able to live stream this. But we absolutely encourage you to blog, to tweet, to share in whatever way you feel like sharing. I suspect there are Pokemon to capture somewhere in this building, but if you do, make sure that you're talking about the forbidden nature of it at the same time. The hashtag for the event is ForbiddenML, and so we'd love it if you would jump on and use that tag. Joey mentioned a little bit about how this event came about. For me, this event really started with a student of mine, Jeremy Rubin. And Jeremy, in late 2013, was part of a team that put together a new little technology called Tidbit. Tidbit was basically a system that, instead of forcing you to look at an ad when you read a web page, grabbed your browser and had you mine bitcoins. And if you happened to turn up any bitcoins, they went to the people who had created the content. And we thought this was sort of a clever idea, proof of concept, but it turned out that the New Jersey Attorney General really did not like this idea and responded to this idea with a subpoena. And as a result, Jeremy found himself not working on innovative research, but working on a pretty innovative legal defense, and many, many thanks to our friends at EFF who made that possible. But we found, sort of looking at this, that this raised real questions about what we as MIT, as an academic institution, do when students and members of our community find themselves in trouble because of research that they've taken on. And this isn't just about Jeremy Rubin. This is about Star Simpson. This is very much about Aaron Swartz. This is about people whose innovations find themselves pushing the limits and bumping up against legal issues, different ways of preventing people from answering questions that are deeply important to ask. And so we threw a conference last fall called Freedom to Innovate. We were trying sort of an affirmative tack on this. How would we actually go ahead and find ways to protect this freedom to take on novel new research and to try to figure out how to protect ourselves from legal barriers to it. But as we entered into that conversation, we found ourselves realizing that it's not just the legal side of things that have us bumping up against limits to forbidden research. In fact, Kari Karahalios, who's going to be speaking later today, brought up this amazing topic, this idea that we need the ability to be able to audit algorithms to find out whether they're racially biased. And it turns out that this bumps into all sorts of legal restrictions, but also restrictions about how we're expected to use websites, how we think those sites are supposed to be used and not used. And as we dug into this topic, we realized research gets forbidden for all sorts of reasons. We're going to talk about topics today that are forbidden in some sense because they're so big, they're so consequential, that it's extremely difficult for anyone to think about who should actually have the right to make this decision. We're going to talk about some topics that end up being off the table, that end up being forbidden because they're kind of icky. They're really uncomfortable. And frankly, if you make it through this day without something making you uncomfortable, we did something wrong in planning this event. But it's incredibly important that we look at these forbidden topics. We're at a particularly dark moment in the United States. We've just seen an incredible wave of violence, a wave of violence against people of color at the hands of the police, a wave of violence targeted at police. This is a really terrifying moment. It has a lot to do with gun culture and gun violence in the United States, which we cannot study as a public health issue because Congress in 1996 passed legislation that means that we cannot give money to the CDC to study gun violence. And we know that restrictions on what we can study and what we can research are restrictions on an open society, as we're seeing right now in Turkey, where Erdogan's crackdown is focusing not only on the judiciary, but is also focusing on people within universities, including university deans. At a moment when research is forbidden, it is incredibly important that we find ways to be creatively and pro-socially disobedient. And what we're going to see here is an amazing range of pro-socially disobedient researchers on stage talking about the work that they're doing and trying to figure out how to brave these restrictions, or thinking about doing and thinking about how to do carefully and ethically. So I'm incredibly grateful for everyone who's come here to take the stage today. I am particularly grateful to our opening speaker, who is a man who, as a journalist, as a blogger, particularly as a sci-fi author, has explored this idea of protest, of activism, of pro-social disobedience better than almost anyone else I can think of. I'd like to welcome to the stage my friend Cory Doctorow.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you very much. So academia is characterized by argument, by cut and thrust, by disagreement, but there's a very special kind of disagreement that's a kind of disagreement that's hard to make progress from, and that's denialism. This is manufactured controversy from people who benefit from making it seem like there's controversy about something for which there is no actual controversy among practitioners. The canonical example, of course, of this is smoking. The cancer denial movement through which high-paid consultants to the tobacco industry spent decades casting doubt over whether or not there was a causal link between lung cancer and tobacco was fantastically profitable and became the template for all of the denial movements that followed. The next movement that really took fire. Sorry, that slide didn't come out quite the way I wanted it to. The next movement that caught fire was, of course, the AIDS denial movement, which had incredibly grave consequences that probably rival cancer denial for the kinds of fallout that we experienced from it. One of the loci of this is a guy named Matthias Roth, who was a German doctor who ran a very profitable vitamin business in the EU, and he claimed that AIDS wasn't caused by HIV, rather by a vitamin deficiency that could be treated with his products. So he ran these full-page ads that said, why should South Africans be poisoned with AZT? All through South Africa to encourage people not to take antiretrovirals and instead to take vitamins and nostrums. And as if this wasn't bad enough, he had the ear of the president, Thabo Mbeki. And through him and through the health minister, they effectively used vitamins instead of antiretrovirals for several years to treat HIV, which led to as many as 300,000 people dying. And during this period, the proportion of South Africans who were HIV positive rose from about 1% to about 25%. Of course, one of the elements of denial is that when people call you out on denial, you have to be able to silence them. This is where the forbidden research came in. When Ben Goldacre, a epidemiologist and scientist, published on this in the Guardian newspaper, Rath sued the Guardian, and they spent about £300,000 winning the right to publish their story about the fallout from AIDS denial. AIDS denial begat climate denial, which is alive and well today, the non-controversy about anthropogenic climate change. And then the kind of denial that's maybe particularly relevant to an MIT audience, and the kind of denial I'm going to talk about mostly today, is Turing completeness denial. So we only really know how to make one kind of computer. That's the computer that can run all the programs that we can express symbolically. But for lots of reasons, people would like it to be possible to make computers that can only run programs that don't make you sad. That would be great. It would be awesome if we could make printers that couldn't also be vectors for malware. But the reason we haven't done that isn't because the nerds are refusing to cooperate with the forces of right and justice. It's because this is the computer we know how to make. One of the canonical examples of Turing completeness denial is digital rights management. This idea that if you want to stop people from running programs that make copies of files that you wouldn't like them to copy on their computer, you can encrypt the file and send it to them, and also send them the key, but ask their computer not to let them know what the key is. The technical term for this in security circles is wishful thinking. We don't keep even really good safes in bank robbers' living rooms, not because safes don't work, but because you can't give your adversary the key and then hope that they can't figure out where you hid it, especially when your adversary might be a grad student with nothing to do this weekend and a bunch of undergrads hanging around like a bad smell in a lab with an electrotunneling microscope that's going idle. But of course, Turing denial isn't just about DRM. One of the most virulent manifestations of it in the last 2 years has been cryptography denial, something that we had put behind us in the 1990s during the Clipper chip debate, but which has resurfaced. This is the idea that we can make cryptography that works perfectly well, except when it needs to catastrophically fail, at which point it will catastrophically fail, but continue to work for all the people it shouldn't catastrophically fail for. And of course, the other kind of Turing completeness denial that we have is privacy denial. The idea that if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear, that secrecy is the same as privacy, that because I know what you do when you go into the toilet, it shouldn't be your right to close the door. That kind of denial has really caught fire in the last 15 years, 20 years of surveillance capitalism rising to its current preeminence. And the thing about denial is it begets nihilism. Denial matters because the things that are being denied, the potential harms of privacy, anthropogenic climate change, AIDS, cancer, those things are real. And the non-solutions that arise when you deny them, those non-solutions don't solve these problems that are real and getting worse because they're not being addressed through our policy, because we can't address them because we're in denial about them. So for many years, people who were worried about the risks of cancer smoked light cigarettes, as though there was a kind of cigarette that didn't give you cancer. It's not true. There is not a kind of, in case you were wondering, there isn't a kind of cigarette that doesn't give you cancer. There were people who went on having unprotected sex without taking antiretrovirals because they said that AIDS was not a sexually transmissible illness, but rather a vitamin deficiency. So if it's a vitamin deficiency, then it doesn't matter if you continue having unprotected sex. Recall South Africa's rate of infection went from 1% to 25% during its period of official denial. Or we insist that there are ways that we can build on floodplains or continue to emit a lot of carbon, and that this somehow won't cause lots of catastrophic problems down the way. In the realm of DRM, we insist that the reason that artists aren't getting their share of the income that's being generated for their works isn't that they have bad relationships with the firms that monetize their work. It's that their audience has failed to watch their TV shows in the right way or listen to their music in the right way. And we insist that somewhere out there is a tool that will force people to listen to music in the right way, and that will somehow put money in the pockets of artists, as opposed to, for example, organizing to insist that they get better contractual arrangements with their publishers, labels, and studios. Or in the realm of crypto denial, we build out infrastructure that has known holes in it, that we have put holes in so that people can access it lawfully, so that the backdoors can be used by law enforcement. And then this stuff, which is then out in the field, can't ever be remediated because it's sitting in these remote locations where we have a hard time patching it. You may have seen that yesterday, CERT published an advisory on vulnerabilities in baseband radios in mobile devices. There are literally billions of these devices. They're in the field. We will never, ever patch all of them. If you can develop an attack against those baseband radios, you can bypass the operating system of the mobile device to access its data and implant malware on it. Even hardened devices that use strong cryptography, devices that are keyed to anticipate attack, they are unprotected on the baseband side. And we encourage the formation of businesses based on siphoning off ever larger caches of our sensitive information on more and more insane and improbable bets that someday we'll figure out how to turn all of that into giant amounts of money. It's the old lady who swallowed the fly problem, right? Once you accept that we need to solve this problem by smoking lighter cigarettes, by taking more vitamins, then it begets another problem. You must not be taking the right vitamins. You must not be smoking light enough cigarettes. You must not be trying hard enough to lock down hardware so that users can't reconfigure it. So the problem is still there, the solution hasn't worked, and the denial movement won't admit it because to admit it would be to admit that they were wrong. Instead, we pass a law that says disclosing vulnerabilities in DRM is a felony punishable by 5 years in prison and a $500,000 fine, because although we know that the DRM can be broken, we assume that we can just silence the people who discover those flaws. And this makes things a lot worse, right? If you're not allowed to tell people about flaws in systems that they rely on, it doesn't mean that those flaws won't get weaponized and used against them. It just means that they'll never know about it until it's too late. Everyone should have the absolute right to know whether or not the technology they rely on is working. So as we spend more money on this stuff, I beg your pardon. And we also create these gigantic terms of service that say that privacy isn't a problem because by standing in the vicinity of a thing that's siphoning off your personal information, you've agreed that it's allowed to take all your information and also wear your underwear and make long-distance calls and eat all the food in your fridge and punch your grandmother. And therefore, there is no privacy problem because you've agreed that there is no problem. So we spend more money, we take more measures, we waste more of everyone's time, and then we end up with it starting to feel like it's too much trouble to even bother with. It's a fact of life. Sure, cigarettes are going to kill me someday, but what the hell, it's too late now. There's already so much carbon in the atmosphere. Why should we stop driving? The entertainment industry is going to insist on digital rights management no matter what we do. Why shouldn't we just accommodate them and put it in all of our technology? I'm going to leak my data no matter what, so I might as well join Facebook and get invited to some parties on the way to the information apocalypse. And so it creates this idea that there's no future, that you might as well just give up. But there is an alternative, because at a certain point, no matter how much denial and FUD there is, the problem becomes undeniable, right? Even though we can't agree on the cause, we can agree that there is a problem. So with privacy, for example, the US government says that the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act makes violating terms of service a felony. And as Ethan just described, this means that we can't investigate in depth how services gather our information and use it, because in order to do so, we have to violate their terms of service. And since the terms of service have the power of law, we risk going to jail just to find out what's going on. Or the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, the 1998 statute that has lots and lots of clauses, but Section 1201 makes it a crime, according to the US government, to investigate systems that have digital rights management in them and to divulge their flaws, to divulge their workings. Digital rights management thus becomes a kind of attractive nuisance because once you add a skin of digital rights management around your technology, you can sue anyone who breaks it, even for lawful purposes, which means that it ends up metastasizing into all kinds of things. We have light bulbs with digital rights management, and Philips, who make the Hue product, last year briefly introduced a firmware update that caused their light sockets to reject non-Philips light bulbs. And since you had to bypass their DRM in order to remediate this, it became a felony to plug a light bulb of your choosing into your light socket briefly, or potential felony, until Philips, cowed by the outrage, rolled that back. But who faced with this opportunity to add a restriction to their technology that then allows them to dictate how people can use it to make it as profitable as possible for them, who wouldn't choose to adopt DRM? What industry wouldn't thank the government for that gift and take it on board? So now we see digital rights management in technology as diverse as pacemakers, thermostats, cars, medical diagnostic equipment, baby monitors, insulin pumps, cat litter boxes, smart light bulbs, and these babies, the Internet of Things rectal thermometer. You literally have digital rights management up the ass at this point. The privacy and security implications of all of these devices being off limits to investigation, to security auditing, and to disclosure, that's figuratively thermonuclear, but it's literally potentially lethal for you not to be able to know how these systems are working and whether or not they have flaws in them. Now, at a certain moment, because these problems become so visible to us, we hit a kind of moment of peak indifference. The moment when the people who care about this stuff, the number of people who care about it, is never going to go down. That's not the moment at which the tide changes in the policy debate, but it's the moment at which the activist tactic changes. Because although your job may have been for 20 years to convince people that this stuff mattered, all of a sudden your job becomes convincing people that there's something that they can do about it, because people have agreed that this stuff matters. So when enough of us have watched a loved one die of lung cancer, when climate refugees can no longer be ignored because they're literally washing up on your shore, when data breaches destroy the lives of millions of people every week. Now, for example, the Office of Personnel Management leaked over 20 million records of people who had applied for security clearance in the United States a little over a year ago. Suddenly, the privacy debate in those circles changed. I went to this RAND war game exercise about information breaches, and all of the cops and spooks in the room, every time someone proposed a solution that involved allowing lots of information into the public domain and allowing it to be handled by unvetted parties, they rejected those solutions out of hand as though that they were completely unfit for purpose. And I couldn't figure out why until one of them said, Office of Personnel Management. And I said, oh, yeah, right, you had to sit down with a government official and tell them everything that could be used to blackmail you as a condition of your security clearance, so they know about your mom's suicide attempt and the fact that your brother is in the closet and the fact that you're HIV positive and you haven't disclosed it to your coworkers. And all of that information was breached probably to the Chinese government last year. Of course, you now care about privacy. And they're not the only ones. It's not just people whose data gets leaked this way. People have their devices breached by voyeurs who spy on them. You may have heard of remote access trojaning or ratting. This is when you break into someone's laptop, spy on them using their laptop camera, capture images of their incidental nudity along with their keystrokes when they key in their passwords for social media. And then you combine those two things. I will publish these incidental nude images on your social media channels to blackmail them into performing live sex acts on camera. When ratters get arrested, they don't just have one or two victims, they often have hundreds. The FBI raided 100 ratters last year. The most prolific had 400 victims. Many of them are underage people all over the world. There was a very publicized case in Canada where a young woman committed suicide after being hounded by a ratter. She was a teenager, and the ratter was releasing her information into her social media channel where her fellow students could see it, which led to her being bullied and killing herself. So at a certain point, people find themselves unable to ignore these problems anymore. They find that their cars are being hijacked by networked attacks, the disclosure of which can lead to felony prosecution, or that enough information has been pieced together through data breaches to get a duplicate deed for their house and then sell their house out from under them while they're out of town. This happened both in New York and London in the run-up to Christmas last year. When people realize that it's a felony to reconfigure their devices to do what they want or to give them maximum value, farmers are all up in arms about John Deere, which uses digital rights management to lock up its diagnostic information on the tractor, including the information that's generated when you drive your tractor around the back 40 and collect the soil density data at a fine degree of resolution, which you could then use to broadcast your seed automatically, except John Deere won't give you that information. They sell it to you along with a bundle of seed from partners like Monsanto, and to remove that information from the tractor on your own without their say-so risks DMCA prosecution. And so farmer magazines are now worried about the DMCA and about DRM. So at that moment, when everybody is suddenly caring about this stuff, that's the moment at which nihilism can be averted. It's the moment at which nihilism must be inverted if you're going to make a change. Peak indifference is the moment when you stop convincing people to care about an issue and start convincing them to do something about it, to quit smoking, to call for emissions reduction, to install crypto on their devices, to jailbreak everything. It's the moment when you tell them the names of the people who personally benefited from their immiseration, and you tell them where they live. The people who deliberately created this false controversy that made it impossible to effectively address these problems. That's the moment when, if you catch it, you can move people from indifference to making a difference. But you need principles if you're going to make it happen. As the esteemed computer scientist Alexander Hamilton once said, if you stand for nothing, what will you, excuse me, if you stand for nothing, what will you fall for? Just because some rules are bad, it doesn't follow that rules themselves are bad. You need to have principles that guide your work and a way to defend them against everyone, including future people like future versions of yourself who might someday weaken or waver in your commitment to those principles, and a way to keep those principles up to date. So we have a really good example of this in our community. It's the GNU Linux licensing regime, the GPL, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. The free software movement has these principles, this principle that computers should serve people rather than enslaving them. And it has, as a way of implementing them, these 3 ideas, actually 4 ideas, there's a 0 in there, that you should be able to run code, that you should be able to understand your code, that you should be able to improve your code, and that you should be able to share what you've learned in improving your code with other people. And it has a tactic for making that stick, the GPL, their software license. Once you license code under the GPL, there's no backsies. You can't revoke that license, which means that if you start your business full of high-minded ideals about how you're going to change the world by opening up computers and software, that no matter how desperate things become, no matter how many people's mortgages are on the line because you can't make payroll, no matter how your acquisition suitor wants you to change things, no matter how angry your investors get at you, you can never de-GPL your code. And in fact, if you make it known that your code can never be GPL'd, there's a good chance no one's ever going to ask you to de-GPL it. It actually changes the characteristics of what people pressurize you to do. And there's a name for this. It's called the Ulysses Pact. This is named after Ulysses, who lashed himself to the mast when he was going into siren-infested waters to make sure that when the sirens sang, he wouldn't jump into the sea. When you license your code under the GPL on day 1, you're doing something equivalent to like throwing away your Oreos on the day 1 of your diet. You do that not because you're weak-willed and won't be able to resist the siren song of Oreos, but because you are strong-willed enough to know that there will come a day when your will waver. And so you bind yourself now to not taking a bad course of action in the future. Now, the early pioneers of the internet wanted to build something decentralized, open, and free. But as we've learned, we ended up building history's biggest surveillance device, so advanced that governments facing social unrest sometimes leave the internet on instead of turning it off, because the best way to control a population in revolt is to know exactly what they're doing through their devices. And no one is the villain of their own story. The net pioneers who made the compromises that made the internet what it is today, they, instead of deciding to sell out, they made a tiny compromise. And because we're only really capable of detecting relative differences, they made another little compromise and another little compromise, each one of which felt very small, but we ended up where we are today. And there's this great project underway today to re-decentralize the internet. But if we're going to do that, we also need to figure out how to prevent it from re-decentralizing. We need rules to guard us from our future selves and the moments of weakness that we'll have, the rules that we make today when we're pirates to guard us from the admirals that some of us will inevitably become. So I propose a couple of rules. The first one is that computers should always obey their owners. When a computer gets a message from a remote party, and that contradicts what the person who owns the computer wants it to do, the person should always win. And the second one is that true facts about computers should always be legal to disclose, especially about their security vulnerabilities. So how do we make those stick? Well, we can build them into our license terms and conditions of membership into our consortia. We can make them conditions of regulatory approval. We can say that if the FDA is going to bless your medical implant, they have to bind the company that makes it not to invoke laws that prevent disclosure or owner override over their devices. We can incorporate them into the definition of open standards. Your own rule breaking needs to have principles like these simple minimum viable agreements, the rules for rule breaking, the principles so hardline that they call you an extremist. In fact, if they're not calling you an extremist, you're probably not doing it right. And you will need Ulysses packs. You'll need tools to stop you from becoming compromised when you get old and tired. The werewolf's sin is not turning into a werewolf. It's failing to lock himself in the basement when the full moon comes. Your trick will not be to stay pure. Your trick will be to anticipate the moments of weakness in the future and to make sure that you can guard yourself against them. Kit, are we... I think Kit has an announcement to make. So as I was coming up, I was wondering whether or not I'd be able to say this, but I think Kit can say this, but we're going to be tethered.
We're going to be buddies. I'm Kit Walsh. I'm a staff attorney at EFF, and I would like to announce that one of the laws that Corey mentioned, Section 1201 of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, which prevents security research, it prevents you from accessing media in order to remix it, recast it, that we have principles that govern what sorts of rules we have, and they're in the Constitution. And this morning, we filed a brief against the government. We filed a case against the government challenging the constitutionality of Section 1201 of the DMCA as contrary to the First Amendment. We brought... Thank you. So we brought that case on behalf of security researcher Matt Green and technologist Bunny Huang and his company AlphaMax, but really on behalf of the entire public and everyone who wants to make lawful uses of copyrighted works for research and expression. Thanks.
Thank you. So that's our next several years taken care of. We're going to be working on changing the law, and not just changing it here, but because all of the countries around the world have been arm-twisted into adopting their own versions of Section 1201 of the DMCA, things will be ripe for our allies and colleagues around the world to think about revoking it there too. EFF has a project called the Apollo 1201 Project, whose goal is to end all DRM in the world within a decade, and this is our opening salvo. Thank you all very much.
Corey, thank you so much. One of our ambitions for this conference is a minimum of one lawsuit per panel, so we're off to a very good start here. And perhaps trying to keep us in the same tone, Corey mentioned legendary security researcher Bunny Huang. He's going to be taking the stage next. You may know Bunny from his time at MIT, where he was both a hacker in the MIT sense and a hacker in the much broader sense, including some really groundbreaking work on reverse engineering on the Xbox, one of the world's leading hardware hackers. He's also going to be talking with another hacker legend, Edward Snowden, who is going to be joining us via video to talk about a project that they are working on together. So, Bunny and Edward.
Thanks.
Okay.
Cool. Go ahead and get started. Let's see. Can anybody hear me? Yes. Great, great, great. This is the first time that I've given an actual academic talk. I've got a little bit of an echo that I'm trying to deal with, so please bear with me on that. This is exciting. One of the interesting things about Corey's talk, it's great to follow him up, is that he brought up an idea that is great for this forum because it's something we don't talk enough about, which is the idea that laws are actually a weak guarantee of outcome. We outlaw murder, we outlaw theft, they still happen. We outlaw many other behaviors, they still happen. This is not to say they're bad, this is not to say we don't want any rules, but there are better guarantees, and we should consider when they are appropriate and when they in fact can provide a greater enforcement for individual or human rights than the actual laws or policies themselves left naked and sort of alone in the world. So let's get started with the talk. Quick introduction. My name is Edward Snowden. I'm director of the Freedom of the Press Foundation. Some years ago, I told the truth about a matter of public importance, and as a result, a warrant was issued for my arrest, and I'm no longer able to travel freely. But today is a great example of why that doesn't mean exactly what it once did. And because of that, I'd like to thank very much MIT for organizing this conference and the opportunity to speak with everybody here today. For journalists in the audience, that's not a small thing. I should point out that they deserve credit for living up to that commitment to knowledge. Now, no organization is perfect, everyone makes mistakes, but that is quite a risk. And this may be the first time an American exile has been able to present original research at an American university. So it's hard to imagine, I would say, a more apt platform for this talk than the Forbidden Research Conference. But that's enough preamble. The guiding theme of many of the talks today, I think, is that law is no substitute for conscience. Our investigation regards countering what we're calling lawful abuses of digital surveillance. Lawful abuse, right? What is that? It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. It seems like it might be a contradiction in terms. When I announced the talk on Twitter, somebody immediately was like, lawful abuse isn't that a contradiction? But if you think about it for just a moment, it might seem to be a little bit more clear. After all, the legality of a thing is quite distinct from the morality of it. Now, I claim no exceptional expertise on any of this, but having worked at both the NSA and the CIA, I do know a little bit about what I would consider to be lawful abuses. After all, mass surveillance was argued to be constitutional, and yet the courts found very differently, despite the fact that it was hidden and was occurring for more than a decade. A lawful abuse is something that I would define as an immoral or improper activity perpetuated or justified under a shelter of law. Can you think of an example of that? I mean, it doesn't take long to look back in history and find them, I think. But what about things that are more recent? Mass surveillance, of course, is the example that's nearest to my own experience, but let's set that aside. What about torture? The Bush administration aggressively argued that torture could be legalized. What about indefinite detention, right? The internment of individuals for years without access to trial or due process. Extrajudicial killing, the targeted assassination of known individuals far from any war zone, often by drone in today's world. Now, they may be criminals, they may be even people who are armed combatants in many cases, but not all. And the fact that these things are changing, often in secret, often without the public's awareness or their knowledge or consent, should be disturbing, given that there are sort of covert legal protections for these engagements. Now, such abuses aren't limited strictly to national security. And that's important, right? Because we don't want this to entirely be this big paradigm of politics between sort of doves and hawks. Segregation, slavery, genocides, these have all been perpetuated under frameworks that said they were lawful as long as you abided by the regulations that are sort of managing those activities. A lawful abuse of surveillance could also be more difficult to spot, not something that's as obvious. How about a restriction on who and how you can love someone that's enforced by violence? Or something as simple as an intentional tax loophole or discrimination, lawful abuse. So we've defined the term, right? But what is the actual problem? Well, advances in the quality of our technology combined with a retreat in the quality of our legal frameworks have created a paradigm in which our daily activities produce an endless wealth of records, which can and are being used to do harm to individuals, including those who have themselves done no wrong. If you have a phone in your pocket that's turned on, a long lived record of your movements has been created. As a result of the way the cell phone network functions, your device are constantly shouting into the air by means of radio signals, a unique identity, right, that sort of validates you to the phone company. Uh, and this unique identity is not only saved by that phone company, but it can also be observed as it travels over the air by independent, even more dangerous third parties. Now, due to the proliferation of sort of an ancient third party doctrine style interpretation of law, even the most predatory and unethical data collection regimes are often entirely legal. And effectively, what this means is that if you have a device, you have a dossier. They may not be reading it, they may not be using it, but it's out there. Now, why should we care? Even if there are these comprehensive records being created about your private activities, right? Where you are, who you went with, how long you were there, did you meet with anyone, so on and so forth, were any purchases made, any sort of electronic activity record when these things are aggregated. I can think of 1,070 reasons why it matters. According to the figures of the Committee to Protect Journalists, more than 1,070 journalists or media workers have been killed or gone missing since January of 2005. And this is something that might not be as intuitive as you might expect. People go, well, we've had a lot of wars going on. Surely it's combat related. These are combat deaths. But when you look at these same figures, murder is actually a more common cause of death than combat. And amongst this number, politics was a more common news beat than war correspondence. Now, why is this? It's because one good journalist in the right place at the right time can change history. One good journalist can move the needle in the context of an election. One well placed journalist can influence the outcome of a war. This makes them a target. And increasingly, the tools of their trade are being used against them. Our technology is beginning to betray us, not just as individuals, but as classes of workers, particularly those who are putting a lot on the line at risk for the public interest. Speaking specifically here about journalists who, by virtue of their trade, rely upon communication in their daily work. And unfortunately, journalists are beginning to be targeted on the basis of specifically those communications. A single mistake can have a major impact. A single mistake can result in a detention, as was the case in the case of David Miranda, who was passing through London Heathrow, actually, in the reporting that was related to me in my archive of material that was passed to journalists. His journalistic materials were seized by the British government. And this was after they intercepted communications regarding his plans to travel through their country. But it can also result in far, far worse than a detention. In the Syrian conflict, the Assad regime began shelling the civilian city of Homs to an extent that almost all foreign journalists were forced to flee. Now, the government stopped accrediting journalists, and those who were accredited and were reporting their locations were being harassed, they were being beaten, they were being disappeared. So only a handful remained, including a few who actually headed to this city, particularly to the Baba Amr district, to document the abuses that were being visited upon the population there. Now, typically, in such circumstances, a journalist working in these kind of dangerous conditions wouldn't file their reports until after they had left the conflict area because they don't want to invite any kind of reprisal. It is dangerous. But what happens when you can't wait? What happens when there are things that a government is sort of arguing aren't happening and in fact are happening? The Syrian government at the time said, of course, that they weren't targeting civilians. Civilians weren't being impacted. These were enemy combatants. And it's important to understand these lawful abuses of activities happen in many different places. And you might be going, oh, well, this isn't lawful. Surely this isn't lawful. And of course, by an international law context, you're absolutely right. By any sort of meaningful interpretation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, this is a human rights violation. It is a war crime. But domestic laws are a hell of a thing. And you've got to remember that while you might trust American courts, China has courts, Russia has courts, North Korea has courts, Syria has courts. They have lawyers, they have offices of general counsel who create policies to oversee and regulate these kind of activities and create frameworks to justify whatever it is that the institutions of power actually want to do. Now, in this moment, in that Syrian city of Homs, the government was lying in a way that actually affected international relations. They were saying this was a justified offensive against enemy forces, and yet there was a reporter there by the name of Marie Colvin who infiltrated the city. She actually crawled in, I believe, through a tunnel in the dark, had to climb stone walls and things like that. They couldn't speak because they were afraid about being fired upon. And she said this was not the case. She actually filed this report live, despite the fact that they were worried that there might be some kind of government reprisal. She spoke 4 times to 4 different news agencies on a single day, and they sounded something like this.
I'm at ground zero, and I'm seeing what is being hit. Civilian buildings are being hit. I'm on a street. The houses on this street have been hit, including the one I'm in and lost the top floor last week. There are only civilian houses here. Secondly, the civilians can't leave. You may say, well, if it's so bad, why are they staying there? The Syrians are not allowing civilians to leave. Anyone who gets on the street, if they're not hit by a shell, they're sniped. There's snipers all around Bab al-Amr on the high buildings. I think the sickening thing is the complete merciless nature of this bombing, whether or not what is the target? They are hitting civilian buildings absolutely mercilessly and without caring.
Now, this might sound like just another war story, but the next day, the makeshift media center that she was operating from, the one where the building, the top floor had been hit the week before, was repeatedly and precisely shelled by the Syrian army. She died as a result of this shelling, as did a French journalist. The photographer that she was working with was also wounded. And it wasn't until sometime later that we found, based on Lebanese signals intelligence collection and some other reporting, that the Syrian army had actually given the order to specifically target journalists who were breaking sort of a news blackout in this organization. But how did they discover her? How did they know where to aim their shells? Well, according to reporting that occurred just this week, actually, there was, or the week prior, I believe, her family has filed a lawsuit against the Syrian government, and they have evidence alleging that the radio frequency emissions of her communications that she used to file those news reports were intercepted by the Syrian army. They used direction finding capabilities to track and locate sort of this illegal, unlawful media center and then walk artillery fire toward it. Now, walking artillery fire is sort of how you re-aim artillery when it falls short or when it goes far where you're actually trying to hit. You have a spotter somewhere in the city who goes, oh, you didn't quite hit the media center. You hit the hospital next door. Move it a little bit to the right, a little bit to the right. And they heard these shells coming. By the time the second shell hit, they knew they were in trouble. This happened at 6 o'clock in the morning. She was going to grab her shoes because, as is custom in the region, you have to enter the house with bare feet. And she was caught by a shell and killed at that point. Now, there's a question here among many policy officials where they go, was this legal? What processes do we use to sort of remediate these kind of threats when these things happen? What happens when the policies fail? And of course, this is an argument that the Syrian government itself would say is misunderstood. These were actually attacks that were occurring by terrorists or whatever, or if we did these operations, they were lawful. But there's a larger question of, does it matter? Does it matter whether it was authorized by law or not? Was this a moral action, regardless of whether it was lawful or unlawful? And are these kind of things preventable? Can we enforce some stronger guarantee of the kind of locational indicators of our activities that we're putting out there? Perhaps in the case of Marie Colvin, we could not. But what about the case of future journalists? What about a journalist who has to meet with source in a denied area? And they don't want their phone to be shouting into the air, to be giving up some kind of locational indicator of their movements. This is an area that is the focus of our research. Can we detect if the phone starts breaking the rules? And for example, if you turn off your Wi-Fi indicator, you put your phone in airplane mode, you try to turn off GPS, you get a little icon that lights up and says, I'm off. But is that actually the case? Can you trust the device? What if the device has been hacked? What if something else is going on? So we wanted to investigate, can we use these same devices that are so frequently used against us as a kind of canary to detect these new targeted attempts for monitoring communications, not just based on the emanations that go out on our phone, but malware attacks, intentional efforts to compromise the phone. For example, there was an Argentinian prosecutor who, after he was murdered, when he was investigating whether the state had been engaged in serious violations of law, they recovered a malware sample from his phone. Now, that malware sample did not match the operating system of his phone, so it was not responsible in that case, but it was clear that an attempt had been made to compromise his devices and use them against him. This same malware was found targeting other activists, other journalists, other sort of lawyers in the Latin American region. If we can start to use devices, again, as a kind of canary to identify when these phones have been compromised, and we're able to get these to a targeted class of individuals, such as journalists, such as human rights workers, that can detect that these phones are breaking the rules, they're acting in unexpected ways. What we can do is we can begin affecting the risk calculation of the offensive actors in these cases. The NSA, for example, is very nervous about getting caught red-handed. They don't want to risk the political impact of being seen targeted groups like journalists, like American lawyers, despite the fact that they have been engaged in such operations. In rare cases, it's not their meat and potatoes, but it does happen. Other governments are not so careful, but if we can create a track record of compromise, if we can create a track record of unlawful or unethical activity, we can begin creating a framework to overturn the culture of impunity that affects so many of these lost journalists' lives. In those 1,070 cases of dead journalists or that disappeared, impunity was the most common outcome. But I want to make it clear here that the idea is not just to protect an individual journalist's phone, which is a worthy cause, but to again increase the cost of engaging in these kind of activities, engage in the cost of carrying out lawful abuses of digital surveillance. And without sort of belaboring the point here, let's go to the actual technical side of this and talk about what we've actually done. Bunny, let's talk about initial results.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for setting all that up, Ed, and motivating the background for why we're trying to do what we're trying to do. When we started out the project, the basic challenge that was outlined is how do we take a venue where reporters meet with sources and secure it against state-level adversaries. There's a lot of people who are smarter than me who are working extremely hard to turn your smartphones into mini cyber fortresses. The problem is that phones are a very large, complicated attack surface. You have email, you have web, you have messaging, you have the ability to install apps. Trying to secure this against a state-level adversary is very challenging, just like trying to create a city that's robust against a land, sea, and air attack. But turn over the phone and you look on the back side, this is a surface that's much simpler and something that I feel more comfortable with as a hardware guy. And there's only two really notable features on the back of the antennae. right? Those form sort of a choke point that we can look at to see if anything's going in or out of the device. And so, if you want to go ahead and make sure that your phone isn't sending signals, you say, well, why don't we just go ahead and put it in airplane mode? Turns out the question is can you trust the gatekeeper? Can you trust the UI? If you go to the Apple website and you read the little thing about airplane mode, it actually says here that if you have a device with OS, since iOS 8.2, airplane mode does not turn off GPS. In fact, when you have your device in airplane mode, the GPS is constantly on and can be pinged without any indication on the UI at all. And that's a policy that they have for the phones. You can also turn on Wi-Fi and Bluetooth in airplane mode accidentally or intentionally. And that little icon is still there, making you think that your device shouldn't be receiving or transmitting radio signals. So the question is there a way we can independently monitor that gate, right? Can we install effectively a closed circuit TV camera of our own design, of our own construction, and our own installation to sort of audit and verify that this is actually happening? So the goal of, the technical goal here is to make sure that the radios are really off. We want to look at the cellular modem, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, and NFC, Apple Pay. It's a technique that we call direct introspection. And we have a set of 8 principles that we sort of came up with for this project that we use to evaluate different approaches. First is that we want to make sure that whatever we come up with is completely open source and inspectable. You don't have to trust us. Or what we say. Second is we want to create a partition execution environment for the introspection engine. You can think of the thing we're doing as like a designated driver for the phone. The phone may be given a spiked drink and unable to assess its own security status, so we have a completely separated, physically separated execution environment for evaluating the signals. We also want to make sure that the proper operation is field verifiable. You need to guard against a hardware failure. So if the cable falls out that's doing the introspection, that's really bad. You want to be able to check that that's still there. And you also want to guard against potential so-called evil-made attacks. It's also want to make sure that it's difficult to trigger a false positive. If the thing's always warning you that your phone is going off and it's actually not true, you're going to start ignoring the warnings. And this criteria made us rule out a bunch of sort of more passive approaches, like sort of sensing the antennas through the RF emanations, because if you happen to walk by a very strong emitter, like a Wi-Fi access point or something, your phone would trip and you would stop ignoring the alarms. We also want to make sure it's difficult to induce false negatives. We don't necessarily, it's quite possible, for example, a system vendor can be compelled to push an update to your phone through a completely secure mechanism. And so even the system vendor can go ahead and put holes in the walls that you thought was once intact. We also want to avoid leaving a signature that's easy to profile. So we don't want to have something where someone says, okay, let's look for people who have introspection engines in their phone and target those guys because they have something to hide. So we have to create something that's essentially are very strongly correlated at the hardware level with the activation of the radios. These are signals which even a firmware update or some other kind of a remote modification to the phone can't bypass. So they're a very strong indicator of radioactivity. We came up with a list of candidates that are here. I'm not going to go through all of them in detail for lack of time, but if you're interested, actually there's a blog post live on PubPub now. Here it's goo.gl/y number 0FS letter LU. And I go through the details of what the signals are, why we chose them, and what we plan to doing. But the basic idea is, if you see these wires wiggle and you think your phone is in airplane mode, there's a problem. Something is turning on the radios in that mode, and your phone has been compromised. So in terms of sort of next steps, of course, we actually need to develop the hardware. We don't expect journalists to carry on oscilloscopes and hack their phones and so on and so forth. And the basic approach, this is purely a concept rendering, but the idea is to try to create like a battery case style add-on to the back of a phone which contains the introspection engine. It has its own UI because you can't trust the UI in the front of the phone. You have input and output to that device. And there's a cable that goes between the introspection engine of the phone through the SIM card port on the iPhone 6. So the solution here is specific to the iPhone 6, but the technique should be extendable to other makes and models of phones. That's basically it for our presentation. So thanks a bunch, Ed, for setting this up. And I look forward to working on this. Oh, he's
My pleasure. It's been amazing. I gotta say. If I could just say one thing real quick for the room, as this was my first academic collaboration, having Bunny as your primary collaborator on the very first time is amazing. He is one of the individuals whose competence gives people imposter syndrome. So I'll do my best to live up to it. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks, Ed.
Thank you so much, Ed. Thank you so much, Bunny. We're going to have more information on this project on the forbidden.media.mit.edu site. You can also go and look at the blog post on PubPub. We're not going to do Q&A. It's very hard to do with the video link. But Bunny's around today, and if you want to know more about this, I recommend cornering him. In general, cornering him is a wise thing to do and will make you a smarter human being. We're going to change gears, and our gear changes within this conference are going to be done with help from some really beautiful videos from our friends over at Missing Pieces. And so the first one of those to set the stage for our next act is coming up right now.
The story you're going to see and hear is about science. It is also a story about you.
We are at a profound moment in human history. We have unlocked the tools and blueprints of biological code to such a degree that we can now precisely alter the course of our own evolution and the evolution of the world around us. There are many unknowns and uncertainties about what this means for us as a species and how best to proceed. What will happen if we bring back extinct species, from the passenger pigeon to the woolly mammoth? What will be the social and ecological impacts if we eliminate every species of mosquito that carries malaria? And if we begin to edit diseases out of the human germline, will it mark a new era of human health or a slippery slope to designer babies? There are few issues as charged as genetic engineering. With cries of playing God and messing with nature, there is a belief in an inherent purity in the natural world that it is not man's place to disrupt. Yet with everything from building cities to antibiotics, from dog breeding to burning fossil fuels, we disrupt the outcomes of natural processes every day. What is the balance between precaution and progress? When do the benefits outweigh the risks? Again and again, our knowledge and collective values have changed over time. From the existence of germs to in vitro fertilization, what was once considered fantastical, taboo, or socially unacceptable has become embraced as the norm. Now, we may be wielding the greatest power humanity has ever harnessed. How can we advance research while putting in safeguards to make sure that this power isn't abused? What are the next steps, and who will grant license to take those steps? Are we playing God, or are we becoming as gods? And if we are, should we really be playing?
So thank you, Missing Pieces, for that beautiful piece. Our next act, and please come on up to the stage, is titled Messing with Nature. And this is the first of two Messing with Nature panels. This one is on genetic engineering. And I'm going to hand you over to your moderator. Megan Palmer is a bioengineer turned policy wonk. She is now a senior fellow in international security over at Stanford, and she's going to lead us through this conversation. Thank you so much.
Hey, thanks so much, Ethan, and I'm really glad to join you today. As the video here provokes us to ask, messing with nature, when it comes to a field as fast-moving and as high of stakes as genetic engineering, how do we proceed wisely? How do we balance our own wildness and civility as we develop increasingly powerful ways to interact with the living world? Today, we're joined by three exceptional panelists who are asking questions, pursuing lines of research that are considered by some to be wrong, forbidden, sacrosanct. They are really pushing the limits of our ability to engineer our environment and ourselves. I'm looking forward to the chance to discuss with them how they grapple with that type of responsibility. Are there types of questions they don't ask? But this is a very personal issue for me because I did train as a biological engineer right here at MIT. And there, I really only considered the constructive uses of the technology. Now, I work, instead of engineering at the microscopic scale, at the molecular scale, I consider how we are shaped by and shape our social world at a global scale by being able to engineer living systems. More on that in a minute. First, I want to introduce our panelists. We're first joined by Kevin Esvelt. He's right here at the Media Lab. And he leads a group called Sculpting Evolution. And that group is really inventing new technologies to engineer ecosystems in really powerful and profound ways, but also asking, how can we change the process by which we develop these technologies to ask the right questions at the beginning? We also have Ryan Phelan. She leads Revive and Restore, whose mission is to increase biodiversity, but specifically through genetic rescue, looking at species that are either on the brink or are already extinct, and how we can use new genetic tools to bring them back. And lastly, we have George Church, who is really a leader, a pioneer, and a visionary in genetics and in genetic engineering, who's developed new tools and started major projects like the Human Genome Project and the Personal Genome Project. I've asked them to each share about 5 minutes about their work, and then we'll get into a discussion about why they do what they do. But I thought I would share a little bit about, first, my path on why I'm here today. So for the last 5 years, I participated in a multi-university research center developing the field of synthetic biology. MIT was one of those universities. And I helped to co-direct part of that center that was focused on policy and practices, really asking difficult questions about the safety, the security, the ethics, the governance of getting better at engineering biology. We confronted a number of very difficult questions, and we worked with both leaders in genetic engineering, but also experts in law, in the social sciences, in science and technology studies, and political science, to ask these complex questions all through the process of developing the technologies. Some of the questions that we came across were around, does getting better at engineering biology necessarily increase our thriving, our security, our economic prosperity, or might it imperil it? It's the reality that microscopic organisms are trying to kill us all the time, unconsciously. So are our conscious efforts going to be more of a risk through either accidents or through unintended consequences, or the intentional misuse of the types of technologies we create? A second and often less appreciated set of questions had to do with, if we're giving these tools to all the people in a distributed manner, first of all, can we do that? Will it increase social inequities or will it decrease them? And does access to the tools necessarily mean access to the benefits and access to the risks? And it's easy to get caught up in paralysis when you're asking these questions. Some of my colleagues call it the half-pipe of doom. We're simultaneously destroying and saving the world all at the same time. So what we did was rather take a really case-based approach and really focus on what are the particular projects and who are the particular people we're working with. One of the most successful places we looked at this, I think, is in the context of the iGEM competition. Some of you may be familiar with the first robotics competition, where you get a kit of parts and get to build a robot over the summer and show it off and compete against your friends. Here at MIT, they started the International Genetically Engineered Machine Competition. Same idea. You get a kit of genetic parts, and then you give them to undergraduates to figure out, what are they going to make? They don't compete them against each other. That would be a bad idea. But rather, they ask, what is the most useful thing we can do with this technology? And one of the things we can do in something like an undergraduate competition where people don't know how to do science yet is we can give them incentives and rewards to ask those difficult questions all along the way. So they actually show us, how should we think about these questions? What should the rules be? Because in often case, the rules and the laws around this don't apply. The other thing they learn is something that I did not learn when I was in undergraduate or graduate studies, which is around norms that used to exist about the destructive use of biotechnology. They learned that the US, for instance, had an offensive biological weapons program that was considered at one point to be something that we would do. And since the 1970s, this is not what we do. We have an agreement that we are not going to do it. But they also learn that they have to uphold that norm over time. Now, the difficult things comes not with the kids, but with the adults. And as we are seeing these types of technologies that really push the boundaries of what we can do, that limit between what's constructive and what is destructive gets really fuzzy. But that doesn't stop us from developing new policies. So we already have policies around ethics and safety when it comes to the research in these labs. As of last September, we now have new policies around dual-use research of concern, meaning all of biotechnology is dual use, but some of it is particularly concerning, more concerning, things like work on pathogens. But when it comes to applying those rules, we can't really quite figure out in what cases should it apply. And when we develop the data to figure out, okay, can we balance the benefits and risks, the jury is out. We actually can't quantify some of those risks. So we're left with questions about who should decide in the midst of uncertainty. I don't have answers, but I hope that we can discuss today what that might look like. I'm going to allow Kevin now to go on and tell us a little bit about his work.
Thank you, Megan. So, I'm interested in the question of when we engineer life, what does that say to other people? And what are the repercussions, not necessarily to the living systems that comprise our world, living systems that, let's not doubt it, that we depend upon. That is, ecosystems are the life support systems of the planet. And it's not unreasonable to say that we tamper with them at our peril. And of course, we're doing that all the time. But people are unusually sensitive to altering life. And we need to recognize that there's a difference between altering a single organism in the laboratory and altering many. Because when we alter one organism, we're tinkering with something that evolution has optimized for reproduction in the wild. And in general, when we mess with it, we break something. And that means that when we alter an organism, it's not going to survive and proliferate very well in the wild. Our change is not going to spread. But there are some natural genetic elements that will spread in the wild, even if they don't advantage the organism. And the dawn of CRISPR, which is a molecular scalpel that lets us precisely cut and therefore edit any gene in any organism, can also be used to build one of these gene drive systems that lets us spread that change through entire wild populations. That is, biology has always been, of course, a self-replicating technology. But when natural selection weeds out your changes, that's not real self-replication. That's self-replication in an environment you control. But with gene drive, we can spread those changes to the wild. This has immense potential to do good, because this is a way to solve ecological problems using biology, not bulldozers and poisons. We could alter or remove the mosquitoes that spread malaria. We could solve schistosomiasis, known as snail fever, the Aedes mosquitoes that spread other diseases. We could control invasive species. We could, instead of spraying poisons to kill the insects that eat our crops, we could tweak the pests so they don't like the smell. But what is it going to do if someone messes up? That is, we're treading on the boundary of what many people consider to be fundamentally unwise or even profoundly morally wrong. We are messing not just with a single organism in the lab, or even ones that we might grow in our fields, but entire natural ecosystems. What if someone makes a mistake? What would the public backlash be? And how much harm would that do to this field and its potential to do good, to save lives and species, or to everything else we might do in biotechnology, or even to biological research in general. You can't ban CRISPR-based gene drive without banning CRISPR, and CRISPR is now one of the 4 pillars of biotechnology. So how do we address this? Well, we are working to ensure that all work is done in the open, because we have to ask, do we have the right to run experiments that could end up affecting everyone if we make a mistake behind closed doors? In medical research, we demand informed consent before experiments can be run. But right now, there's nothing stopping me or any other scientist from simply building a gene drive system in the lab that could impact the lives of everyone here. That's a problem, because we're not always careful. There are laboratory accidents. So some things are forbidden and arguably shouldn't be. Other things, perhaps we should set up some more barriers. But does that mean that laws are the solution? We've heard about the flaws of laws and regulations. So perhaps instead what we need to do is change the incentives so that research like this, that would have shared impacts, is always done in the open. That would actually accelerate progress. Because right now, it's very hard to know what other people are doing, what other people can do. It's very hard to find the other piece of the puzzle. It's very hard to learn whether or not your efforts are really wasted because other people are doing the same thing. Science would be more efficient, and it would be safer if done in the open, because then everyone can keep an eye on one another. So we're working to ensure that this is possible by, in part, leading through example. We're not only developing technologies that would let us alter local ecosystems, not just global ones, but we're also pioneering an approach wherein you test the alteration in the wild without a gene drive system, and you do it in a local grassroots manner. And we're doing this by working with local communities. Just yesterday, we went to Martha's Vineyard, island off the coast here, to introduce the idea of releasing mice engineered to be unable to carry the pathogen that causes Lyme disease. Most cases of Lyme come when ticks bite these mice and get infected and then bite a person. If we can prevent the mice from being infected, then we can disrupt the cycle of transmission in the ecosystem. No infected ticks, no infected kids. But we're doing it by approaching the communities at the earliest possible stage before we've done anything in the lab to ask for their guidance. And the response was remarkable. Martha's Vineyard is known as a sort of crunchy nuts and granola community. People are very concerned with genetically modified foods. But when we emphasized, we're coming to you first, we're doing this in the open, this is nonprofit, it offers obvious benefits, we're very concerned about safeguards, we are not starting with a gene drive system, and we want independent monitoring set up by you to make sure that everything goes well and that you're confident. We want to build in points where the project stops unless you give explicit permission to succeed. And out of the 100 people who attended this meeting, every single one supported moving forwards. So this is a way that we can proceed, that we can walk this line with research that people are very nervous about by making it safer and increasing public confidence in this. Because education alone will not do it. You cannot simply explain what you want to do and how it works and trust that people will go along. You have to show that you understand their concerns. You need to invite their concerns. Because trust is not a given. It must be earned each and every time. Thank you.
Ryan, please.
I think we have a slide coming here. Extinction is a familiar concept to everyone in this room, but it might surprise you to know that just over 100 years ago, no one really believed that you could actually wipe out a whole species off of a continent. And we did that with the passenger pigeon in 1912. And it was really the first time the public really dealt with that concept. And yet it's ingrained in all of us today in this room that extinction is forever. Well, on the left-hand side of your screen, you've got those species that are walking into that line in the center, crossing over into extinction. And with the help of George Church and others, we have started to think about if there's recoverable DNA, that it changes the game. And I'm going to share a little bit about that with you. For the last 4 years, our organization, Revive and Restore, which I started with Stuart Brand as part of the Long Now Foundation, have talked about the concept of using recoverable DNA for the woolly mammoth, for the passenger pigeon, and other extinct species to actually bring them back to a healthy ecosystem someday. Now, this is a long-term project, and one of the things I want to share with you is the fact that this idea of de-extinction has been applauded and created an incredible media interest and a lot of public interest, but it's actually strangely taboo for a lot of the academicians that have wanted to get involved with this project, for funders who have been apprehensive about funding de-extinction, and yet very supportive of the work that we do on that other side of that continuum slide, which is using the same tools of genomics to help endangered species, many who are very far along the line on that brink of extinction. So it's interesting to us that we've been able to see this change where we've been able to secure government sponsorship with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, with corporate potential partners, with funders for the kind of work that we might do with the black-footed ferret that's an endangered mammal, or for using genetic rescue to save the birds of Hawaii that are being plagued with avian malaria brought in by an invasive mosquito. There's a lot more interest in that, even though, as Kevin says, we might drive that mosquito to extinction. So, imagine how complicated that is for all of us. One side talking about de-extinction, another side potentially even talking about extinction. And I think part of the problem with de-extinction is, and it's the argument that is raised by many conservationists and environmentalists, is it will take away from the concept that extinction is forever. That slogan has been a rallying cry for environmentalists for the last 50, 60 years, that has made us motivated as citizens to protect those endangered species, and that's a good thing. On the other hand, if these technologies that others are pioneering can actually take specimens like the passenger pigeon from the toe pad and extract that DNA from over 1,500 specimens that are in museums all over the world of passenger pigeons, if we could actually bring that bird back, we could potentially recreate that ecosystem. So their concern is taking money away from conservation, which is understood, but they see it as sort of a zero-sum game. And we want to make sure that we can attract more money for conservation and bring new awareness to these endangered species, like the birds of Hawaii with avian malaria. But the bottom line is they're really also concerned about something that is referred to as the moral hazard, that we in the current generation may unleash a problem for a future generation. That problem could be that de-extinction doesn't really work. We've made it look easy, and people will take pressure off of protection, and they'll inherit the problems that scientists today will be unleashing on those future generations. And that's something that we all have to take very seriously, and I welcome this conversation today. 30 years ago today, literally, the frozen zoo at UC San Diego was viewed as being incredibly rogue with the idea of taking in and cryopreserving endangered species. And they raised that moral hazard argument with them. They said, you're going to take the pressure off of protection if people think you can just reconstitute these species. But 30 years later, we're now taking those cells out and using them to increase genetic variation in the very same black-footed ferret that is suffering now from disease susceptibility because of the lack of genetic variation. Today, the frozen zoo is viewed as being prescient and thinking about the future for other generations. And I can only wonder, in 30 years from today, what future generations will think of genomic technologies and the opportunity that we have had to explore bringing back, adapting, engineering species to give them a greater pathway into the future.
So when we talk about forbidden, we worry about things like commandments hurting or stealing individuals. It's even more problematic when we talk about hurting classes of individuals, as we've heard earlier today. And even more problematic when we're talking about impacting the entire world. And that's why we get concerned about self-modification, about systems that can write their own code, that can evolve at alarming rates. We worry about things like artificial intelligence, but this is kind of a placeholder for actually changing ourselves. We're hybrids. We've been hybrids. We've been augmented for a long time. We reassure ourselves that, oh, well, we've banned augmentation in sports, but most of our life is not about sports. It's about we're quite willing to change our mind and change our bodies, and many people will even do this well before FDA approval. There are now individuals that I know personally that are doing gene therapy on themselves way in advance of animal and FDA testing. We've seen gene therapy fail in the past, but gene therapy is definitely with us. There are 2,200 gene therapies in clinical trials right now, the fully approved processes. Many of them are getting into practice. This ability to self-modify is quite prominent, and we can't say, oh, it's all about DNA, it's all about genes, because there are many things that are heritable. In fact, most things that are heritable, like this thing here. In my family, we have 4 generations that have used this. And when you talk about genes, you have this kind of genetic exceptionalism where you're talking about irreversibility. This is ridiculous. Genetics is perfectly reversible. The things that are hard to reverse are the other things we inherit, which are things like our culture and our technology. It's very hard to pry this loose from our society, our computers and our phones. What we're worried about is something that we do that could be very attractive in the short term and have some triggering mechanism or some slow events that occur far in the future. And that's why we worry about changing ourselves, changing our environment in such a way that we have unintended consequences. But doing nothing is also extraordinarily risky. We have a population which is easily twice what we thought was the carrying capacity of the globe, and it's probably half of what we will eventually have. So there's no magic number, but the thing is we need to be very thoughtful about unintended consequences, which means we need to have an open system, such as Kevin has outlined. And this has been a core theme for many of the people in this room, in this meeting today, and in my own lab over a decade ago. 3 examples: making open how people are involved in medical research, so that they can get access to their own data, whether it's medical records or medical research, and then how they can safely understand what they're getting into and share that information. How they can, a second example is the rise of synthetic biology. All of these methods of reading and writing genomes are an exponential curve, which is faster than any technology has ever been. We're measuring half-lives and doubling times, not in decades, but in months in these fields. And so you need to pay attention. So I argued for surveillance of uses in synthetic biology, which is now fairly widespread among the companies that provide synthetic DNA. So what we need going forward is not just reaction to what we think is yucky. I mean, for example, germline modification may be more acceptable to some people than abortion or in vitro fertilization. In abortion, if you have a recessive disease in your family, 25% of the embryos are at risk. With IVF, it might be 80%. While with sperm modification, it could be no embryos are at risk. You change the alleles back to the normal version of DNA that's present in 99.9% of the population. It's very well tested. We need to think a little bit out of the box rather than immediately rejecting some of these new technologies. Altering our minds. We do this with chemicals. We are doing it increasingly. There are hundreds of thousands of people who have various electrodes implanted for sensory issues, for depression, for epilepsy, and so on. We will continue to do that, and it will become more and more biological. That is to say, the compactness and the programmability of biological systems will enable this. And this will go much faster than anything we can do in the germline. We can modify ourselves real time. It's obviously going to be a faster revolution. It can spread as fast as the internet does, while germline takes on the order of 20 years to see impact. Thank you.
So we've heard about potentially technologies that can make species extinct, technologies that can recover them from extinction, and technologies that can alter us in ways we may not even imagine. What I'd like to talk about is, because there's so many different issues that genetic engineering and genetics brings up, is to really bring it back to the personal. So for you, in your work, in your labs, how do you actually reconcile whether or not you should do what you're doing? Are there steps that you've had to put in place or advisors you've had to put in place to help you wrestle with these questions over time? And I'll start with George, because perhaps you have the largest group of potential advisors right now.
Yeah, I think, well, step one is openness to being advised, to listening, not just educating the public, but listening very carefully. And of course, that can come from government, industry, lay audiences, religious groups, and so on. And you need to hear what's important to them. Whether or not it makes sense to you immediately scientifically, it makes sense in some larger global senses. So I think that's number one where I can deal with. Also, just making a special effort to make our information public in a one-sided way, ignoring possible, competitors, that might take advantage of us and so forth. That's, I think, is an important part of, making sure we don't do the wrong thing, because we need lots of input. It's not just like some super genius is going to figure it all out.
Kevin, for instance, in your work, is there a point at which, right, with this meeting that you had at Martha's Vineyard, what if the answer had been not 100% yes? What if it had been 75 or 50%? What would you do with that? What would be your next step?
In terms of proceeding, that's a question for the community, and it's an issue of governance. It's up to the community to decide, do they need a 2/3 majority to proceed? Do they need unanimous consent, or what? I was a little bit disappointed that it was unanimous, because I was hoping that we might have some skeptics. Because skeptics are actually the ones that we need. Because if we're doing everything in the open, and we're inviting scrutiny, the people I trust to be the most careful in checking everything that we're proposing, to find any kind of error that could sink the project. And make no mistake, we're setting it up such that the project stops unless there is affirmative community consent to proceed.
So this question of community is important because it's which community. So, Martha's Vineyard is a wonderful island, but imagine it's not an island, or the species that is being engineered can go off island, the same way that many of these invasive species came on island. They came by boat, they come by plane. And which community is going to actually give permission for other communities that may be vulnerable? I think that just really changes the game for us in this field.
Are there situations where in the work you've not had consensus, you have not been able to necessarily define a community and yet still have made the decision to proceed, or areas where you haven't?
Well, I think for Revive and Restore, we certainly don't have consensus that what we're doing is a grand idea. What we have are people with varying opinions. And I think what we found is much greater comfort on genetic rescue for endangered species. And it was partly through that public dialogue, George, that we had from when we put on TEDx De-Extinction with National Geographic. We got a lot of media, a lot of interest. But we had people say to us, can you help with some short-term gains here with species that are endangered? So we learned from the public, we adapted from the public response, but we haven't given up on the fact and the idea that de-extinction and the work that George and others are doing that is bleeding edge will help impact things for other species. So I think, we don't want to say you need consensus in order to do science. We wouldn't move anywhere. But I think we need to do it, as Kevin, you're suggesting, is with a lot of public input and with a lot of safeguards.
So you guys have all made strides to develop innovative ways to get input, dialogue with your communities. Not all of our community takes those same precautions. How do you interact with other people who are in the biological engineering and the genetics community to shape that culture that you discussed, the things that might be harder to pry away? Are there things that worked, or will there always be activities on the fringe that will just, not necessarily say this is a good idea? In particular, the case of gene drives, where one actor alone could, lead to a large consequence.
I have nightmares about fruit flies. Imagine an expanding wave of yellow moving from city to city, nation to nation, continent to continent, accompanied by headlines every time dramatizing the point that scientists cannot be trusted to deal with this technology. So in dealing with that, we decided early on realizing what CRISPR-based gene drive could do, that we needed to tell the world first before demonstrating in the lab. That's just not done. You show that it works first before you waste everyone's time telling them. Now, it turns out we were right, because it's the same mechanism used for genome editing and gene drive. But we got a lot of professional criticism from that. And in a lot of other fields, that makes sense. But we're entering a new era of increasingly powerful technologies, and the scientific enterprise incentivizes us to do everything behind closed doors, as George was talking about. And that's hard because we can often get away with it. But what about our students? We're responsible for helping them in their careers. If we're open about their projects and a competing lab that is working in the dark scoops them, publishes first, that could be it for our student's career. And that's a hard decision, because it means that, yes, we do have to pre-commit to force ourselves to do the right thing in the future in moments of moral weakness, but we're not the only ones bearing that price.
So there's one other example of where research is becoming quite open, and that is where human health issues are at an emergency crisis point, like AIDS in the past, today with Zika. And I don't know if you saw the recent editorials on this, really calling for open research approaches. And I think the more that this is surfacing, and you guys are really leaders in this, it's going to impact the way science is done across the board. I feel like you guys are game changers for this.
Well, can I dig a little bit more into what we mean by openness? Right, we have lots of different ways that we can tell people about what we do. And that doesn't necessarily mean that they are consenting to it. And it doesn't even mean they'll pay attention to it, or they'll read it, or they will engage critically in the work that you put out there. So one of the things that this reminds me of is in the regulatory review or any type of review, we inform people of what we do, and then we expect public comments. And I don't know if you've read some of the public comments, but they're not always there, and they're not always good. They're not always informative. So as you're thinking about projects that are bigger and bigger in scale, are there types of things, steps that you would like to take to make that a more engaging dialogue, to make that openness stepwise? What is the meaningful things we need to share, and what are the things that maybe are not worth sharing or not efficient to keep sharing?
It's hard because you can't simply share your research results. You can't simply have an electronic lab notebook and make it open and expect people to follow what you're doing. That's just too much information. There's a reason why we write things into stories and share the stories. That's what makes people pay attention. And yet, at the same time, we had a very near miss with fruit flies. And there was really sheer accident that we heard about a work and were able to contact the authors immediately and share our concerns. And they actually revised their paper days before it came out in the journal in response to those concerns. And then we gathered together, worked with them and a bunch of other scientists to come out with recommendations for laboratory safety of gene drive studies to make sure there weren't an accident.
Can you elaborate a little bit on the fruit flies for those that don't know?
So one of the problems with the technology is sometimes it's inevitable. So we may have realized the implications of CRISPR for gene drive first, but even after we had published on it and told the world before doing anything, and then we demonstrated in the lab and so forth, another group independently realized that they could essentially teach the genome how to edit itself, and that this would be good for knocking out both genes in an organism. Because if you insert the CRISPR system, make it self-inserting to disrupt a gene, if it goes in once, it's certainly going to cut the other version and copy itself over. That's exactly how a gene drive works. But they weren't thinking about a gene drive as in altering a wild population. They were thinking about, we want to knock out both copies in one step very easily and reliably. And so they developed it as a tool to do that without really thinking about the implications, certainly for any other species, but even really for in the wild, and what would happen if they published this as a method for many, many other groups to use. And they weren't the only ones. It's an example of how even the best experts in a field, no matter how good their intentions, can't reliably anticipate the consequences of what they're doing on their own. The world is too complicated.
So what are the other types of things that we might be able to do, knowing that there will be mistakes, that there will be things we do wrong? What are some of the things you're doing either in your labs or with others to help anticipate and perhaps have a more proactive response?
Well, I think monitoring is going to be key in all of this, and how monitoring gets handled. I think it's way beyond the community level. I think anytime you're introducing a species that's been engineered in any capacity, there are known protocols for this. And I think part of what these new technologies have to borrow from are the existing safeguards that conservationists, environmentalists have been using for decades now, before they reintroduce wolves to Yellowstone or reintroduce beavers to Scotland. They know how to do captive breeding, and they know how to do release in the wild. And I think we need to learn as scientists moving from the lab into the wild how to draw upon that expertise.
So, I mean, there are various ways that we can get broad adoption that's even larger than the small consensus that we have. So, for example, we can aid synthetic biology companies to do computer monitoring of all of their orders, and then that can spread from company to company, and then that can be a very small bottleneck through which tens of thousands of researchers have to go whether or not they want their DNA to be monitored. So that's an example where you identify a bottleneck and you get consensus among the small numbers of DNA providers.
And sometimes you can create a bottleneck. So right now we're working to develop technology that would make transgenesis, which is just editing the genome of an organism in the first place, where you could insert a gene drive. Right now that's limiting. If we can, oddly enough, accelerate that, make it easier, but require specialized equipment, we can make it like DNA synthesis. So it will be easier for everyone to outsource their orders to a company that uses specialized equipment to do it, thereby reducing the incentive for lots of people to train their laboratory techs in the key techniques that are now limiting for building a gene drive system.
I'm struck by the difference also in some of the narratives when it comes to talking about how we monitor and centralize to safeguard the technology in certain cases in this field, following up from the discussions around how we actually ensure we don't centralize other activities in other fields, including right, in the types of technologies we use to communicate elsewhere. And so how do we sort of reconcile the rhetoric around the democratization of these tools, of the tools that we're dealing, versus what it actually means to democratize the decisions and the monitoring and surveillance around them?
So we have another opportunity for getting broader engagement without necessarily a huge consensus via new technologies. We have new technologies to to do sequencing that are getting to be handheld. They will probably be parts of our cell phone or cell phone network soon, wearable sequencing where we can do surveillance of microorganisms, not just the macroorganisms that we might be introducing in a de-extinction project. And that can be very helpful. We have to get outreach, though, get people engaged. Do-it-yourself biology should be the ultimate in citizen science, really. It's about yourself and your immediate environment. You should be able to monitor your allergens, pathogens, and so on. So there are efforts to try to get information out to the public, again, sort of passive methods. So pged.org, for example, has outreach through screenwriters in TV and films, outreach through congressional aides to the individual districts so that they are genetically literate and they know what the options are. Things like how to grow almost anything is something that's a worldwide capability that builds on maker and fab society and so forth.
Well, I'd love to take some questions from the audience. I see we have one, and if others would like to ask questions, please just use one of the mics and definitely keep them to questions, not comments. So,
I have a question about informed consent. Maybe you know that in the EU, informed consent cannot be given per 2018 for algorithmic decision making, for example. And you say that you have unanimous consent on by 100 people in Martha's Vineyard, which sounds good, but what is that consent? What are they consenting to? As researchers, we also don't know what is to pass from the research that we execute. So what are we informing people of, and how are they consenting to it? And how do you shape it in your research?
It's a great question and a challenge because all they heard was a single presentation on a technology that was admittedly imperfect in conveying the depth of information that really would be necessary to give truly informed consent. What they were consenting to was to move forwards with doing basic laboratory experiments that would eventually lead to a question to them, should we proceed at this particular stage? So it really costs them nothing to say yes here. We're not going to be introducing mice because they said yes. And how we overcome that and make it truly informed, I don't know. I think that's the question before us, is determining how can we extend our admittedly imperfect mechanisms of governance to technology? Because now we're at the stage where technologies developed by even individual researchers can have an impact as great as a law passed by duly elected representatives.
One thing that we have done is to, when we're getting consent for personal genomics or for biomedical research, we ask them to take a multiple choice question exam to show that they have simultaneously educate them and test their understanding. I think that's one thing. And then, better yet, is having them do experiments. Mostly analytic experiments rather than altering the environment, but so that they get a feeling for it. So this is the power of do-it-yourself biology and testing for knowledge.
Okay. Another question is, it sounds like career development for scientists and maybe engineers has a lot to do with the difference between sequestering and sharing. And if you get rewarded for keeping your stuff tight until it's published in a prestigious and usually expensive scientific publication, that's how careers go forward. But if what you're shooting for is openness and with urgency, if you're trying to get the data out to everybody as fast as possible, even though it's not perfect yet, like happened with GenBank way back at the beginning. Can career development move forward in a way so that people's careers are rewarded for sharing rather than just for sequestering information?
Well, one of the protections there is fear of being scooped. And so now the preprint archives that were started in physics and now are quite widespread in biology as well is one way of preventing yourself from getting scooped. And I'm seeing more and more examples where that is reported on by journalists. They don't wait for it to come out in the fancy journal. The fancy journals don't hold it against you. You can essentially publish it twice, once in preprint form. But the preprint form is something that we can transact on and discuss. So I think that is a way of getting this more open. And the patent system was another way of doing that. I think the alternative to patents was trade secrets, and I think that causes obfuscation. And I think obfuscation in biomedicine is a very bad combination.
But it is hard because preprints is still too late. If what you want is to invite public opinions and concerns, getting back to that informed consent question, we need to ensure that people have a voice in decisions that will affect them. And that decision may be, do you even begin this experiment? So we need the openness to be at the earliest stages. That is, your grant proposals need to be public. So what we're hoping is that we can ensure that this is true in the field of gene drive, where that should, at least to me, seem self-evident, that you really need to at least inform people of what you're going to do if your experiment could get out of control and affect them, at a minimum. And if we can show that that works in gene drive and change the incentives by talking with journals and funders and possibly even utilizing IP to ensure that that is the optimal course of action for individual researchers in that field, then maybe we can move it on from there, say, well, what about other shared impact technologies? And maybe if this system is more efficient and leads to faster scientific progress, because I believe that this is a rare opportunity where we can, if we can overcome this collective action problem, accelerate progress and make it safer, then maybe that model can spread to the rest of science.
It's always those collective action problems, right? We just need to overcome the collective action problem.
So in computing, we have open source software, but it doesn't mean much without being able to verify that you're running the open source software that you think you're running. Are there mechanisms for determining that the genetic modification, the bag of seed that you buy, or the banana that you buy, or the mouse that you're deploying, is running the modification or has been modified in the way that you think it has, and it hasn't been kind of subverted in any way?
I'll comment that some of the, when we talk about, as George said, surveillance in this field, we often mean just trying to understand what are the modifications that exist in the environment. So environmental surveillance, trying to understand what are the microbes around us, what are the organism around us. But when it comes to research on developing those types of tools to understand the effectiveness over time, it's a pretty underfunded area of work often. And even knowing who are the researchers that might do work in that intersection between, say, ecology in the environment and genetic engineering, that's still an area we have to develop. And so I'd say, in most cases, no, but we're trying. Maybe there's.
Yeah, I mean, sequencing technology has come down about 3 million-fold in cost over the last few years. So in a way, that is the way we program these systems. There are parts of some genomes which are very hard to sequence, and if you hid your information in those parts, but the technology is also improving in making those dark regions brighter and brighter. So I think in a few years it will be very inexpensive to read the code of any organism and every single base pair of that organism, but we're not quite there yet. Yeah. Human genome is about $1,000 now.
Do we have one over here?
There's obviously a lot of applications that come out of genetic engineering and genetic drives. And I'm wondering about who's going to be making decisions about the ideal human form, especially as it's applied to humans, and traits that might only be expressed in 2 to 3% of the population eventually becoming extinct and not being expressed any longer. And so I think there's a potential threat to misdiagnose the problem and erase it from the expression of human diversity that we currently see. And not just human diversity, but also cultural richness that comes from natural forms of what we currently call disability. So where do you draw the line, and who's going to be making the decisions of what gets expressed and what doesn't get expressed? And even if we're going to be looking at the ideal form as being the dominant form, what happens to the forms that aren't expressed as often? And so whose hands are going to be involved in the pot?
Yeah, I just have to say that I think there's increasing discussion of how we can increase diversity rather than decrease it. I think this is incredibly important. And with many of our technologies, we do see an increase. There is not the ideal mode of transportation. In the same sense, there won't be the ideal human being or animal or plant. I think that we can, each of us, discuss this broadly, what we mean by the advantages of diversity, but the lesson that we've learned time and again with natural evolution and in engineering is that diversity is an extremely good thing. And we're not talking about just diversity of, of culture and color, but actual biological diversity, neurodiversity. We want to, many, I think, people in academia are extreme values in things that could be classified as deleterious and under the wrong circumstances. So I don't think that this is the technology itself necessarily prescribes one way or the other. We need to do that as a community discussion.
And you mentioned the idea of gene drives, I think, creating the ideal limited and diverse human population. This is already going on today with pre-implantation genetic diagnostics, where couples or individuals are making selections to reduce embryos that are carrying deleterious mutations. So I think this is something that is unleashed. It's in current medical practice and is only going to increase with or without gene drives. Don't you think, George?
Well, yes. I mean, in fact, in America, 80% of gender selection is for females, so we might all be female someday soon, which might not be so bad. But the point is that to the extent that we can culturally encourage people choosing a diversity, not some life-threatening disease that causes pain in their child for years until they die, causes, but there's many other things that are sub-threshold. It's not clear that everybody would pick the same traits, but I think it's a very important discussion, and it's good that we're having it in advance of some things, but we're certainly not in advance of in vitro fertilization.
We'll have the chance to take these last two quick questions, and then we'll have a closing comment from our panelists.
Thank you. So with regard to the de-extinction project, obviously there's a whole globe of ethical questions around genetic engineering. Is any consideration being given to the availability or lack of availability of habitat for certain kinds of species?
Yes. The International Union for the Conservation of Nature, IUCN, is the organizing body worldwide that deals with the red list. That's how people will refer to it, to determine whether or not a species gets put on that list. With Revive and Restore, we have helped shape de-extinction guidelines. And one of the very first questions, or one of the very first criteria, and there's like 25 items listed, is whether or not there is appropriate habitat for a reintroduced species to flourish. It's absolutely fundamental. Other criteria I'll just mention include ensuring that the purpose of de-extinction is to actually encourage the flourishing of the species in its natural habitat, not to be a zoo specimen or a curiosity, that the underlying justification is there. And other criteria include that the original source of the extinction, the cause of the extinction, whether it was hunting or poaching or pollution, has been removed and is not going to be an ongoing concern. And then all of the issues of animal safety and welfare and monitoring are part of that. But habitat has been the primary cause of much of the conservation movement, its focus, and I think rightly so, it's been an issue. But increasingly, we now have new challenges for species, which are wildlife diseases, invasive species, and I should say alien wildlife diseases that are taking down, in many cases, bottleneck populations. And so that's why these new technologies are so awesome.
Okay, one last question, then we'll give you guys a chance.
I have a tremendously plebeian question. All the things you're discussing are exciting and scary in a good way and in a bad way, but there is something that we haven't talked about, which is the regulation of things that are going on. There has been a CRISPR product introduced onto the market. There's a mushroom. Mm-hmm. It was edited in that way. There was no regulation, no discussion. Now, intellectually, I understand that. They're not changing genes, they're not introducing genes from outside. But if you're worried about the public adopting a new technology, there's a lot of people who are not going to be happy that we're suddenly just introducing this kind of thing without any discussion whatsoever anywhere. I don't know what the regulatory framework should be, but maybe you do.
Actually, I'm really glad you brought it up. So this is, we have a biotechnology regulatory framework, the coordinated framework, was developed in the 80s. Right? A lot of things have changed since then. But it's been kind of a political hot potato to look at it and re-question whether or not the assumptions and the way we broke down the rules at that time still apply today. But actually right now, the office, OSTP in the White House, as well as others, are reconsidering the framework for the first time and trying to ask some of the same questions that you are. And that's a perfect example of where the comment thread is either underpopulated or overpopulated when we go to public comments. So this is actually a perfect opportunity where there are some people who are trying to take the next steps, where your opinion should be in part of that discussion to figure out how do we not necessarily demonize a specific technology, but focus on what do we want that technology to do, and how can we ensure that it's safe enough and applying in all the other aspects that we might want. So I want to thank you for your questions. I want to leave the panelists to have one last final comment. So you can make a comment, or what I would encourage you to do in the spirit of disobedience is tell me what's the one rule you love to break. Or is there something that's even more forbidden than the work you told us about that you are thinking about, and can you share it? And I'll start with George.
Yeah, I suppose that the main rule that many of us in this room break is being silent scientists that just do our job. Some of my colleagues say that it's not their responsibility to point out something that they see that might be problematic, especially if it could cause repercussions on their funding. So I guess that's it's a perfectly justifiable rule. I don't feel particularly edgy stating that. I think that just one comment on the GMOs. I think that the mushrooms and many other applications of CRISPR agriculturally have been discussed quite extensively. And in fact, there's a great deal of excitement that CRISPR causes mutations without introducing foreign genes from other organisms, and hence is different and more embraceable by the public than ever before. So I think there's been a lot of discussion, but maybe not as much as we should have.
You know, I've been in healthcare for 3 decades, and part of my MO has always been to challenge the medical authority and to give consumers access to genomics, access to medical information. And I feel like this change for me in the last 5 years into conservation is really to help give a voice to those endangered species and ecosystems, because we really are stewards. And I'm going to go back to the film we started with. Do we have a responsibility to think beyond the human implication of these genomic technologies, which are leading the way, and to start to share some of that technology with species that can't do it on their own? So.
Well, one of my favorite paraphrasings of a prominent member of the National Academy. So my friend and collaborator, Ken Oya, here at MIT, was at a National Academy meeting discussing gene drive and our decision to go public before demonstrating it. And this eminent scientist, who shall remain nameless, stood up, and Ken's paraphrasing of what he said was, "Don't tell the muggles." We believe it's important to tell the muggles. But that's hard, because I'm also interested in correcting what I see as the fundamental flaw of evolution. We're the Sculpting Evolution group. But evolution is amoral. And that's hard, because that means that nature is amoral. If what we believe is morally optimal is human or animal flourishing, well-being, evolution hasn't optimized for that. Do we need to do that? Should we begin building organisms where we've engineered them for optimal flourishing and well-being? Do we understand enough to do that? Because if we do, then there's certainly a moral argument that we should. But I'm not certain that the moral arc of progress, such as it were, has bent far enough to have that discussion yet. And that directly conflicts with the need to tell the muggles.
I want to thank all of our panelists. I can't possibly tell you about all the forbidden things that I'm thinking about. But apparently we've already broken the rule of going a little bit over time, so thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thanks again to this wonderful panel. We are now in danger of breaking a true forbidden prohibition that I dare not disobey, which is the Geneva Convention on Academic Conferences, which mandates a coffee break at this point. So we're going to have a coffee break of precisely 7 minutes. It's very carefully chosen. Go out, use the bathroom, get some coffee. We will be hustling you back in here in 7 minutes to see our next beautiful video for Missing Pieces and to continue this conversation. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everybody. We have so much more that's forbidden to cover, and therefore you're mainly forbidden from lingering over coffee. We are starting our different acts with these beautiful videos from our friends at Missing Pieces. Let's give a round of applause for Missing Pieces and these gorgeous videos. We are going to bring ourselves into this next session, which is on the topic of geoengineering. So let's take it away.
Geoengineering and you. Humans continue to consume fossil fuels at an alarming rate, emitting over 40 gigatons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere every year. That's the weight of 40 billion small cars. For climatologists, the increasing incidence of droughts, heat waves, fires, floods, and rising sea levels points to the possibility of a catastrophic near future. As the clock ticks, reducing emissions in time to avert disaster feels less and less likely.
These climate dangers are real. They're happening now, and they are increasingly critical. As a result, solutions that once sounded radical or taboo are being strongly considered as options. One example is solar geoengineering, deliberately altering Earth's natural reflexivity to reduce temperatures. This can be done in a number of ways, but the best studied, most powerful one is injecting aerosols into the stratosphere that will reflect sunlight. It's easy to implement and cost-effective, but it's not without risks. Solar geoengineering will lower temperatures. It will also decrease precipitation worldwide and will likely alter global wind patterns and the ozone layer in ways we can't fully predict. And once we implement the full-scale process, we won't be able to stop our efforts without serious backlash. Despite these risks, solar geoengineering, combined with efforts to reduce our carbon emissions, could be the best hope we have to reduce the most severe impacts of climate change this century. Now it's time to start asking hard questions. When we weigh our choices on the scale of our future survival, what is the greatest possible risk, and who gets to decide? Is geoengineering, as a prominent science writer has described it, a bad idea whose time has come?
So when we take on issues of the scale of hacking the entire planet, we need a rather extraordinary moderator to take us through the conversation. We are lucky to have just such an extraordinary moderator. We have Stuart Brand, who is a fan of taking on problems of the whole Earth as one of the founders of the Whole Earth Catalog, and a man who favors the long view with his work on the Long Now Foundation. So Stuart.
Yeah. So how's this sound? To segue between the previous panel and this one, the things that make people feel that some of this stuff should be forbidden or slowed or encourage the suspicions. With the biotech stuff, my fellow environmentalists, I'm an ex-environmentalist at this point because of how far they've gone with what they call the precautionary principle. And the precautionary principle was invoked to the point where if anybody can imagine anything that can go wrong with something that's sort of new, just don't do it. Which means that, by the way, not only don't do it, don't do research about it, don't talk about it because terrible things might happen that would be irreversible. Ryan mentioned the more recently applied argument, which is called moral hazard. Moral hazard has the pretty formal definition, lack of incentive to guard against risk where one is protected from its consequences. The idea here being that if you talk about, research, or even think about applying geoengineering to climate change issues, you would be treating the symptoms of climate change, as one publication said, and thereby giving people permission to ignore the causes. One climate scientist in Germany said, oh, it's like a junkie figuring out new ways to steal from his children. And a very good book on all of this, there's been now 3 books on geoengineering. A very good new one is Oliver Morton's The Planet Remade, How Geoengineering Could Change the World. A few years ago, when I was preparing this book, Whole Earth Discipline, Why Dense Cities, Nuclear Power, Transgenic Crops, Restored Wildlands, and Geoengineering are necessary, I asked Al Gore about geoengineering. He says, oh, right, Stuart, let's just experiment with the whole planet. He has 0 use so far for geoengineering. That may change. He used to say the same about nuclear, but he's come a little way toward nuclear on that. Our 2 panelists, which should probably come up here at this point, David Keith and Gernot Wagner, are the real substance of this, and we'll be sure to be getting lots of discussion with you guys. David Keith will begin, and what I think that David Keith has done that is unique is, besides being a climate scientist here at Harvard, focusing on these matters, he's looked for what is a way to be really incremental, pragmatic, reversible, and less overwhelmingly scary, because the way that geoengineering is often put is it's a Damocles sword that will do the whole planet, and then we're absolutely addicted to doing that forever. And meanwhile, we'll keep on burning all the coal that's in the ground. David's got a better approach on that. Go ahead.
Thank you. Solar geoengineering rests on a simple idea that it is technically possible to make the Earth a little more reflective so that it absorbs a little less sunlight, which would partly counteract some of the risks that come from accumulating carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. When I say technically possible, it appears that at least doing this in a crude way is actually easy, in the sense that it could be done with commercial off-the-shelf technologies now, and it could be done at a cost that's really trivial, sort of a part in 1,000 or a part in 10,000 of global GDP. More surprisingly, there is real evidence that it could reduce many of the risks that people care about most. So it's almost axiomatic. It's a fact of energy conservation, more or less, that if you warmed up the planet by adding carbon dioxide, you could bring the global average surface temperature back to something like, say, pre-industrial, if that was our choice. That could be done for sure, and that's not been really doubted. Reports back to the 1960s have talked about solar geoengineering and made it clear that that was possible. What hasn't been clear is the extent that it would deal with risks we care about. Extreme events, like the big destructive storms that cause some of the most damage, heat waves, rising sea levels. And while we certainly don't know very well how well it would work, while there are lots of risks that are unexplored, partly because we have, in a sense, collectively decided we'd prefer ignorance. We have no real research programs. Nevertheless, in the last especially 5 years, this has been tackled by the state-of-the-art climate models, by basic theory, by observational analogs. And there's now a lot of evidence that solar geoengineering could, on a region-by-region basis, if used appropriately, reduce many of these risks, reduce intense storms, reduce peak temperatures, increase the productivity of crops worldwide. The big question is how we might control it, how we might learn more about it. Now, I'm sure many of you are thinking, why wouldn't we just stop emitting carbon dioxide? So, suppose we did. Suppose that tomorrow we stopped. No cars, no airplanes, no power plants. Forget for a second the consequences of that for our civilization. Just suppose we did it. Would it get warmer or would it get colder? That's a test. Just think about it for a second. I'm not going to ask for a show of hands, but what happens like in the next few months or years? It gets warmer. And the reason it gets warmer is that we are putting a lot of aerosols into the atmosphere now, not the carbon dioxide, which in the long run is, of course, warming the planet, but we are putting aerosol pollution in the atmosphere now, which kills 3 or 6 or so million people a year, cuts several years off your life if you happen to be unfortunate enough to live in Beijing. But even here, I live a little less long because I moved here from Western Canada than I would have if I'd stayed there. Those aerosols are cooling the planet. Now, they're offsetting part of the warming tendency that's there from the carbon dioxide, masking it. So if we just stopped now, it would get warmer, and it might get warmer for more than a century. We don't know how much climate feedback there is. We don't know how much the warming would trigger more carbon dioxide emissions over the century. Solar geoengineering provides a thing that is different, that is complementary to emissions reductions. In the long run, if we want a stable climate, we must bring emissions to zero. Solar geoengineering doesn't get us out of the need to bring emissions to zero, but it does a different thing. It partially, imperfectly, deals with the risks of the CO2 we have emitted in history. So unless you've got a time machine as an alternative, you need a way to deal with those emissions. And solar geoengineering is a way to do that. And so in that sense, it is a complement to cutting emissions. The two things can work together to provide much more ability to reduce climate risks than can be done with cutting emissions alone. So there certainly are aspects of this that raise these questions about future behavior and questions about whether we should tie our hands somehow to the mast with respect to future behavior. And there are questions about messing with nature. And I want to end there. How should we think about whether this is somehow an outrageous manipulation of the natural world? There's no simple answers, but let me just pose a question, because you can look at this as somehow increasing the weight of human action on nature, the way we're pushing the natural world, or decreasing it. So the case for increasing it is that obviously some global extra system we've added to try and deliberately control the planet is adding somehow to the complexity of the system, the complexity of the interactions between humans and their environment, and in some ways makes the whole world more of an artifact. But it's also true that one of the most basic measures of how much we are messing with the climate is what we in the climate science world call the radiative forcing, the measure of the kind of total force by which our accumulated greenhouse gases and the other things we've done in the climate are changing it. And the fact is, for any given amount of CO2 in the atmosphere in, say, 2050, that atmosphere, with also a little bit of solar geoengineering, has less radiative forcing. And so in some basic measure, we're actually doing less to alter the climate than we would have done if we hadn't done solar geoengineering. And I think that really is the core question about how to think about the trade-off between how we mess with nature. There's no way that we can avoid the fact we are doing it. The question is whether we do it deliberately, with intention, in a way that is democratic and open.
David, would you introduce your colleague Gernot?
I'd love to. Gernot Wagner has joined our effort at Harvard to build a really significant geoengineering research program that would be covering things from science and technology right through to public policy. He spent 6 or 8 years rising to as one of the young stars in environmental defense, and has come here to help build a new program with what we hope will be global reach. I always say he's an economist.
I am an economist,
But
full
you can
disclosure.
still listen to him.
So, well, thanks, David and Stuart. So science is one thing, and it's amazing. Now, as so often, of course, this is going to stand or fall, not just by virtue of the science, but of the social science, the social context, governance, everything around it. And as an environmentalist who carries around the reusable water bottle, I would never touch the other one here. I'd sort of full disclosure, vegetarian, all the rest of that. But of course, first of all, none of that makes a difference. Of course, we know that. And we do know that we must cut emissions. Yes, we do, right? But then there is this thing out there called moral hazard. Right? What if talking about solar geoengineering gives us license to pollute? That would be bad. Now forget about climate for a moment. Think about statins, Lipitor. Right? If you're a man of a certain age, certain girth, you're supposed to pop a pill of Lipitor every day. Now here's the problem. If you're the physician and you have someone walk into your office with high cholesterol, you know that person needs to diet and exercise. That's a given. Chance is pretty good he hasn't been dieting or exercising, otherwise he wouldn't be there. So what does the introduction of that pill do to that person? Well, one story is, right, rationally, Homo economicus, economist, rationally we should all be exercising, let's say, 30 minutes a day. Now you get the pill. Rationally, now you should be exercising 29.5 minutes a day. Turns out no one is actually all that rational, right? So people are either sort of the nutcases, they exercise 90 minutes a day. Anyone? Or 0, plus minus 10 minutes. Right, so the ones who do 90, presumably you'll keep exercising. Floats your boat. Maybe literally if you're sailing out there for exercise. And the ones who do 0, well, if you tell him now about Lipitor, one reaction is moral hazard, which is to say, right, I was exercising 0 plus minus 10, now I'm doing even less, or I'm eating the donut and the bacon and whatever else, right? Another reaction is to say, holy shit, I need to take a pill to stay alive? Maybe I should be taking the stairs more often. Back to climate. Right? Very early evidence. I've now been with David for 6 months, so very, very early evidence on this, and actually not from us. Someone else who just published a study a month or so ago. When you tell people about solar geoengineering, are they more or less likely now to vote for what is actually necessary to cut emissions? Carbon tax, price on carbon. If it's moral hazard, less likely. If it's anti-moral hazard, more likely. Turns out what happens to dominate is the, holy shit, serious people are talking about what? Maybe there's something to this climate problem after all. Thank you.
So let me ask you guys about sort of the current state of play. So when I did this book back in 2009, Ken Caldera said there's been no public funding for this at all. Everybody's doing it kind of as a hobby on their own time in their own backyard, and that was that. And earlier than that, I remember Jesse Ausubel came out with a paper around 2000 talking about adaptation, and he was punished severely for talking about adaptation when everybody knows what you've got to do is eliminate these greenhouse gases. And if you even talk about adaptation, that people will relax, and that's terrible. And he got a professional hit just for saying out loud that you could think about that, do research on it. But here we are, 2016. We're over, 450 parts per million. It's moving right along. Are we moving right along? Is there money for researching geoengineering now?
It is stunning. In a nation that is, in many ways, led the world in open scientific research, we have really nothing in the way of organized research. And that's despite the fact that the National Academy discussed and recommended some research in its 1982 report, also formally and in detail in a report on solar geoengineering last year, even saying that, actually now it's the year before last, even saying that field experiments might make sense. I personally got involved in this first about around 89 or something when I was a grad student here at MIT. I think I first got to speak to an academy committee sometime in the late 90s on a very hot day in DC. And people never really argue back. I mean, well, some do, but in general, the kind of elite opinion is, oh, yes, it would make sense to know more about this, but somehow we just can't. And incredibly, that's still true. So at this point, there is a formal Chinese research program. There are several research programs in Europe. Now, there's lots of people in North America doing research. We are and others on by diverting money or by philanthropic money. But we need a serious, open, international, no-nonsense research program, and we don't have one. And that is, in my view, a kind of political cowardice.
So are we talking about what kind of research are the Chinese and others doing? Are they screwing around with climate models or what?
So far, almost all climate models. There's talk about doing field experiments, but almost nothing is happening. I'd say our group and a few others at University of Washington and a few other places have sort of been leading and thinking about how we could do very small outdoor experiments, not experiments that would alter the climate, experiments that would help us understand some of the key processes so we'd better be able to judge the risks and efficacy. But at this point, I'd say it's almost all climate modeling or actually social science. So in this case, because this is such a polarizing topic, with good reason, in fact, there's now evidence that there's been more social science and governance papers published by some margin than there has been science. And we go to meetings and we mostly talk about whether it's okay to talk about it, not actually talking about it.
Gernot, are there economic models being explored in relation to all this?
Well, in some sense, too many, right? There's too much of that going on. But just maybe 2 quick points. So one, just to be clear when we say small-scale experiment, right? Sort of the most ambitious experiment, in a sense, talking about emitting as much sulfates as one commercial airliner does in 1 minute of flight. And there's, 30,000 up there right now? Right? These are tiny, tiny experiments. Yes, they are outdoor, but still, they are not going to do anything to the planet. Now, a second bit is actually, and this is now over the last year or two, a very recent development, it is in fact a couple major environmental groups. So EDF, where I was until 6 months ago, NRDC, Natural Resource Defense Council, are the two most prominent ones that have in fact come out in favor of small-scale, careful outdoor research on the topic.
Is that a flip for them? Did they used to forbid it?
Not a flip. I mean, it's the first time they're coming out, right? It was always sort of like EDF's position on nuclear, for example, doesn't exist. There is none, right? Price CO2 and get out of the way.
Right.
On solar geoengineering, very similar. There, in some sense, there was no formal position at all. But now, in fact, they are coming out in favor.
So, David, describe the kind of experiments you'd like to see done on the whole planet.
Well, in the short term, no experiments on the whole planet. But I think what we'd like to do, what we're trying to drive, is a real research effort that, within a decade or so, delivers in an open way to some level to the world, really deep knowledge about how this might be done in a technical sense, how you'd monitor it, what are the most likely failure modes, how you would test for those failure modes, and some ideas about how we govern this thing. So in terms of individual experiments we're thinking about, so we've worked mostly into the technical work on stratospheric aerosols. There are plenty of other ideas, but that's the one we worked on. And the main idea forever has been the idea you could put sulfuric acid in the stratosphere. That's because we know volcanoes do it, and we know that it cools the planet. It doesn't have huge side effects. But there's lots of ideas for things beyond sulfates. We've been thinking actually about bases, calcium carbonate, limestone, which actually turns out to be better optical properties than sulfates. And it also looks like it would restore the ozone layer. So it actually, instead of damaging the ozone layer further, it would actually slightly restore it, counteracting some of the destruction of the ozone layer that comes from chlorofluorocarbons, chlorine compounds that we emitted over the industrial era. So
say more
those
about
experiments.
That. So it's instead of sulfate particles, it's what?
We've looked at calcium carbonate. We also looked at diamond and so on. But to give you a sense of what these experiments would be, they'd be below.
Diamond.
Yeah.
Diamond dust.
This sounds like an expensive program.
Well, you can, before we published that paper, I actually took the time to go to deepsourcealibaba.com, and you can actually get LPCVD, low pressure chemical vapor deposition, bulk diamonds or silicon carbide for like $100 or so a kilo. And actually do the math, that turns out to be affordable even at that price for solar geo. But if you talk a little bit to the vendors, I don't think there's anything that hard about making them at that scale. Making big gem quality diamonds is hard, but making half-micron diamonds is not so
hard. Say more about basically the chemistry that's supposed to happen in the stratosphere between the carbonate, the sulfate, and the diamonds.
Well, so it turns out, well, I think those are different ideas. But what we've started to do is think a lot about the ways that the existing ideas have weaknesses, which are many. So what's bad about sulfates? Well, sulfates are bad because they absorb light and they warm the lower stratosphere, and that has all sorts of problems, actually letting more water vapor in, which counteracts the effect and has other bad implications.
So, and this is what Pinatubo and other volcanoes do normally. They
That's
put up
sulfate.
tens of tons of sulfate into the stratosphere
Yep.
and do what they do.
So that's what we know nature does. So a big volcano will put millions of tons of sulfur compounds in the stratosphere. They last for a couple years. And we've seen the cooling. We know that it will cool the planet. But we also know that it can damage the ozone layer, actually by making the chlorine we put there more active. And so we've been thinking about ways that we could counteract that. But in the end, all of this is talk until we do real experiments. So we are, at our lab, we actually have now a lab experiment looking at some of the key chemical interactions, because computer models are great, but the computer models depend on actual knowledge of chemistry we don't have well enough. But to give you a sense of what the flight experiments we'd like to do would be, these would be very much like what our group has done before as normal science. They'd be small balloon board field experiments. Would be up in the stratosphere for a day or two with a balloon and a bunch of scientific instruments, and you'd release, sort of that much of some compound and then look at what it did in a little puff or cloud in the stratosphere. So what I think we need is a whole set of those, as well as development of a broad set of engineering technologies and kind of systems engineering sense to build up the capacity to do this and to monitor and verify it. That really is the kind of capacity we need to, I think, deliver to the world, which doesn't say it should be done. It says there's enough evidence that this might be useful that we need to seriously develop the knowledge of how to do it so we can better make good informed decisions.
Well, you talk about system engineering. You're engineering a system that is not fully understood in terms of its complexity and all the rest of it. Is that the responsible thing to do?
Well, we are committed to that. So with what we're doing with carbon dioxide and the existing aerosols, we are manipulating a system we don't fully understand. There's no way out of that, save the time machine. I think the question is how we go about doing that, how we do it in a way that couples human governance with some level of planetary management. But I don't really see there is an alternative where we're not altering the system.
Go ahead, Karen.
Maybe just to add a little bit of economics to this, right? So in many ways, it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. And of course, if it's a question of when, then it's a question of how intelligently are we going to do this. Now, what I mean when I say this is, right, so the most expensive thing, of course, is not mitigating climate change, right? That costs us trillions of dollars. Mitigating climate change, cutting CO2, is much, much cheaper than not acting. But of course, it's in fact expensive. It's also in the trillion-dollar category.
Per year.
Per year, yes. Now, what we are talking about research now, which of course is right in the tens of millions of dollars, but even at full-scale deployment, solar geoengineering would be around sort of single-digit billions of dollars per year. Now, that's not...
To accomplish what level of cooling?
To stop the warming. And I think the concern is that this isn't, people, you may think this is a thing that big countries like the US do, but as Oliver Morton's book and others play at, the people most affected by climate change are in many of the tropical countries that feel the heat the most. And any countries of those countries or a coalition have the technical capability and money to do this. And the pressures to do it will be large. And the moral pressure to actually protect real humans whose lives are in danger will and should be large. And so part of what you could look at, what I think not just our group, but the larger research community is doing is giving people more knowledge.
Well, it sounds like part of the moral hazard here is that for a couple $1 billion a year, we can offset what is costing hundreds of billions of dollars to do in the world's economy in terms of mitigation of greenhouse gases. Well, that's a pretty easy economic decision to make, right?
Well, but you can't get out of the moral hazard. You define moral hazard, which is the right definition, as if you don't feel the risk consequences of your actions. So that's exactly the problem with CO2 emissions. Because CO2 emissions build up very slowly over time, the moral hazard is absolutely central to this, but it's actually about CO2 emissions. So part of a way to think about the reason that we're not cutting CO2 emissions is that unlike local air pollution, where we actually have made lots of progress, the US Clean Air Act will add about a year and a half the life of average Americans, and it cost close to 1% of GDP at peak. So we have made progress cutting local pollution, and that's because the generation, the people who spent the money to cut pollution got the benefits. But for CO2 emissions, most of the risks are far in the future, and that's the moral hazard. Is the simple thing to do is just keep putting CO2 in the air.
So you also got a slow versus fast thing in the sense that if you start doing solar radiation management using something in the stratosphere, you can get a pretty immediate response. And all this mitigation stuff has huge delays of actually getting it to happen, and the CO2 is still up there being a problem. This isn't just money we're talking about. This is political time.
Yep. As it, solar geoengineering works on political cycles, right? You can actually see the benefit if you pull the trigger now before you need to get reelected, right? You see effects, which you don't do with CO2 emissions.
We fixed climate change on our watch. Yeah, I can see this right now.
No RNC platform, right?
I think the key question is how the two things are coupled.
Good.
And I
Say
think
more.
the central political challenge is how to couple efforts to cut CO2 emissions, which after all are still pretty weak, with control of what's done about solar geoengineering. And there are lots of ideas about this, ideas that range from formal coalitions of states and a kind of club system where the states that are making decisions about solar geo, to get access to that club, you'd have to agree to be doing something about cutting emissions. There are more distributed ideas, but I think the interaction of those two things is the key. But what I would urge, and it picks up directly on what Gernot said, this evidence about the people's reaction to Lipitor, what I would urge is us not to assume that the natural answer is that the presence of the possibility of solar geoengineering means we do less to cut CO2 emissions. That is by no means clear. There are versions of the world that go both ways, and what we need to do is to do the best we can to tip it to a world where the presence of solar geo means that we both get the benefits of reduced risk from solar geo and do more to cut CO2 emissions.
So is this still a hobby? Are people still doing this out of money in their back pocket? Is this a sideline for you guys?
For us, no. I mean, I had done this on and off. When I say I did it back to the late 80s, that was a hobby. But in the last few years, I have, and that was part of what brought Gernot here. We're a big group of us at Harvard, not just me.
How big?
8 or 10 professors. We've now got the fundraisers to pay attention to us, and we're trying to raise philanthropic money to build a real significant center. And so that's my entire effort. I kind of put all my chips in the middle of the table to do that.
So there's a couple of like tens of millions that have come into this kind of research?
No, that's where we want to get to.
Yeah.
A couple of millions that have come
Yes.
into this research so far. From what kind of sources?
So for us, Bill Gates has been a supporter for a long time, but he's very clear that he doesn't want the perception or reality of a single person controlling that much. So he'll match a significant amount of money, but most of the money needs to come from other donors. We've got some other prominent environmental donors now to step up, and I think there's reason to believe we're going to get there, but we're not there yet.
How about China? Is that a government program?
Yes.
Say more about what you know about that.
We know actually quite a lot. The guy who runs the program was just visiting us. We're in the middle of a 2-week residency where we bring a bunch of people in, young researchers and more experienced ones on solar geoengineering to our program at Harvard. So John Moore, who's not a Chinese national, but he's lived there 8 years or so, and he's married and sort of established in China. He runs the program, and I think it's pretty open. He said there was very little pushback when he sort of finally got through the Chinese Academy of Sciences process. It's a program that looks broadly at using climate models to understand the effectiveness and risks of solar geoengineering, with a special focus on ice sheets, on whether or not it could be used successfully to reduce sea level rise.
We'll go to questions from the room pretty shortly. So far, we just talked about one whole vector of geoengineering, which is solar radiation management. But then there's also good old carbon dioxide removal or reduction. What's going on in that? Because that seems to be sort of great if we can just get the carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, air capture or whatever the hell, grow more forests. Everybody loves that, right? Or is there some forbiddenness about carbon
For both
reduction?
of them, there's a moral hazard. So you talked, your wonderful spouse talked about the fact that the extinction is forever mantra is really important to the environmental community as a way to motivate environmental action. And so there are concerns about changing the reality on the ground if we admit that extinction isn't forever. And the same way, the efforts to cut CO2 emissions have been significantly built around the idea of what's often called committed warming, the idea that it's a one-way valve when we put CO2 in the air. And so both carbon removal technologies and solar geoengineering are ways that we partly break that one-way valve. They imperfectly allow us to go back in time. And I think you get some of the precise same concern.
Just to be clear, I mean, the two are, right, so CO2 removal very much looks and feels still like mitigation, right? It's about CO2. And of course we have to cut CO2. But what of course that also means is it's also as expensive, right? Maybe even more expensive than putting a solar panel on your roof, right? So in other words, economists, the free rider effect led us into this problem in the first place, right? It is in no one's self-interest to be doing enough to decrease, or nor could we, even if we wanted to. Well, for solar geoengineering, not for carbon geoengineering, for solar geoengineering, it's the free driver effect, right? It's so cheap that one country could, in fact, go ahead.
And I should say markets play in fundamentally different ways. I actually found the startup company, Carbon Engineering, that's involved in developing direct capture of CO2 from air. And for a tiny, crazy startup, it's gone pretty well. We've sort of got to $30 million or so of committed spending. We built real hardware. But in that case, it's much less controversial because we're just trying to make ultra-low carbon fuels from solar power. And there are markets in the sense of like the California low carbon fuel standard market. So it looks much more like, from the point of view of us in that company, I'm right now sort of 20% time in that company, from the point of view of us in the company, we're not trying to engineer the planet, we're trying to find better ways to cut emissions, and we compete with biofuels and electric vehicles.
And do you have competition?
Yeah, there's a company in Switzerland called Climeworks that is sort of similar scale to us. We've both done kind of ton-a-day prototypes. We both got kind of 20 engineers. Yeah.
So these are commercial operations that will get paid basically for the valuable CO2 that you provide or the valuable reduction of greenhouse gas emissions that you provide.
Yep. So Climeworks has been focusing on greenhouse markets first of all, because taking CO2 out of the air to do greenhouses. We've been focusing on this what's called air to fuels, the idea that solar power has got really cheap, but solar power doesn't make airplanes go. And so one of the pathways is you take solar power to make hydrogen, you go CO2 from the air, hydrogen plus CO2 to fuels that you could make as hydrocarbons that were truly carbon neutral without a big land footprint, safe for aircraft. So we're not actually in the net taking carbon out of the air. We're just competing with biofuels. We use less land.
How valuable is CO2 for greenhouse gases and putting in your soda and stuff like that?
Truck in CO2 is about $150 a ton most places.
And is sequestering CO2 geologically or in other modes looking realistic or not?
It's certainly realistic. About 50 million tons a year of CO2 has been put underground for enhanced oil recovery, and a very high fraction of that, maybe 99.99% of it stays for kind of 1,000-year timescales. So that's certainly technically possible. There have been some big CO2 disposal efforts, and none of them have had any real problems. But it's clear that people don't like it much, and it's also clear that in electric power, where a lot of that was focused, the dynamics of solar power getting cheaper have really changed it. So it doesn't look as important as it did before the big drop in the price of solar PV.
How about the natural processes of fixing carbon, forests and the stuff that goes on in the oceans and all of that? What's the sort of state of play of understanding and potential encouragement of those processes?
Complicated, but I'd say there's a way in which those fundamentally don't do the same job. So at some level, the climate problem is caused by moving carbon from the geosphere, where it's been for tens of millions of years, into the active biosphere, where then the carbon can move back and forth between atmosphere and land and ocean. And if what we do to deal with a carbon problem is take carbon out of the air and build it up in the land, in forests or wood, that's a bit like building a big stock of wood that could burn, and doing it in a place, I'm trying to get the analogy right, where there's fires. And that's kind of literally true. So if we actually manipulate the land biosphere to get that much new carbon in it, we don't deal with a kind of millennial scale climate problem, because carbon moves in and out of the biosphere often on scales of, well, in a forest fire, hours, and naturally, typically decades. And so if you build up all that carbon and then you have a warming world, the carbon wants to come out. So I think those things can be useful, but in some sense, it's a different category of thing.
How about the oceans? There's talk about adding iron dust to oceans and being able to fix that, and it goes down to the abyssal plain and stays there forever. How about that?
Short answer is no. And actually known for a long time. So ocean geochemical modeling back to the early 90s showed pretty clearly that even if you remove the iron limitation on the entire ocean, which would mean manipulating the entire ocean biosphere, you maybe get 1 gigaton or half a gigaton carbon a year of export to the deep, which is like 10% of current emissions. And at some basic level, why would anybody think that to cut emissions by 10% net, you'd manipulate the whole ocean? It's just not serious.
Okay. First question here.
Yeah, so we talk a lot about temperature when we're talking about climate change. It's kind of like a nice single number that we can point at and talk about. And it seems like the geoengineering is largely, like a lot of the rhetoric around, is focused on reducing the temperature. I'm wondering how much, how well we know that there's kind of a causal relationship that reducing temperature will kind of undo some of the effects of climate change that we care about, or whether it's kind of like an easy to measure proxy.
Which effect are you particularly thinking about?
I guess a lot of the, like the rising sea levels, weather, extreme weather events. I don't know.
So the answer is we don't just think about temperature. Part of what I said in the intro is that in fact global temperature is too easy. It's sort of irrelevant. So it's certain. It says global geoengineering is perfect for global temperature, but that's a trick. So the question is exactly what you said: how well it actually works for extreme precipitation events, extreme temperature events, the things that actually drive a lot of the human impact, crops and sea level. And because there isn't a serious research program, we don't know as well as we should, but the early evidence is actually pretty promising. So it looks like, in fact, for extreme precipitation events, it's relatively more effective, small amounts of solar geoengineering, than it is for temperature in a way. And in fact, there's a recent article we're trying to get a New York Times op-ed in that pointed out that hurricanes are being suppressed now because of the aerosol pollution, because they're particularly sensitive to that. And so that's an example of an extreme event. So short answer is you're asking the right question. For ice sheets, the uncertainty is deep. So if you go down to the West Antarctic, and indeed, those pictures we had up weren't just stock photos. One of them was taken for me in a kayak in the West Antarctic. And the question is, will we trigger the West Antarctic ice sheet collapse, or have we already done that, which is actually in the realm of possibility? And the question of the extent to which solar geoengineering could counter that, I think, is a research question. We just don't know very well.
Thanks.
You know, this dimming question is pretty interesting to me, because presumably China is in the process of cleaning up its air enough so that people can breathe in Beijing and so on. And the numbers I got a while back were this, that basically coal burning and whatnot is putting up about 100 million tons of the stuff into the lower atmosphere, which is keeping the planet maybe 2 or 3 degrees Celsius cooler. And if that keeps clearing up, I mean, this was, Paul Crutzen started talking seriously about geoengineering when he looked at that very issue back in 2006. So, you know, how severe is that change, and how rapidly is it coming? And should we stop cleaning up the air because of all these problems we'll get with it?
Well, so in that, why don't you go for it?
No, we should not stop.
No, okay.
Yeah. Europe in the 70s, right? Acid rain, enormous problems from sulfates in the troposphere, the lower atmosphere, started cleaning up in a serious way, as did the US in the right around then, and in the 1990s with the Clean Air Act amendments and cap and trade for sulfur dioxide. Now, for Europe itself, just Europe alone, decreasing tropospheric aerosol pollution has likely increased temperatures in the Arctic by 0.5 degree centigrade, almost 1 degree Fahrenheit, right? So that's the real trade-off, right? So should we, in fact, should we not stop killing people Well, of course, we should, right? Sorry, that's a double negative. Should we stop killing people? Yes, we should do that. But then there's the trade-off, right? Tropospheric aerosol versus stratospheric aerosol injection, where the latest calculations are a 50th of the amount that is necessary.
It's actually really 50 times 26. It's an even bigger number because for every ton of sulfur we put in the lower atmosphere, putting a ton of sulfur in the stratosphere is about 26 times less health impact. And you need 50 times less sulfur to get the same radiative effect.
So change is clearly, change is underway anyway, and what we're talking about is how we're responding to these changes that are occurring. I think I have a question over here.
Is this on? Yeah. So in the last panel, there was a lot of talk on kind of the ethics of deploying these sciences in the actual field, and like getting consent from people, and how do you go about getting that consent? So I'm wondering, in this case, where we have a full-scale like global deployment, where it's no longer an island of 100 people, it's literally everyone and the entirety of nature. Like, how do you go about getting consent to actually go about one of these things if you wanted to? And if something went wrong, who would be at fault here? Who would you blame?
So I think that's the big question. I think it's both harder and easier. Let me first say why it is easier, because there are some ways in which it's wonderful to have both panels back to back, and we actually had a geoengineering governance meeting at Asilomar, deliberately echoing the old Asilomar meeting on gene recombinant DNA.
With way much less productivity.
Yeah, no kidding. But there's one way that they're really different. And I mean, this is a bit of a glib phrase, but I like to say it. Sulfur doesn't have sex. So if you do a tiny thing like an experiment, a field experiment, or you did a tiny test deployment of sulfur in the stratosphere, it is certain that if you stop putting a sulfur in the stratosphere after a year or two, you're back where you started. That's really different. That is, we can argue about how much, but there is at least some risk that laboratory or tiny field experiments with genetically modified organisms could have global implications. I'd say there's no equivalent risk for solar geo. There's no way, because none of these things self-reproduce. They don't have sex. There's no way that some tiny little laboratory thing has a global implication, well, except one way, I suppose, which is the idea. So, I mean, except for this moral hazard, the fact that the very idea that it's possible might change behavior. Yes, that's true. But then so's speech.
Grant, what do you got on this question?
But just what, on the other side, how we actually make a global decision like this is in some ways unprecedented. And I think the answer is we're making it up as we go along. It's a deep question.
Grant, how do you handle the global consensus question?
Well, so one way it has been handled in a different realm, where frankly there is no global government, right? We know that for none of these sort of global problems. Well, for oceans, there's the World Ocean Commission, right? Ex-politicians, 15 or so wise men and women. Now, they don't have any, right? This is not the world government here. They don't have any power. It's a talking shop, if you will. But it is a place to give guidance, right? I mean, frankly, step one in some sense is, if it comes to deciding where to set the knob, is take that decision away from the scientists.
Agreed.
Right? So the science can provide the technology. It's everybody else, literally everybody else, who needs to be there when the decision is being made where to turn the knob. And just to be completely clear about what we are trying to do, right? We're not trying to deploy this. We're trying to research it, right? We are trying to find a way to figure out whether, right, if the benefits to costs, since the benefits to costs turn out to be sort of in the realm of vaccination, sort of 1,000 to 1, right? Well, maybe we should be looking at this. Maybe there are real benefits there. Or given that what we know at the moment, there are real benefits there, well, maybe we should be looking about even eventually deploying this kind of technology if the benefits outweigh the costs to the tune of 1,000 to 1.
Is there a reason to think that the sort of major greenhouse gas emitters, Europe, North America, China, South Asia, might themselves come to, among themselves, some agreement that they're the major causers, they have major responsibility, and an agreement among them, which we've already had pieces of in relation to climate diplomacy already, that they could, in cahoots, basically set something like this going at scale. With the full knowledge and compliance of others, but that they're taking the responsibility of making it happen.
Certainly it could happen. I think the conventional view is that it's the big countries that drive it. And at some level, if the big countries really don't want something to happen, they have ways to do that. But I think this is, in odd technology, because there's nothing actually technically that hard about it, because it's cheap, it's really unclear where the leadership in deployment might come from. And it might well be countries that see the biggest risk. So in our group and other groups, we've begun to engage. So we had a wonderful student who works now at Harvard's Center for International Development who went around the Philippines talking to both lay people and professionals in the Philippines, giving them a pretty negative, actually, initial video about solar geoengineering and asking them what they want to do. And the result is they're so eager to engage, they may end up paying us money to engage. So it really is different. And likewise, who was it? Somebody in the last day was telling a story about interacting with people in the Sahel region who have such concerns about climate variability. If they hear there are ways to manage that, they are deeply interested. So it's very unclear what shapes the politics of this, and it may not be what you expect.
So is it, there used to be great fears that there would be unilateral geoengineering. And so China suddenly decides to geoengineer, and those of us living downwind across the Pacific decide that's an act of war, and bad things happen. What's the state of worry about unilateral geoengineering?
I think it's still there. I think there is an underlying ability and tendency to unilateralism, but on the flip side, this is a world where power is diffusing. States, in many respects, have less power than they did half a century ago, and I think real out-and-out unilateral action seems to me an unlikely thing. I think more of coalitions, and don't forget the role of civil society. States are not the only actor here. There are lots of ways in which non-governmental organizations or things like a Global Ocean Commission, which is partly established by NGOs, can shape what happens. We're not living in the 50s anymore. It's not all simply what states do.
So can some of the research with actual atmospheric experiments be done unilaterally? Can you guys go up basically over North America with planes, put stuff in the stratosphere and see what happens?
Yep, for sure.
I mean, if it's research, it's not planes, right? It's balloons, sort of, to draw a real line between deployment and
I mean, a flip side is if we get really extreme restrictions on research, which haven't happened but might happen, will you see kind of civil disobedience? So there are wonderful videos all over the internet of sometimes just parents and children who've got to look with their own technology and hands and money at the blackness of space and the curved arc of the sky, this amazing thing that most of us never see. And you can do it with a weather balloon and an iPhone, and it's a really small technology. So it's not that expensive to get the stratosphere, $1,000. And you could imagine if there really are restrictions that say no experiments ever, people will do stunts or art stunts as a way to show how odd a restriction that would be, because it would be a restriction on intention, not on action.
There you go. We are at the end of this hour. Thank you very much. Thanks for fixing the climate for us. This is going to be a great relief in this century to solve climate change, but it'll take a century, won't it?
Thanks for leading the way and thinking about it.
All right, thank you. Thanks.
Thanks so much to all of our panelists, particularly to Stuart, for leading the way here. I keep checking in on our discomfort meter. We actually are working on programming one on Twitter. I know that raised it significantly, so I think that's a good thing. Most of our forbidden research conversations so far has been in the realm of the scientific and the technical. But those aren't always the areas in which research finds itself off limits, somehow difficult to talk about. We're now going to switch gears quite sharply and move on to a topic where, to the extent that research ends up being forbidden, it's really for cultural reasons, and it's really people's, in many cases, inability to accept the idea that Islam, a religion practiced by more than 1 billion people worldwide, can be compatible and completely consonant with issues of human rights and women's rights. So we have 2 speakers who are going to talk about this topic in a session that we're calling Rights and Rights. We're incredibly lucky to have with us Ala Morabit, a physician, an activist, a UN advocate for the Sustainable Development Goals from Libya. We're also very, very happy to have with us Saeed Khan, who teaches Middle Eastern studies at Wayne State University, researches extensively on Islam and the diaspora and the politics of the Islamic diaspora in the US and the UK. So let me welcome them both to the stage for Rights and Rights.
There is a wide perception that Islam is a violent and oppressive faith, where women, in particular, are controlled, suppressed, and manipulated. Usually when Westerners think of Muslims, they think of the Middle East. In fact, expressions of the faith vary globally from culture to culture, and only 15% of the 1.7 billion Muslims in the world come from Arab countries. To be sure, we have witnessed violent acts and the oppression of women and others conducted in the name of Islam, but the majority of Muslims have condemned such acts. So why don't we have a better understanding of the true values of Islam? For countries like the United States, it has been politically important to maintain a foothold in the Middle East. This has led to skewed media coverage, political indifference to state-sanctioned violence, and numerous wars. The result has been a merging of Islam with extremism in the Western mind.
There is only one Islam, and that is a dangerous ideology.
Throughout it all, Islamic religious doctrine has been usurped by leadership in the West and in the East to support political ideologies and justify their actions. And as long as the faith is used as an instrument by politicians to maintain power, someone has to be at the bottom. Unfortunately, it's usually the women. On the one hand, you have conservative Muslim politicians and religious leaders actively misrepresenting religious verses to assert and maintain control in an effort to silence women. On the other hand, you have liberal and non-Muslim communities speaking for Muslim women, claiming that they are horribly oppressed. From both perspectives, the agency of Muslim women is being ignored, as if they don't have the intelligence to make their own decisions, or couldn't possibly have chosen to be Muslim on their own. The reality is that women of this faith do have significant agency and have accomplished great things, but are minimized politically and economically precisely because of their power. Why do we remain allies with nations that fully support the degradation of women's rights? How can we get past political agendas and media representations, separate faith from politicized and institutionalized religion, and separate rhetoric from reality? What will it take to change the global perception of Islam and for Muslim women to not only be part of the conversation, but to be leading it?
That round of applause was both for missing pieces, but more for me, because I narrowed. So we have been having, I'll stand up in the beginning in the back because I have not been blessed with height. And I was sitting in the back earlier and know how difficult it is to see up here. But we've been having this conversation about technology and about forbidden research within the sciences. And while they may not seem very connected, I would argue that they actually are. If we look at a lot of the things we've been speaking about today, be it genetic engineering or the things that occur in our daily lives, the challenge of reproductive rights or global peace and security, a lot of the stagnation, a lot of the challenges are actually rooted either in the perception of religion or in the political manipulation of religion. People utilize it for their own political and economic advantages every day. And regardless of how much we research, we find that actually putting it into practice and policy becomes quite difficult because we have to deal with one another. So today I'm joined by Professor Saeed Khan, who has done phenomenal work both here in the US. Oh, thank you. They tried to give me a lesson on how to use the clicker. And so I preemptively apologize for my inability to do it. Yep, so I'm joined by Saeed Khan, who is a professor at Wayne State University and has actually done quite a bit of work on Islam and the challenges of modernity. And today we'll be taking the conversation through about 4 key points. We'll be talking about the perception of Islam or Muslim women here in the United States, and then more so globally, throughout the global north. We'll then be talking about why the political climate and security climate are actually quite different than the realities on the ground, and how that translates, and we'll be referencing specifically current policies on countering violent extremism, because that is such a hot topic, both in the global north and the south. And finally, we'll be finishing off on what are the key next steps in this dialogue. Is it research? Is it policy? What needs to be done to actually change the situation for the 1.7 billion Muslims and for everybody else? So I'm going to start by asking you, given the work that you've done and the research you've done on Islam, what are the perceptions here in the US?
Well, not great. I think it's fairly safe to say. But there was a recent Brookings Institution survey that was done last week, as a matter of fact, which showed that things are slightly improving vis-a-vis the perception of Muslims, maybe not so Islam per se. And it's interesting to see that this report came out after the tragedy of Orlando, that despite that, there seems to be now the turning of a proverbial corner in how people perceive Muslims, and part of that perhaps is an intensified civic and political engagement by Muslims, particularly those living in America, or more broadly North America. But when I take a look at Islam within the Western context, I actually invert the methodology. I'm more interested in seeing how are Western societies mutating instead of looking at the mutation of Islam per se. In the United States, we are living through quite a bit of a paradigm shift when it comes to the demographics of the country, particularly as we're lurching toward 2043, when by most estimates the United States is going to become a majority-minority country. Because taking a look at this phenomenon that is sometimes and colloquially called Islamophobia, I noticed that the perception of Muslims by broader society was eroding the farther one moved away from 9/11. And this seemed to be, at least initially, counterintuitive, that if there were ever a time when people would have the most negative perception of Muslims, it would be right after the terrorist attacks in 2001. But there was a slide that persisted throughout the aughts and into the 2010s. And especially culminating around 2010, some of you, of course, remember the controversy of the so-called Ground Zero Mosque, as well as Reverend Terry Jones, not the Monty Python Terry Jones, wanting to come to Dearborn, Michigan and burn Qur'ans. And this was also coincident with the August 2010 Time magazine cover story, Is America Islamophobic? And so I started to take a look at various markers in order to test the hypothesis of, in fact, what's the relationship of Islamophobia with then the changes that are happening to the United States. 2010, the US Census comes out and shows that for the first time in American history, the number of non-Hispanic white births is being outpaced by non-white births. Fast forward to 2013 and the Pew Center for the Study of Religious Life in America coming out with a survey of showing the religious demographics. For the first time in American history, it's a country that is no longer majority Protestant. So we find then that the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant essentialism of American identity was now becoming less white and more brown, less Anglo-Saxon and more Latin American, less Protestant and more Catholic. And I was trying to situate Islamophobia within this. And for a group which, depending on the survey, is either 0.6% of the population or 3% of the population, this is a group that is invariably lacking in social and political capital, which makes it a fairly easy target.
So I'm going to play devil's advocate a little bit and say, regardless of Islamophobia, it seems that Islamophobia in America, I could argue that there seems to be a perception, even from people who may not necessarily be Islamophobic, that Islam does not exist with women's rights, that the two are mutually exclusive.
Right.
Now, that's something that's been very apparent based on almost every research conversation that's been had, that there is a moral obligation for the US to promote women's rights and by default then minimize the role that Islam can have politically.
Right.
What are your thoughts on that?
Well, in the United States in particular, we find then that the Muslim woman becomes the site of contestation. And we see how she is instrumentalized both domestically as well as in a foreign capacity, that somehow or the other she needs to be saved. She needs to be saved from her own religion, she needs to be saved from her own culture, she needs to be saved from her own patriarchal ontology. And as a result of this, you find then that the manifest destiny of salvation, of emancipation, becomes such a strong trope. And it's fascinating in the European context where there's also a moral panic occurring, that the magnum opus of post-Enlightenment philosophy, the European Union, everyone getting along, seems to now be structurally and systemically flawed. And as you see with this graphic here, you find that here are some Muslim men, ostensibly clerics or at least pious, who are raping multiculturalism. And it's also fascinating to see that it's not just the Muslim woman who's being instrumentalized here, but it is also Europe that perceives itself as being a woman being raped or having her consent taken away from her.
Well, I tie this a lot into the work that I've done on sexual violence and conflict because we often discuss how women's bodies are seen as the borders of a nation. And so while we argue, and many people argue with Islam and honor killings that Muslim societies see Muslim women as the honor of that family or that community. But what strikes me is that's actually quite similar when we talk about Europe. Despite the fact that it is not a Muslim country, women are definitely seen as the honor of the community, and that's why we saw the political outrage following the attacks in Germany. So my one, I think where I would like to veer this to then is from a more global perspective. If we're now looking, okay, so there is this assumption that women are objectified and oppressed, need to be emancipated, as you said, that Muslim women do not have agency or capacity, then why are we asking Muslim women in particular to be our tools for first information in countering violent extremism? Why now are we emphasizing the role of Muslim women in global security? Why now, if we have argued for so long and we have spoken for so long about the need to liberate them, be it in Iraq and in Afghanistan, wars have been started based on this assumed morality to protect Muslim women. Why now are we saying, okay, so they are key in this fight?
Well, I think it's the understanding sociologically of not only their visibility in the public sphere, especially when we see the debates happening in Europe, but also the centrality of Muslim women when it comes to the nuclear family. And so we find that as a keystone or as a linchpin, to go ahead and place this focus and to usurp the narrative of them, essentially to take the agency not just away from them, but from the Muslim community, becomes then a very easy and exploitable measure. Now, in the case of Europe, about a decade ago, at the time, President Nicolas Sarkozy, when it came to the hijab ban, was speaking on behalf of Muslim women. He was saying the reason or the impetus for this ban is to liberate Muslim women ostensibly from themselves. And what was ironic about this is that Sarkozy saw himself as a wali, which is a term in Arabic which means guardian or custodian. And it's particularly reminiscent to the older sociology of Islam of tribal society. Now, that society was predicated on three major factors, being patriarchal, being tribal, and being custodial. So as society has moved on, and particularly Europe with Rousseau's social contract and most of our interactions being contractual, here was Sarkozy being a throwback to a bygone time in Islam, which actually Islam has evolved from custodial societies to contractual societies. And he felt the need to now be the tribal chieftain for French Muslim women, despite the fact that, of course, they hadn't asked him to do so.
So then how do we marry that, this sense that in the global north we've decided to dictate and say what can be worn, what can't be worn, what they are capable of, that they need to be protected, etc., with the fact that we politically sit down at tables with the countries which most export and support the negation of women's rights under the name and under the guise of Islam?
Well, I think part of it is we have to deconstruct this fallacy of morality being the prime driver of foreign policy. I would say that it's not, and of course people are free to debate this, that it's immoral, but just for the sake of symmetry, I'd like to keep morality and immorality out of the equation and say that at best it's really an amoral relationship. And it's remarkable how then the narratives form in the liminal spaces. I think earlier we were talking about how the liminality between a woman's legs then becomes both how Muslim women are perceived and certainly how Western women are also, with the securitization of the West, need to be protected from this menacing threat that is coming out. So when we take a look at how then an amoral trope is employed, how to reconcile dealing with governments, how to deal with societies that are oppressive, it comes down to the dollars or it comes down to the euros. And it's fascinating to see these contradictions without any sense of guile, without any sense of self-reflection. And I'll give you one example, again, going to France. And by the way, if anyone's French, I apologize, I'm not trying to bash French. I love flying Air France, by the way, so hopefully that'll serve me as a couple. Now, this is interesting. This is actually a Belgian woman, and these are the catwalks of Paris. It's perfectly okay to feel as though you're championing Muslim women and trying to liberate themselves from the quote-unquote fortress of their physical countenance being oppressed behind the burqa and the niqab, unless you can profit from it. So whether you are Gerbeau or whether you are Dolce & Gabbana and you are able to then make it part of haute couture, then it's perfectly acceptable. In Paris today, a woman wearing the hijab going to Tati, which is a down-market discount clothing store, spending 20 euros, is seen as an existential threat to French values and identity. But a woman in a full burqa from Qatar, who's on the Champs-Élysées at Hermès, burning through 200,000 euros, is welcomed with open arms. So you see, it has something to do with economics being, if you will, the new morality and the new marker by which these relationships are negotiated and contested.
But I'd argue that it's always been the morality. That's how religion became politicized in the first place, was because people realized it would make some money.
Well, there's a difference between, I think, the politicization of religion and the commodification of religion.
Fair enough.
And so I think what we're finding here now is that everything's for sale.
Fair enough. I'll agree with that, but I do think that the two go hand in hand.
Absolutely.
So in Libya, a lot of our work has actually revolved around utilizing religion and utilizing scripture and the sayings of the Prophet, hadiths, to actually be able to change the conversation. Because while religion may not be the cause of violence, the manipulation of religion is definitely what fires people up or what excuses violence. And so a lot of our work has revolved around working with imams, so religious scholars and leaders, to actually talk about the underlying origins of where this conversation started. Because when Islam was first brought into our societies, the reason it was partly embraced was actually because it was seen as liberating women. It was seen as putting them in a better position that they had been in pre-Islamic times. It had been seen as affording them more rights, affording them more access, affording them more opportunity. So we wanted to see where that deviated, and it became very, very clear in much of the work that we did that there was a great political change in the 1970s and 80s in particular in my region, in the North African region, that had a lot to do with the exportation of ideals from Saudi Arabia and the exportation of a particular methodology of Islam from Saudi Arabia. And that was able to reach other countries because of globalization, because now we had their radios. Now our scholars went to Saudi Arabia to get education and came back. When the age of satellite came, we got to see, for 12 hours a day, Saudi Arabian scholars speak about the right way a woman should dress, the right way a woman should look, and how important it was to keep women out of political and public life, to ensure the integrity of the family unit. Because if she is too busy running a country, she cannot run a home. So it became exceptionally important for us to actually attack this head on. And I still remember one of our meetings in Libya when we were speaking about transitional justice, because sexual violence and conflict had been a great issue. And we were sitting across from the United Nations political mission. And we had quite a few young men who were part of our local transitional justice teams. And so the UN mission asked the Libyans, well, where are your women? Because out of about 30 people, I was the only woman in the room. And they looked back at the UN team and said, well, where are yours? Because the UN team didn't have a single woman with them. So it became very interesting to me that we often cite women's rights as a cause for us to become involved, for us to stand upon, be it sexual violence and the UK's initiative there, or Iraq, Afghanistan, and how often we cite Iran as being a limiter of women's rights. But at the same time, we don't ever hold to account countries which have fully supported this. And I know you and I had been speaking earlier about the specific relationship that the West has with Saudi Arabia. And given this newfounded or newly rejuvenated relationship with Iran, how that might change.
Sure. Well, there's a couple of different elements to that, Ala. I mean, first of all, let's remember back at the 1995 Conference on Women in Beijing. And some very well-intended Western delegations came into the conference asserting the need for greater choice for women when it came to their reproductive health care. And particularly, this was an issue dealing with how to have access to medical procedures. Well, it kind of backfired in a place like India, where people started to use the ultrasound in order to then determine the gender of the fetus and then have selective abortions based on that gender, which created an epidemiological, if not a demographic, crisis in some provinces like Rajasthan. At the same time, it's also important to take a look at when it comes to the Orientalism by which we tend to look at not just women in these countries, but entire regimes and governments. It's always a matter then of seeing how we can exploit it, what can we sell. Now, a case in point in Saudi Arabia, of course there's this distraction about an anthropological anomaly, the fact that Saudi women are not permitted to drive. And this becomes then the litmus test or the barometer of an entire society, irrespective of understanding, again, the underlying sociological and anthropological cultures. We're looking at a population of 35 million people. But the reason I use the number 35 is that at the same time, not only do we correspond and interact with this country at the highest levels, we also sell them $35 billion in weapons. So the idea then that we have
which then
a
usually end
willing
up in the
market.
hands of extremist organizations that we then combat with billions of dollars 20 years later.
Whether we turn a blind eye or not to this is, I think, still an open question that's being debated. But it's kind of interesting to see that a year on from signing a deal which ostensibly removes nuclear weapons from the region, we also then highly intensify our sale of conventional weapons to go ahead and deal with a phantom menace that we had purported to go ahead and reduce.
And then we'll be fighting again in 20 years.
Boy, I mean, you're waiting that long?
So I will open the floor to questions in a moment, but before that, I do actually hopefully want to leave you on a bit more of a positive note, because I would like to think that there is a silver lining, and that is that I always say the future of the Islamic faith, in my opinion, is inarguably and very fearlessly female. And I say that because in the past 10 to 15 years have seen a complete I want to say revolution of thought about the interpretation of Islam led by women. And civil society has really kind of taken a leading role in a lot of the developing countries and in a lot of the post-conflict and transitional countries in the Middle East and North Africa and Asia Pacific, where we see them saying, okay, so this can no longer be what the blueprint for our society is or for our culture is. And there seems to be an interest to separate culture, which is a very, very strong proponent of a lot of the more traditional and archaic features, from religion and from the interpretation of religion. And for me, this is key because for the past, 1,600 years, the interpretation has been very solidly male, and it's been elite male. It's men who have authority and have power and have the ability to create more authority and power based on what they say they find in the Word of God. And you'd be amazed at how hard God is to debate with. when somebody says that they're sure that's what he said. So, so for women in particular, it's been an uphill battle because the second you begin to debate a lot of what has been interpreted, your honor comes into question, your integrity comes into question, your sheer humanity comes into question from a lot of people, some very well-intentioned who simply practice the faith, but feel as though you are going against the word of God. So I think what I would like to open up questions on is really first recognizing what we do have, and we inarguably have, and we've spoken about it a lot, the traditionalists within the faith who dislike this current trend of more open interpretation, or at least more inclusive interpretation, but also how we're going to marry the political and the economic, which we've emphasized tend to be driving a lot of the decisions made in our regions and globally, with the moral and with the religious and with the social and with the cultural, which will take much, much, much longer.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think it's important to recognize that Islam, when we're looking at states of matter, and this is something I always challenge my students on, asking them which state of matter it is, and usually you can figure out where they are on the religious spectrum with the answer that they give. And I know there's 4 states of matter. I'm here at MIT. I know about the plasma. Okay, I took some nat sci courses as well. But the so-called traditionalists will say, oh, it's a solid. Some who are perhaps a little bit more ascetic in their outlook will say it's a gas. And I said, no, it's actually a liquid, because it takes on the volume or the dimensions of the vessel in which it finds itself. And that vessel, of course, is the culture. Mm-hmm. And so that's why you have all this, this cultural diversity. But the point that you made earlier is so critical of in 1979, with the exportation of a very essentialized cultural paradigm from Saudi Arabia, this then ruptured the organic cultural evolution and marriage of religion in so many different parts of the world. And part of the reason that that happened is that these societies started to develop insecurities, that their Islam was not authentic. Many of these places were very syncretic when it came to their Islam because of how heterogeneous their societies were. South Asia with Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, etc.
They couldn't read the Quran themselves. They couldn't speak Arabic.
They didn't have Arabic as their lingua franca, so they became highly dependent then on the search for authenticity. And of course, the Saudis were only too happy to do so with the kind of authority that they were trying to assert. The rest of the Muslim world, especially South and Southeast Asia, and to a certain degree of Sub-Saharan Africa, developed a kind of theocultural penis envy. Yeah. In the sense that they said, well, we don't really know, so we will defer to you. And so you notice it is from that point where things start to tip. Regarding how women's agency needs to then be deployed, it has to be both on the theologically interpretive as well as the sociologically interpretive. So in a sense, what they need to do is have an intervention of Foucault and the fatwa. Mm-hmm. They have to understand how social control has really then been such a major part of the equation when it comes to who holds the levers of power, the exclusive levers of power when it comes to this interpretation. And you're finding Muslim women now are not only pushing back and challenging that authoritative structure, but doing so in a much more sophisticated way. Some of you are probably aware of...
As you would expect, of course.
Point taken. Where was I? Some of you are probably familiar with the fatwa that was just released a couple days from Saudi Arabia saying that Pokemon Go is a sin. Okay. Now, most people have dismissed this off because they see it as being just another embarrassment for Muslims to have to now answer to. Wow, they're even taking the fun out of holding up your phone and walking into walls and all the other things that Pokemon Go does. But the fact that the fatwas or the advisory opinions that Muslim women are seeking are much more refined than these kinds of fatwas, which are obviously the product of consultation. Somebody had asked the question of a cleric to say, can I play Pokemon Go and not go to hell? Muslim women aren't dealing with things that are that argot.
No, that's very true, and I actually want to point out some of the work that we've done in Libya and really kind of looking at both the social and political and religious involvement of women as I think being the single greatest game changer, not only for Islam, but I think for every faith. I think when every faith becomes more inclusive, it tends to change from being an organized religion meant to control and oppress and gain power and becoming more of a faith where you can actually feel as though you have a connection. In Libya, we were able to start a campaign called the Noor campaign, and it's actually now been replicated globally and has been cited in the United Nations Security Council Global Study on women, peace, and security. Because within 6 months, by working with the religious institutions and getting a lot of, as I'm sure many of you know, women's rights organizations do not have a lot of innate credibility. So we ended up having to borrow some. From a lot of the religious institutions, and we worked very, very closely with them, as well as with social and political thought leaders within our communities, and some tribal elders, and a lot of the more traditional leaders. And we went through schools, universities, mosques, et cetera, on the ground, and within 6 months we're able to reach over 2.2 million people indirectly, and that's in a country of 6 million, and over 57,000 directly, having them complete surveys on where they think the root of this problem is. What is the root of violence in our community? And a lot of people will cite answers that are I think, often left out of our conversations. So some will definitely say, well, you know what, it's my religious duty. But the vast majority will say, well, you know, my grandfather was attacked. Or you know, the land that I don't own anymore is because they came and they took it from me. Or look at what they're doing to our neighbors or our cousins in country X or country Y. And by doing this, by being able to actually fully marry this concept of religion as an excuse for violence, and manipulated religion actually as a cause to promote violence, with current geopolitical realities and security realities, we were able to have a more honest conversation about what was happening. And from there, create actual strategies which combated extremism. So being able to say, okay, so if the problem is that you don't have a job and they're providing you money and that's why you've joined, then why don't we talk about providing you a job in your local area, rather than saying, well, religion is clearly the problem, so we have to close down all the mosques. Because by closing down those community centers, we actually have more people staying at home, sitting on the internet and finding, what do we call it, the deep web? Finding all those kind of different interpretations of Islam, which have actually led for us to be in this situation now. So I'll open up the floor to any questions anyone may have. Do we have any? Why don't you come up? Easy questions only, obviously. I have a rule.
Yeah, people, please come up, line up at the mics, and we'll get in as many questions as we can.
You can go before.
Ladies first.
You can. I have a comment, honestly, more than it's a question. And maybe this is the first time I'm speaking about this in public, but as someone who's from the Middle East, I'm all the time very much surprised that we all the time, even when we discuss that in the West, we manage to look at things as we have to be a tribe. One of my major problems with countries like Saudi Arabia or even the moderate Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, that they have a state religion, and then there are all the laws and all the things that has to apply to my life has to be coming from that religion. And even today, I mean, I was a woman who wear a hijab when I was 13, and I stopped wearing a hijab 4 years ago. And I will even wear the proper full hijab with all of the things. And one of the things I noticed when I stopped wearing that hijab, that I stopped being that cool Muslim. Because, I mean, why do you care if a woman is wearing a hijab or not wearing a hijab? That's my problem with the whole conversation that is going on all the time in the Western countries about, we do all the time have to prove as a woman who's Muslim and wearing a hijab, you know what, I'm moderate, I'm amazing, I can do cool things. And now with not wearing the hijab or just being like a woman who could be anyone, all the time not getting the same kind of status that I used to have before. I'm also thinking when we all the time trying to discuss the topic of Islam and women, we all the time go back to the point zero of having us all as one block. My dad's name is Muhammad, and I traveled to Yemen and Egypt, and then I will be going into security checks all the time in London and Paris, boarding to America. But that does not mean and in the countries where I come from, they look to me you're secular, you don't want to. It's just you're all the time stuck in the middle, and I feel I mean, I'm just raising this idea of like we all the time have to touch on the topic as we were all one block. We all were born from Muslim families and we'll still be the same. And then how I look and what is I'm wearing will just affect a lot how people will have stereotypes about my life. And I just kind of find this very, we're in 2016 and we still need to say, oh, you know, like there are cool women, Muslims, they wear hijab, but they can be still doing amazing things. And then the American, yeah, there are, but there are other women who are also like from that region and not necessarily that person and does not want basically to be ruled or associated with like a state that has a religion. There are a growing secular, I have a lot of friends in Tunisia, which I think is the most progressive Arab country, who basically not wearing a hijab and they drink alcohol and they still fast and they sometimes pray and they have like some rules that they follow in their lives. I don't want to like, I don't want to go like so long. Okay, that's the last thing I want. I'm going so long. Okay, Ethan. The last thing I want to say is just like, because we're trying here to talk about forbidden research and forbidden questions, is why do we all the time have to be looked at as one block with all the same characteristic and category? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I mean, and I think your point is extremely salient and exactly why forbidden research is the meta-narrative here. It's in order to unpack a lot of these monoliths that have been created, a lot of these very reductive tropes that are then ascribed to say, well, there's only two kinds of Muslim women. There's the either or the or, and the need to then move beyond that. But the point that you made regarding state religion, if you'll allow me, the United Kingdom has a state religion as well. So I don't think it's a phenomenon that is just limited to the Muslim world. There is a state religion. It's about how civil society negotiates and navigates with that state religion and what is the process of political and civic participation in then creating some kind of a society around that. So I'm not sure how much the state religion by itself then becomes a restrictive measure.
And I would...
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, I would add though, yeah, I would add though, in terms of how you were talking about this reduction between being one type of Muslim woman or the fact that we're all looked at very homogeneously, that's not isolated only to Muslim women. That's actually something that the female gender suffers with, or female sex suffers with entirely. And if we look at that from a women, peace, and security perspective, when we talk about women's inclusion in peace and security globally, regardless of whether it's a Muslim country or not, they are often looked at victims and solely victims, and now only recently some people look at them as victims and perpetrators, right? If we talk about it in a social, you're either a prude or a whore. You're either a, you know, in cultural terms, what was it, Kim Kardashian or an Aisha Curry. You are one of always two, right? So that's not something that's limited only to Muslim women. That's a reduction that exists within the entire sex. And it's the way that, unfortunately, unless women take stronger roles, in my opinion, in politics, public life, and security in particular, that will continue to stay. So.
Well, this is the point that John Irving made in The World According to Garp. He said that in this crazy mixed up world, a woman is either somebody's wife or somebody's whore, fast becoming one or the other.
Well, that's a fair way to say it. Please say your name.
I'm Michael Skarsky. In regards to Muslim countries, governments, cultures that use a particular interpretation of Islam to subjugate women, do you know of any examples or methods to change that? And in a broader sense, do non-Muslim countries have any place to try and change the interpretation of Islam, or does that kind of change have to come from Muslims?
Sure. So I'll give you a specific example, actually, of some of the work that women are doing in this space. In Morocco, 4 years ago now, there was a young woman who was raped and was then forced to marry her rapist, and it was under the existing law. Based on interpretation which said that if you are raped, the man has a choice. He can either suffer the consequences or he can rape his victim. And it was actually a group of women, Islamic scholars, and civil society activists who said, wait a second, if your excuse for this law is religious, then we're going to find how your interpretation is not in line with the faith. And it took them about a year, but they were actually able to completely overrule that law for everybody following. In Algeria, you have the Murshidat, which is about 3,000 women, who now are really the social and moral compass for their local communities. They're the ones who go into the community. They're the ones who actually help to deal with a lot of the more traditional resolutions to conflict. So rather than going to an official court, you'll go through that system. So they do exist. There are still on a much smaller scale, and that's a lot in part because of the political systems which are exercised in a lot of Muslim majority countries, where it is very centralized power, very controlled, very muscular type of authority. But they do exist. Do I think that anybody else has the right to reinterpret Islamic legal structures and systems other than Muslims? I definitely think all voices need to be heard and it needs to be inclusive, but I don't think it's sustainable unless it's indigenous. I think being realistic, if we're talking about culture, culture is something that people genuinely need to believe needs to change and want to change it within their own society, right? And I think if anything is imposed, it follows a historical tradition of things being imposed in a region and automatically becomes discredited, becomes unsustainable, and becomes opposed just by nature. And it could be something wonderful. It can be vaccines, and people can be suspicious because of the history that imposition has had, right? So I do think it has to be indigenous, and I think people within the region have to genuinely start saying, okay, so what interpretations of faith, because Islamic law it changes. It's based on your own interpretation or on the interpretation. So what interpretations of faith are influencing our laws? Who are they benefiting, and how do we alter them to benefit the global community?
I mean, I think the historical colonial record, unfortunately, provided quite a bit of a taint to the organic development of law and jurisprudence in many Muslim countries, with the removal of Sharia and then the imposition of European legal codes. And it's important to understand that these legal codes come with their own historical, cultural, economic, and political background, which is inorganic to the countries in which they are then being imposed. And a lot of what we find now is a kind of walking back to find a system restore point in time where things were pristine, and unfortunately going back 300 years with a society that has already moved 300 years beyond and is moving incrementally faster from that point, makes it a Herculean challenge.
Next question.
Hi there. My name is Natalie Jennis, and I work here at the Center for Civic Media. And I'm wondering if, similar to, for example, Christianity, where there is a central voice with whom, especially in diaspora communities, you can esteem them with high regard, and as religion progresses, they can have greater influence over the general population within and outside of a particular religion. In Islam, does that voice exist? Who can it be, and who should it be in the future, especially with increasing women's rights and the voice of women coming to sort of the forefront of religious interpretation?
I'll take it.
You can go right ahead.
Sure. The easy answer is it depends. There's actually certain schools within Islam that have a central figure. So if one were to take the analogy of Christianity, there is a Catholic side to Islam. The Aga Khan, for example, who is the figurehead and authority for the Ismaili community, is such an individual. Within the broader Shi'i community, you have what are known as the Marjaz, the highest ranking clerical authorities. And people, whether they are in Tehran or Dearborn, will go ahead and follow the proclamations and the interpretations of the authority. Within the Sunni constellation, it is a much more decentralized, clerical authority. And it's always fascinating that when I have discussions within an interfaith capacity, some of the most ardent advocates who are seeking a single voice for the Muslim world are themselves Protestant Christians. And I've never really understood that because they're much more acclimated to the idea of decentralized clerical authority. But I can appreciate why they're seeking that monolithic voice. Unfortunately, what it does is it flattens the landscape. And it doesn't then take into account the cultural nuances which have to be understood in one way or the other. And to take a look at Islamic jurisprudence, particularly among Sunnis, the 4 major schools of law which develop, at least 2 of them develop because of geographic considerations. The Hanafi school, for example, is a very decentralized school which defers to jurists within a particular locale. And I'll give like one example. To go ahead and use the jurisprudence over water access of Medina is going to be different from the water access laws that affect Baghdad because one is in a desert and one is in a very fecund area. Another, which was a consequence and a reaction to that, said, well, now you're getting to be too diffuse when it comes to your laws, so let's go ahead and focus on Medina because this was the prophet's city. So you have to understand that these legal systems work as dialectics to one another. That's all been in place. It's more of a matter of who's holding the levers and who's trying to assert one of these schools over the others as a form of power.
And in today's political reality, that's unfortunately what's happening. So in a lot of Muslim majority countries where the religion is part of the state, you actually do have a central figure who is ordained by the political leader. So religion and politics tend to get muddled very quickly, and people are being told things in the name of religion that actually benefit the political authorities. And that was the best example of that is Saudi Arabia, where they made a clear negotiation with the religious leaders to be able to afford them their own individual power, to be able to maintain their political power. And that's something that unfortunately has shaped, I would argue, the Middle East and North Africa in particular, but sub-Saharan Africa and Asia Pacific as well.
And I think there's also this implicit imputation of religious authority which is then conferred upon leaders. And I think the place to watch right now is, of course, Turkey, and to see the way that people regard Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Here is a civilian politician, but there are people who regard him as almost being a neo-Ottoman sultan. And if you recall, in the Ottoman Empire, after 1517, the Sultan was also the Caliph.
Yeah. So I think we have 2 questions. We'll take, 3 questions. So we'll take all 3 at once, and then we can answer because we have to wrap up soon. So why don't we start?
Hi, I'm Benya Kraus. Something that really resonated with what you said during the panel was how women's bodies are seen as the borders of countries. And I wanted to ask if you could further elaborate on that point, but also elaborate on the challenges and dangers of securitizing women, as well as, especially today when we see greater involvement of women in security decisions. How do we approach involving women in these security decisions, but also refraining from securitizing women? And what's the balance there? What's the approach? Thanks.
Thank you. Next.
Both Ayaan Hirsi and Salman Rushdie, of course, are still under fatwa of various kinds that prevent them from freely appearing at casual meetings like this one. I was curious as to how one addresses Islamic jurists with regard to the iniquitous nature of some fatwas. And also, I'm curious as to, given the deep tradition of environmental law in Islam, reflected, for example, in the debate over water policies in Medina or Mecca or wherever, how that long-standing interest in the equitable division of environmental resources can be mapped into the Western conversation.
So a brief response to the gentleman and to Natalie's question. We are unfortunately missing friends from this panel, including Intisar Rab, who is a scholar of Islamic jurisprudence who's at Harvard Law School, she got a better offer, which was tonight's Eid celebration at the White House. And occasionally, Obama trumps even us. But she works on a remarkable project called Sharia Source that looks at the wide variety of religious interpretation and really celebrates the diversity of Islamic jurisprudence as one of the great strengths of the faith. And she's going to be at the Media Lab at some point this fall. I would just ask that you look at the calendar, and if you're interested in that topic, come and see her as well, because that's really her area of interest. The question that I wanted to ask, I was really struck by your analysis that since the 1970s, this very conservative Saudi vision of Islam has had a great deal of promotion through satellite channels, through networks of schools. I'm curious whether there's the possibility for alternative visions of Islam, more progressive, more feminist visions of Islam, going after that same sort of PR campaign. Where would that come from? How would we start that? And is that too simple a solution to the problems that you're so rightly posing today?
Sure.
So I'll start actually by first answering your question about really following the path of the 1970s. And I think it's actually quite difficult because the landscape is a lot less focused. Back then, if you had one radio station, and in many parts of the world, you can still actually have one radio station and reach everybody within that community. But now you're also competing with numerous forms of media and numerous voices. And that tends to dilute the credibility to a lot of people. So I think it's a lot more difficult to do it with the speed and efficacy that Saudi Arabia was able to do it. And also there is the inherent credibility of being Saudi Arabia, of being the most holy place in the world. So it tended to lend the scholars that came from there credibility and support, and the financial support that came from the political arm was key. And I don't think that we currently have anything which competes with that. I do think that right now in Islam, I think for the first time, a lot of scholars have been forced to look at it, to look at the interpretations a lot more closely. And you can see about 2 months ago, over 7,000 Islamic scholars released a statement which completely opposed extremism and supported peace and security, et cetera. And I think it's the first time that they've actually had to be held accountable for, in many ways, a lot of their actions and the actions of their institutions, which have supported a lot of these violent acts, and actually internally start saying, okay, so what can we do? And I think that is how this will have to happen. I think it will have to actually be through existing established institutions taking accountability and saying we're going to change what we've been saying, and we're going to actually recognize that we have to have religious accountability rather than political power, but also from civil society gaining strength within the region. And I think from the fact that we do now have different platforms that we can speak from, so you're going to hear a lot more voices that you haven't heard in the past. The question on the securitization of women actually is a wonderful question. Women as borders is something that we've seen since the beginning of conflict. If you wanted to invade a country, you were advised to rape the women so that they could have your offspring. Your offspring would not be as willing to fight you in the future. So it was almost a long-term, peace process. And so women have often been seen, because they are the bringers of whatever, ethnicity, religion, nationality that you are, right? And so they hold a significant power simply in their ability to propagate a group. Now, in the securitization of women, which is actually since 2000, the United Nations had the Women, Peace, and Security Resolution, which actually stated that women were key agents in security, but they also had key vulnerabilities in conflict. And that's actually been a guiding principle for a lot of women's rights organizations and activists, myself included, on how we gain access with policymakers to be speaking about women's inclusion in peace and security. Because prior to then, we didn't have any official documentation which provided us that kind of authority or credibility. The problem with the countering violent extremism and securitization agenda is that in the past 2 years, with the priority of countering violent extremism, a lot of research has shown that the degradation of women's rights is actually the very first indicator that extremism and particularly violent extremism will happen in a country or a region. And that the very first people who know about it are the women. So the women will tell you 2 to 3 years before it happens, Baghdadi said he's going to come and he's going to start breaking down our walls. 2 or 3 years before it happens, we can no longer drive in the night. People are telling us what to wear. They're trying to segregate the universities, right? And the issue here is now the global security complex has decided, okay, so if women know this 2 to 3 years before, and research is showing that what they say means violence will happen in the long term, we need to start talking to the women. And so they'll start speaking with a lot of women's rights activists, which is a wonderful thing. The problem is in the security of those women when they talk to the global community, right? So those women will go and have a meeting with somebody who comes in a bulletproof car, and they'll go back to their community where everybody knows their name, knows where they live, and knows how to hurt them. And so what you find is a severe increase in the assassinations and in the silencing of women's rights activists in the region because they've dared to speak up about things without being offered protection. So securitization becomes very, very dangerous if we don't provide the structural capacity to actually support the people on the ground who are asking to risk their lives, to be taking these steps to create the kind of cultural and social change we need within women in Islam.
I think at the same time, just to add to that, we have to also take a look at the securitization of the Muslim woman in the West. If one takes a look at the political landscape in Great Britain, groups like the EDL, the English Defence League, Britain First, even BNP, the ban the burqa has been deployed by all of them in their political campaigns because of the danger of the Muslim woman wearing the burqa. What is she carrying with her? Is she a threat to your safety, to your security? Not from a cultural standpoint anymore, but coming into an area and detonating something. So it's interesting to see how there's that securitization element that's going on. Regarding your question on alternate tropes of Islam, I think that Saudi Arabia for a long time has been a Jenga game. And as people are now starting to extricate each piece from the overall edifice, there is some promise. Otherwise, Saudi Arabia has been very effective in allowing people to tacitly see equal signs. Saudi Arabia is in the abode of Islam, is Islam. And so if you start taking out those equal signs, then it puts their authority or the perceived authority over people in a precarious situation. And lastly, the question that you asked, which I think is very important, how to engage with Muslim jurists. First of all, there is a huge amount of debate and dialogue going on among qualified scholars already. I think some of the problems that we find is on the margins where people are pseudo-scholars and those people who are not themselves trained in the Islamic science of jurisprudence. They've just simply stayed at a Holiday Inn Express and think that they are in fact a jurist. What we find is also an inappropriate presumption made by a lot of Muslims that they are bound by every fatwa that comes out. First of all, a fatwa is an advisory opinion. It is not a verdict. And it is only bound, or the only people bound on it are those who are under the jurisdiction of that fatwa, which of course makes it very difficult if you're living in the United States to say that I have to be bound by something coming out of a traditionally Muslim country. Lastly, the point on environmental resources. This is a huge issue because of course, water rights. And here again, you find the kind of disillusionment happening when it comes to civil society, to the decision-making that their governments are making when it comes to the exploitation of environmental resources. It is a huge area of debate. Unfortunately, it is a debate that is being suppressed in a lot of parts of not just the Muslim world, but even more globally.
So thank you for letting us solve all the global political and religious problems. We'll be here all day to answer any questions.
Thank you so much to Alan, Saeed. Just a fantastic panel. Such great food for thought. We're going to move from food for thought to food for the body. We'd love to have you back in this room at 1:30 p.m. And please enjoy the lunch, and we'll see you back here very shortly. Thanks so much. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Please take your seats because we're going to start the next act of this conference with another wonderful piece by Missing Pieces.
There are a few issues as taboo or as emotionally charged as the subject of sex offenders, and particularly those who prey on children. Our legal system deals with them ruthlessly, doling out penalties that are second only to murder charges. In some states, the sentencing can be as severe as life without parole, or even the death penalty in Florida. And while no one would argue with the importance of protecting children from sexual offenders, there are ambiguities that come up that are difficult to address, precisely because it is such an inflammatory subject. One example is the question of treatment. Many of the punishments for sex offenders drive them out of their homes and communities and offer no options for treatment, rehabilitation, or reintegration. Many people believe that there is no treatment possible or that it isn't worth the risk. But new areas of research are being explored to manage how pedophiles might be able to redirect their sexual desires using virtual reality and robotics. Some say this could be a healthy way to live out fantasies without inflicting harm on real children. Others fear that legal virtual child pornography will only encourage the possibility of real-life sexual assault. While we may not have any answers, we can still ask ourselves whether this research should be continued, and if we are at least open to having the conversation.
So welcome back from lunch, everyone. If you attend a lot of conferences, as I do, you know that this slot immediately after lunch is the slot that's really hard to speak in because everyone just wants to be having the conversation they were having over lunch. Everyone's in a food coma. And so we thought we would complicate matters by taking both the hardest slot to fill in a conference and then taking on perhaps the most fraught topic that we're going to work on today. You'll remember that when I started this, I said that part of our goal in all of this was to make sure that we made everybody in the room uncomfortable. My guess is that this topic is going to get a lot of people on that front. One of the big things that we're going to talk about here is paraphilia. We're going to talk about sexual deviance. We're going to talk about the problem of people whose sexual desires lead to attraction to children, lead to attraction towards violent sex, lead to sexual transgression in one fashion or another. To be really clear, we're not showing explicit imagery in this panel, but this is a panel that may well be triggering for people. If you're a survivor of sexual assault, if this is an issue that you know that you have a hard time with, it's a beautiful day. I would encourage you to enjoy the balcony, to have another conversation, to take a break for about an hour. But we're going to try to deal with this very challenging topic because it's a topic that has lots of real-world implications. There's something like 11,000 registered sex offenders in the state of Massachusetts. There are 1,300 at the moment serving time for sex crimes. Perhaps most challenging, there are several hundred people in this state who are in indefinite civil confinement. And the reason for this is that these are sex offenders who have completed their prison sentences, but there are concerns about releasing them into the general population because there's fears of recidivism. Professor Arkin and I have been really trying to research this question of what are the statistics on recidivism, what's the rate on this. We, just doing some Googling over dinner last night, found numbers ranging from 10% to 50% for convicted pedophiles, which suggests more than anything else that there just isn't a ton of research on this. When you have a range that wide, it suggests that we know very little indeed. One thing that we do know from research in this field is that most people who are afflicted with pedophilia are actively trying to fight these urges. And when they talk to therapists, what they end up saying is that they're trying very, very hard not to act on the urges that they're suffering from, and they do describe it as suffering from. And so the topic that we're looking at, which is really this question of whether there are ways of treating paraphilias with computer imagery, with virtual reality, possibly with intimate robotics, which is a term that I hadn't heard until the other day. This is the topic that we're going to try to take on here. So it's a challenging topic. We're lucky to have an incredible set of people willing to take on this issue here with us on stage. To the very far side of me, my friend Dr. Kate Darling. She's a legal scholar who looks at a wide variety of subjects, but lately has been looking at sort of real-world implications of human-robot interactions, and not looking to the distant future in Asimov's law, but really looking at right now. What are we doing in our interactions with robots? How does this work? How do we interact with one another? Slightly closer, my colleague and friend Christina Couch, who works in the Comparative Media Studies Department, is also an accomplished technology journalist and freelance writer who has written on this question of computer imagery, virtual reality, and how it fits in with questions of paraphilias. And then immediately to my left, Professor Ron Arkin from the Georgia Tech College of Computing. He's someone who's done extensive work on robotics and robot ethics. And while he's normally someone that we bring to the table to talk about questions like autonomous killer robots, he's also someone who's going to talk with us on this subject as well. But since Dr. Darling put this panel together, she's going to lead us off.
Don't worry, I don't have any slides. So as Ethan mentioned, I'm a researcher here at the lab, and I wear two different hats. But something that I'm very intensely interested in is the field of human-robot interaction. So the study of how we behave around robots. And I would say that the single most fascinating thing to me about robots is that people will treat them as though they're alive. Now, of course, everyone knows that robots are just machines, they're just programmed to do things, but subconsciously, when we interact with robots, we treat them as though they're alive. And for many of us who work in human-robot interaction, a lot of us believe that this isn't just a matter of people getting used to a new technology that they're unaccustomed to, but rather something that's biological. So our brains may be biologically hardwired to project intent and life onto any movement in our physical space that seems autonomous to us. And there's a whole body of research that is documenting how strongly we respond to the cues that these lifelike machines give us. And the reason that this is cool is because it gives us this really interesting lens through which we can study human psychology. So, for example, I did a study here at the Media Lab with Palash Nandi where we found that people who have low empathic concern for others, they will treat a robot differently than people who have high empathic concern. So we can use robots to measure human empathy. And in this context, robots, the fact that people treat them sort of like a living thing makes them potentially a really great tool to study and explore sexual behaviors and sexual urges and try to understand those better. And that in itself is very useful as a research question since we know so little about this. But there are actually more questions that I'm interested in. So one thing that I want to know is not just, can we measure or observe people's behavior with robots, but can we change it? So could we use robots therapeutically to help people manage their behavior, control their urges, that type of thing? And another question I have, which I think is very important, is once child-sized sex robots hit the market, which they will, is the use of these robots going to be a healthy outlet for people to, express these sexual urges and thus protect children and reduce child abuse? Or is the use of these robots going to encourage, normalize, propagate that behavior and endanger children in these people's environments? And we just don't know the answer to this. We have no idea what direction this goes in, and we can't research it. Because aside from the fact that there's this incredible social stigma, of course, to doing work like this or even talking about it, and not to mention the lack of research funding, there are also reporting requirements in the United States that make it virtually impossible to work with people who haven't already been convicted of sex crimes and often have been in jail for them. So you have a very difficult and very skewed sample of the population that we need to be studying. And I understand why people want reporting requirements, but I do wonder whether they're doing more harm than good in these cases, because as much as people want these sexual urges, the urges, not the act, to be a moral failing, they are a psychological issue. And if we really care about helping children, we might need to be a little bit more preemptive about this. So I'll just finish by saying that courts all over the world have been struggling since the early mid-2000s with the question of virtual child pornography, so computer-generated images that aren't actual children. Courts don't know what to do with these because no child has been harmed in making them. And the technology that brings this to a more extreme, more physical, more real level is on the horizon. And while high-quality sex robots are not actually coming as quickly as many people think they are coming more quickly than society is willing to have this conversation. So I'm very grateful to be here today in a room full of really smart people who care about making the world a better place to discuss this very sensitive, very difficult, and I think very important issue.
Because I'm asking Kate a question. So, Kate, I just want you to unpack something a little bit because it went by very quickly. Child pornography ends up being prohibited for at least two reasons. One is that we don't think such a thing should exist, or that's been a societal decision. But the more important reason in many ways is that a child is harmed and exploited in the course of producing these images. 3D modeling, the ability to create digital imagery, starts raising this possibility of virtual child pornography. What's US law's take on this thus far? And are there other jurisdictions, because you're not just a lawyer, but an international legal scholar, are there other jurisdictions that have ended up handling this issue of virtual child porn differently?
Yeah, so it's complicated. In the United States, we had, I think in '96, an act that forbade computer-generated images of children. And the Supreme Court struck that down in, let's see, do you remember when it was?
It was 2002.
In 2002, the Supreme Court said that there was a fundamental free speech issue if you're criminalizing just computer-generated images and not, an act that actually harms people. And so they ended up striking down two of the provisions of this act. Since then, there's been a new act called PROTECT that was passed, which now prohibits computer-generated images or cartoons or whatever. It actually explicitly says cartoons, but only if they're obscene. Mm-hmm. So they've kind of shifted the child piece away from the child piece towards obscenity, which is a very convoluted, very complicated thing that's not well defined and kind of depends on community standards. So the US has struggled because we have such strong First Amendment rights. Other countries have flat out banned this, like Germany, I believe. And then other countries like Holland have just struggled with cases where they want to ban it, so they find some other reason. Like there was a video that was teaching young girls to perform fellatio, and they ended up criminalizing that based on the fact that it was targeted at young girls and trying to teach them improper behaviors or undesirable behaviors, rather than the fact that it was a cartoon that depicted girls. So it's very complicated, and I think courts haven't figured out a good way to strike that balance.
So I think we're gonna get back to this question of what the legal status is, but we're also gonna be wrestling with this question of what is exploitative of children and what is something that's illegalized because it's uncomfortable, it's socially undesirable, and how does that work in with questions of what might be therapeutic, what might be helpful. But I want to pass it to Professor Arkin. Thank you.
I do have slides. I gave a talk just recently in Italy with a paper written jointly with a colleague of mine from Georgia Tech, a philosopher named Jason Borenstein. But I'm not going to give that talk here. I'm just to let you know that I have a few things I've reused from them. And I've been involved quite some time. I've been a roboticist for close to, or maybe even over 30 years as well, too. And I do work in sex, lies, and violence, I guess is the best way to describe it. There's plenty of money in some ways for dealing with lethal autonomous weapon systems and doing the U.S. Department of Defense doesn't do that specifically, but I work on ethical aspects of that, but that's neither here nor there for today. I also, supposedly, according to, that was New York Magazine, taught robots how to lie at one point, and that got us a small piece on The Daily Show, among other things as well, in terms of the questions of what are you doing with these sorts of things. But we weren't forbidden, and we're still doing work in robot deception. But I'm not talking about that today. What I am talking about is a place where there is no money to be able to get this kind of research, which is in the broader aspects of this. And so this notion of intimate robotics, which actually is an outgrowth of work that Genevieve Bell at Intel did many years ago in a UBICOM conference in intimate computing. I know there was some work here in the Media Lab also that was portrayed in that case, deals with more than just sex. Sex toys and sex machines have been around since and women have been around as well, too. That's nothing new. That's not what I'm worried about. And this is my second greatest concern with the impacts upon society. The first, again, is the lethal autonomous weapon systems, which is happening now. This one is about to happen or is happening as we go. But I worked with Sony for 10 years and Sony Aibo with the Curio as well, too, which are these small platforms and have patents in human and robot emotions as well, too. So the question is, we know how to, and you guys know as well too, at least many here, know how to make people fall in love with these kinds of platforms. Now, for a small dog, you can talk about pet psychotherapy and other aspects as well too, where there are clearly beneficial roles. But what if we start doing it where we cross this proxemic boundary instead of socio-consultative space or familiar space, but we get into the intimate space where these systems start to engage with us more and more deeply? And so there are many questions which I share. I spent a week with my undergraduate class in Robots in Society talking about this particular topic, and these are the kinds of things. I mean, it's not just a question for sex deviants. Do you become a deviant if you engage in sex with a robot? I mean, what does it really mean if you actually start getting involved with this hunk of metal and plastic and getting it on? That's an interesting question in itself. The points that I'm also interested in the context of the premise for this particular session, can it serve kind of like methadone for these sex offenders, pedophiles, and the like as well too? Will it help to sublimate their desires? We don't know. This is a research question, and it needs to be explored. And the cost, if we don't explore it, is intolerably high. Whether the recidivism rate is 10% or 50%, that's 10% or 50% too much. And the point is, if these people, which we choose to do as a society, are released back into society, there will be more victims. Let's just face that fact. And we need to find a way to cope with that. And this is potentially one. But we don't want to make the world worse either as a consequence of that. So there's a lot of issues, just as there are with weapon systems, associated with the sorts of things. So this whole notion of talking about this is just, in many cases, off the board. There was a love and sex with robots workshop at the computing entertainment meeting that Malaysia came and shut down that conference as well too. They considered it, they call it ridiculous, but I think it was more than just ridiculous from their perspective. It's taboo. It is completely taboo to talk about these particular issues, and I thank you for this particular forum to start to raise these particular questions with this audience and with those that are not in the room as well. The point is, many are you familiar here, I'm sure, with the uncanny valley. That's probably nothing new to you. But we are starting, some people, and I'll show Ishiguro's work as well too, to come out of the valley of of zombies at the bottom of that particular chart. Interesting, I was thinking about that the other day. That's a two-dimensional chart. One deals with behaviors, and the other deals with the morphology or the shape or the appearance of the robot. The appearance we're getting pretty good at, although not tactile and not with temperature control and other things like that as well too. But behavior can still be a problem. At the bottom of that, it's kind of like zombie-like, and so necrophiles might be down on that particular level if we really want to talk about the breadth of abuse that occurs within humanity. This is Ishiguro's latest work. I'll have the pleasure of visiting his laboratory in September, which I have not done. These are not sex robots, but he does have extensive funding from Japan to continue this particular work, and he has a company as well to deal with these particular kinds of platforms. It's quite remarkable. In the interest of time, I will just move ahead and show you what the real state of the art is commercially, which is kind of not there. Let's take a look at that. That's Roxy over there, which actually supposedly has AI because it can chat with you and tell you the baseball scores and other things. That's foreplay, so that's the notion of that particular robot. The VR robot, as you see, has a VR head, and it has an arm which is doing what that arm, you think that arm is probably doing in that case. And other aspects as well too deal with papers, and others have been considered how the prostitution industry will prosper through the use of robot dolls, and many robot lovers, and many say this is a good thing for women because it will free prostitutes and the like, and others are saying it's a bad thing because it will end the age-old profession. So I don't have a position on that. I'm just trying to tell you what's coming down the pike. Now, this was a good article that was written by The Atlantic a while back. There was a company in Japan, I think it's Tetra, something like that, and I've actually been in contact with the guy. I asked him if I could use some pictures for this talk, and I decided against it because for the very reason I might end up being accused of child pornography, of having pictures of robot child dolls on that. But his motivation, purportedly, and in the email message, is that he wants to help pedophiles. He wants to both reduce the urges, and he wants to help the victims as well too. So this company can lead to a variety of different things. One, if you look at the right side of there, one of those robots was delivered to Canada. The guy was arrested. He was and is waiting trial. So what is it a crime? I mean, this is not just a computer graphic image. It's not necessarily based on any real child, but what do we do with this? And so if you talk about methadone, again, that's prescription-oriented. Maybe there are certain people that would warrant this particular case, and it would, in my estimation, warrant strong regulation and control and not just be available for the general public. That, to me, would be the wrong answer. But even more so, there is the, Kathleen Richardson has started the campaign against sex robots. You may have heard about the campaign against killer robots. Well, this is kind of modeled after that, not quite as big. But they had a production on, a statement on the production of child sex dolls, and they said basically Japan should shut down this particular guy. And we shouldn't do it. It's a preemptive ban. That's what the killer robots as well too. We don't want these kinds of robots. And so if you believe that, there's an organization which you can sign up and join. My bigger concerns are how it affects our relationships with each other. Having these devices potentially, and you've seen shows like, maybe some of you saw the TV shows, I don't even know if it's been renewed, Humans, which had a robot which had an adult mode, which the husband found and turned on and caused kind of trouble in the relationship over time. But Ex Machina, of course, and Blade Runner and many. I mean, we see this all the time in Hollywood, but we can't talk about it in the real world, which is really strange in some ways. So there's these notions of how the future is going to be affected by these sorts of things. One scientific study came out of Stanford just recently, and it talks about people becoming aroused if they touch a robot's private parts. And this is a generic now robot. I got two in those labs, and I used to pick it up at any place which I could get a hold of, but now I'm a little concerned if I do. But these are the kinds of platforms that can be used, and it showed that people, if you're told it's a private part, such as, what does it say, please touch my buttock in this particular case, people might feel uncomfortable, and they reported this. But they reported this in one of the most obscure conferences I ever heard of. And that's probably because it's not ready to be submitted. And I could not find an attribution of a funding source either, so I'm not sure it was necessarily funded. I could be wrong on both of those counts ultimately. And again, working with Sony, we started to learn the differences of the cultural variations of where it's appropriate to touch people and of different types of friends and others from, say, the East versus the West. And so if you're a Japanese individual, you would, thank you very much.
Ron, let me just ask one quick question before we go over to Christina. When we were looking at your slides and sort of talking this over yesterday, one of the things that you were suggesting is that as intimate robots become more common, that's likely to be a relationship that we have to deal with societally. People who end up deciding that they have robots primarily as their sex partners, that may become an identity. There's a good chance that that identity will end up being stigmatized. This question of normalization also raises this question of if people are regularly relieving urges with child robots, is that also a normalization of behavior? And is that a danger that by normalizing that behavior, regularizing that behavior, that this becomes less of a taboo, and in some sense this actually may become more dangerous in terms of pedophilia acceptance?
Yeah. The real point here is we just have research hypotheses right now. We don't have answers to those particular questions, and they definitely need to be investigated. The point that you mentioned earlier is the fact that we have a relatively small number of people, and if you've ever seen, there's a movie called Guys and Dolls. It's not the movie Guys and Dolls, but there's another movie, Guys and Dolls, which talks about people kind of like Lars and the real girl who actually are in some form deep attachments to these particular platforms. I expect as we get more sophisticated platforms, the sector will rapidly and significantly expand as well too. How that profoundly affects society is an unknown question, but we don't want to wait and be reactive to it. We want to be proactive, and that's what I'm trying to encourage here, is proactive research into this space, because hopefully, as you've seen in some of those videos there, it's happening. There's a lot of money to be made if you get that even close to right in the near term, as it happened with digital video devices and the internet, which are major purveyors of pornography. These kinds of things will find a home and a market and will be sold. And right now it's happening in places like that and not under appropriate guidance and ethical review. We need to consider this significantly so we don't make the kinds of mistakes that you're talking about.
Right. Ron, thanks so much. Christina, can I get you to contribute on maybe the visual imagery side of this discussion as well?
Hi, my name is Christina Couch, and I am a freelance science writer. So specifically, what interests me is technology, psychology, and kind of the intersections between those two things. So I'm really interested in things like how our feelings and thoughts and desires shape how technologies are designed, and in turn, the impact that those technologies have on our psychology and neurology and the way that we interact with each other. So what got me interested in the topic of this particular panel was about a year ago, I was working on an article about therapeutic uses of virtual reality. So I was interviewing researchers who are using virtual reality to treat things like post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, anxiety, phobias, addictions, all sorts of things. And I stumbled across a guy named Patrice Renaud, who is a researcher at a maximum security psychiatric facility in Montreal. And Dr. Renaud is actually using virtual reality to study pedophiles, specifically pedophiles right at the point of arousal, which historically has been an incredibly difficult thing to do, because in order to have a study subject be right at that point, you need some sort of stimuli to get them there. And typically that's images or audio files, which come with these very, very valid moral and legal issues attached to them. Super valid. So Dr. Renaud actually started researching sex offenders in 1994. And at that point, he was using predominantly audio files to kind of do this research. And he wasn't really getting very good results. He was having a hard time getting enough data. When he was conducting his original experiments, his team actually published a paper which showed that even when they absolutely knew that a study subject was a known pedophile, they could not evoke a physiological response in about 40% of cases using just audio files. So fast forward a few years, when virtual reality becomes a little bit more accessible, Dr. Renaud started building virtual environments that came with fewer legal and moral issues attached. And he actually found that he was able to get a lot more data. And not only was he able to get a lot more data, but he was also able to actually find a difference in the physiological response when a pedophile is aroused versus a non-pedophile. And those differences are mainly in motor and eye movement. So when I heard this, I was really sort of blown away because with all of the media that we have on sex offenders and recidivism rates, et cetera, I was really surprised that it is incredibly difficult to study this particular group of people. And at the same time, I was also really surprised that of all the tools we have for studying criminology, virtual reality was kind of a key piece of technology that opened up this particular study. So at the same time that we sort of had these new research tools, or at least potential new research tools coming out, we're also in the middle of somewhat of a shift in terms of how we think about child sex offenders. And at least a small part of that is due to groups like Virtuous Pedophiles. They are a support group specifically for pedophiles, run by pedophiles, and they're designed to prevent people from acting out. So it's a group that if people are feeling those types of inclinations, they can go to this group and try and find tools and resources to prevent acting on their impulses. And they're not actually the only group of their kind. A project of sort of a similar flavor that's been going on for a longer period of time is in Germany. It's called the Duckelfeld Project, and that is a voluntary confidential treatment for people who are pedophiles, specifically designed to prevent them from acting out. So kind of at the same time that we have this potential for new research tools, and we also have accessibility to a population that historically has been much more difficult to access, typically when those two things come together, you see a lot of research coming out right at that intersection. But for this particular topic, there are still really significant barriers to doing that research. And I'm kind of hoping that our fellow panelists who are actually on the ground floor of doing research can talk about what some of those barriers are.
Christina, thank you so much for that. Can you talk just a little bit about why this program's been able to get off the ground in Germany? This therapeutic program in Germany that's allowing people to come forth and actually seek treatment. What are the barriers against that in the United States at this point?
Well, I mean, we still have, like Kate mentioned, the reporting issues. One of the things with the Duckelfeld project is that there aren't reporting issues. So people can come in and be completely anonymous. From what I understand, they just get a digital number. So you're actually there's no names involved whatsoever. So the reporting issues are a lot different. And also, they have a lot more support. At some point, there was a push by some group of people, all the qualifiers in the world here, right, to actually get this thing covered under health insurance, which is mind-blowing to me. I think you would have a really tough time with that in the United States.
It's interesting. In the US, something that is becoming more common is the option of chemical castration as a response to pedophilic urges. And there are cases, at least in Massachusetts, where Lupron, which is the drug that people end up using for this, has been covered under prescription insurance. What's interesting to me in some ways is the idea that this is a treatable condition, and that what we're seeing are essentially these sort of voluntary groups trying to help people who self-identify as pedophiles not act on urges. And to pick up Professor Arkin's notion that is there a possibility that this is the methadone to heroin, that having, whether it's virtual reality imagery, whether it's intimate robots, there's some way of sort of preventing this. It seems like the big shift that we would have to have first is an understanding of paraphilias as a medical problem, a psychological problem, rather than a moral failing. Kate, can you talk a little bit about how the legal system makes that change? So, there was a moment in time where homosexuality was moral failing and crime, and then became disease, and then over time has become normalized. How does law deal with changes from something being ethically unacceptable to being medicalized?
Well, I mean, the law in the case of homosexuality was really kind of following popular culture and not the other way around. So there was a massive shift in popular culture, probably started with TV shows having a lot of gay and lesbian people who were open, and that kind of seeping into the public consciousness and becoming an okay thing, and then the law kind of came afterwards. In this case, so I just saw the documentary Untouchable that premiered at Tribeca, which is about this issue and how the legal system deals with it. And it was shocking to see how, I think they were looking at the case of Florida, but if you throw the word pedophilia into any type of policy or legal debate, all the politicians are immediately like, this is a law that's going to crack down on pedophilia. I have to vote for it. And there's no way that they can have any sort of conversation about any of these things, because it's such a, the topic just understandably raises so many emotions in people that there's no rational conversation to be had. And I was shocked when I was doing some online reading for this panel at how people who, had written New York Times op-eds about, perhaps new methods of treating this, they were getting, like, there are YouTube videos about them where people are saying that, they should be slaughtered and whatnot, just for suggesting that this could possibly be an illness rather than a moral failing. So it's very hard, and I think the social conversation has to happen before the legal conversation.
Do you think there's something in German society, which you know at least something about, that is different in sort of understanding, and just to be clear in my previous question, I was not in any way trying to suggest the medicalization of homosexuality as a problem, nor was I trying to suggest the normalization of pedophilia. What I was trying to suggest was there are shifts where we bring something out of a morally unacceptable territory and then deal with it as a different issue, for instance, dealing with it as a medical issue. It sounds like Germany around pedophilia has figured out how to make a shift into dealing with this as a medical and psychological condition. And as you just pointed out in the US, we're willing to pass laws that literally make it impossible for people convicted of child sex crimes to live within a state. They're actually constraining physical space in which ex-offenders can live so narrowly that there are huge swaths of, for instance, the state of Florida where people can't legally live. How does that shift take place?
Well, I feel like continental Europe generally has a very different attitude towards anything sexual, really. They're less Puritan than the American society, and I mean, the Germans in particular have always been very practical about this sort of thing. And for example, I believe you had some of the German government visiting your lab one day, and they were from the Green Party, and they wanted to instate, I think, a flat tax on downloading files from the internet and just get rid of copyright law and just tax people on what they download. And I was like, well, how does pornography fit into that? And they didn't bat an eyelid. They were like, of course that, and they explained how it would work, and they were like, yes, that's like any other file. I just couldn't imagine having that conversation with politicians in the United States. So I just feel like, European culture is a little bit more, less, up in arms and screamy about this topic generally.
Ron, you were ending your remarks with basically the outlines of a research agenda. You are a roboticist, you are a robot ethicist. What's stopping you?
Funding. That's the primary question. Actually, the first time I raised the topic of pedophiles being treated as methadone was maybe 10 years ago. I can't remember the meeting I was at, but of course there were people, the press was present there as well too, and that got articles, of course, because that's what the press does. And hopefully we won't be quite as sensationalistic as an aftermath of this entire meeting as well. But I did get an email from a social worker who had offered to me 20 or 30, I can't remember the number, human subjects, sex offenders that they were working with. And they said, here are some people that we can provide for these studies. And, you know, I just had to wistfully smile and say, okay, where am I going to get those resources from? Do I want the equivalent of the Golden Fleece Award in the National Science Foundation or NIH to, if they did fund me, to have the senators come out and parade this research as robots for sex? You know, that's the end of that discussion as well. The only hope, I would contend, are foundations. Foundations are one possibility. And there was a well-known foundation, which I will not name here as well too, who I had a champion at, who discussed a proposal I had. And this wasn't even a concrete proposal to do the research. This was just trying to deal with ethical guidelines and the like as well. And they evidently had, based on what my champion told me, had discussions of this and others over a period of 2 days, and nothing came from that as well too. So if it's not from foundations, I honestly don't know where the funding is going to come from.
Christina, you've had the opportunity to talk to people who are doing therapy in this space, who are really making these sort of interventions to try to figure out whether paraphilias are treatable, whether people can get help with their urges. What are people's motivations for doing this work? Clearly this is work that's incredibly difficult. There's huge barriers associated with it. There's enormous social stigma associated with it. Do you have a sense for who the people who are doing this work are, and to what extent they're able to communicate this work and perhaps start working on norm shift on whether there are ways that we can deal with these issues as a disease rather than moral failing?
I don't know that the landscape of the research coming out is big enough to draw any type of generalizations. I mean, as far as I know, I only know of 2 researchers that are using virtual reality in anything dealing with this. And maybe that landscape is bigger than my scope of knowledge, but it is small to begin with. And so it's tough to draw any sort of generalizations about who the people are who are researching or what challenges they're facing, because the field is tiny. So I don't know how to answer that, unfortunately.
Yeah. What, in talking with the 2 that you've worked on, is there a backstory to how they got involved with this work?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what Dr. Renaud's backstory is. I know that he had been studying sex offenders for years prior to using virtual reality. I really think that for him, at least, the problem of not being able to get usable data was forcing him to look for any other means of finding it. So I'm not sure.
So I want to open the mics, and so if anyone feels like asking a question, please come on up. Kate, I just want to put one more question to you, because I know that in many ways you find yourself sort of taking on these issues as they're immediately sort of emerging in the space. Dr. Arkin put a number of possible issues on the table that happen around intimate robotics. What do you see as the key research questions? They're not necessarily around pedophilia or paraphilias. As an active researcher in this space, what do you find yourself sort of looking at around the questions of intimate robotics and these sort of collisions, as you've described it? What do you predict needing research in that space?
I mean, my main research interest is how do our interactions with robots affect our interactions with humans? And, you know, I'm very much a fan of the harm principle, where if our interactions with robots end up leading to harmful interactions with other humans, then that's a bad thing. But we also have no idea whether any of our interactions with robots are going to lead to any of the consequences that people are concerned about. So I think that's incredibly important to study in intimate robotics in particular. And what was the other part of your question?
No, it was really that question of, as an experimentalist as this field, as someone who's sort of looking at designing research in this space, are there things that you're thinking about studying around this? Are you things that you know that people are actively studying around intimate robotics that are going to help us answer some of those questions, whether it is questions about harm or whether it's questions about how human relationships are transformed? I don't know if you want to talk about any of your robot harm research within this, but...
I mean, our robot harm research was looking at violent behavior towards robots, and basically we've only gotten to the point where, again, we can observe the behavior, we can measure the behavior, but we don't know whether interacting with robots changes your behavior towards people. And I think that's really the key question. It's a very difficult question to research, and particularly in the area of intimate robotics with no funding and the social stigma, I'm worried that it won't be addressed at all. And I would be interested in doing it, but again, like Ron said, I mean, he's a big name in social robotics. He can't get the funding to do it. How are any of us going to?
So we're going to go to a question first in the mic in the middle. Let me just say something that I probably should have said earlier in this conference. It's something that I like to say at academic conferences. Academics in many cases have forgotten what a question is. A question is not a statement. It is also not a speech. It is an interrogative. You can tell that it's a question because usually someone's voice rises at the end of it. And if you have a test of whether this is a question or not, let me first say that this is what I think, what do you think of what I think, is not a question. A question is something that someone on this panel in theory could give a novel answer to. So with that in mind, if you would introduce yourself and put forward a question, that would be great.
Well, that was a bit daunting. I'm Sheila Heyman.
Not you specifically.
And in the past 3 weeks, I've had to get used to apologizing for being British. I would just like to say in this context that I shall be campaigning for return to absolute monarchy on the basis that the Queen is the only person with the track record, the authority, and the public trust to actually repair the damage that's been done. Thank you. So in defense of continental Europe and its culture, I have a bit of experience of the Quakers' work in this field. As you know, the Quakers were some of the first people to start visiting people in prison, and they've also been working with sex offenders, because one of the things that worries me, and this will become a question, don't worry, about the direction of this conversation, is that all these technologies seem to me to be further sequestering and isolating the sex offenders from human society. And that surely, as you said at the beginning, is something that they're trying very hard, to get over. They want to be integrated with our society. They want to be part of it. And so my question is, do you think that that it is possible in this country to propose, I think you sort of started to answer it, a system like that whereby there are groups of people who actually voluntarily engage with paedophiles and sex offenders on the basis that they are humans too, and that we shouldn't treat them even worse necessarily than we treat violent criminals?
Terrific, thank you. Christina, do you want to try that one?
Sure. I mean, I know that there are certain places in the country that are sort of beginning to rethink things like sex offender registry and housing. A story just came out yesterday about Connecticut, I think, has a task force specifically devoted to that. So, I mean, there are some options there, and unfortunately, I'm in no way prepared to give any sort of prescriptive answer or say, this is right or this is wrong. But at least some people are beginning to look into it, and I think that even that is somewhat of a step for figuring out the best way to deal with this segment of the population.
Ron?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
As I mentioned, I'm primarily concerned with the victims as opposed to the offenders in this particular case. But if you take the methadone example as well too, if we could use it as a management tool where other human adjunct therapies could be put in place to do exactly what you say, that might be appropriate. I don't believe that this is a cure-all or a panacea for reintegrating sex offenders into society. That's a very complex problem, and it also deals with the stigma that you folks were referring to as well. But I do believe it can play a positive, it's a hypothesis again. I believe the hypothesis that it can play a positive role needs to be understood, and at least in the management of the, if it is a disease,
And sorry, I just want to jump right back in. As far as integration, whether that's a good idea, the best methods of doing that, et cetera, et cetera. We really can't talk about that until we know more about this segment. So that seems to me to be a question that is several steps away. The data is scarce. So that's an important thing.
And I'm also concerned because the people who are being visited have already been convicted of a sex crime, and that's actually a very small percentage of the entire population of potential sex offenders or people who have these urges. And right now, we do have the problem that these people have a lot of trouble coming forward and even confiding in anyone at all, because all confidentiality is waived in their case because of the reporting requirements. So while I love the idea that groups are forming to help these people, it's not enough. We need legal changes, and I think if we can help with technology as well, that's not a bad thing.
I'm going to go to Willow for our next question.
Hi, my name is Willow Brew. I'm an affiliate at the Center for Civic Media, among other things. One of my questions has to do with, you're talking a lot about a lack of data and a lack of research and other things, and this is also the most academic panel that we've had so far. And so I'm wondering if by opening up sex research to a more citizen science approach in the way that the previous panels have had, these outlier cases that you're speaking of where we're also lacking data, we might catch more that way. And are there any efforts to democratize sex research in the same way that these other fields have?
So, Ron, maybe to you?
Yeah. Well, I am an academic, so I'll take partial credit for that. I believe that this needs to be studied in whichever way and whatever way possible. Citizen science is fine as long as it is done in a scientific and a manner where we can get a deeper understanding of the problems. You could do crowdsourcing, I guess, as well, too, or other strategies to be able to try and engage a broader community. But it needs to be this does need strictly controlled scientific evaluation with IRB boards and all these other things as well, too, at least in my mind, to get reliable data. Well, as we said, we couldn't even get accurate recidivism rates, and how hard could that possibly be? From 10 to 45 to 50%, the numbers were all over the place. And that's extremely frustrating because of the dearth of data that you were referring to. So I applaud anyone who is trying to move forward in any venue possible, in any country possible, an understanding of this particular issue proactively, and not just for the pedophiles as well, too. Like I said, I'm concerned also for broader segments of our society and other societies that will be affected by the technology that is coming down the pike. We need to understand that. That might be easier to do than the sexual deviant, as so-called research, which some may view all of this as sexual deviance if you're engaging with machines, for example.
It's worth mentioning that virtual reality is also being used to study and treat people who are victims of sexual trauma as well. So this is not a one-way street. I know that the University of California, for example, is putting together, they are trying to build, I'm gonna butcher this, they're trying to build a virtual reality simulation to treat PTSD suffered by victims of sexual assault. And so when we talk about amplifying research methods, it's not just for offenders. Those types of applications can also, in some cases, be used to actually help victims as well.
So I want to make sure that everyone who's standing up gets a chance to ask a question. And so due to time constraints, what I'm going to do is just take the next 3 questions. We're going to do our best to answer them to the best that we can. So we'll go middle side of the room, and then we'll end with Victoria.
Hi. Hello? Yeah. So you all seem to agree that a lack of funding and too much stigma prevents good science on this. I guess my question is, let's say there was no stigma and there was a surplus of funding. What would the science look like? So you suggested, strictly scientific, controlled experiments, but this doesn't seem to get at the sorts of questions that Ethan sort of alluded to at the very beginning of how the culture changes in the medium and very long term, and the maybe acceptance or lack of acceptance, and how these things normalize, and how it changes the future of sort of these sorts of paraphilias.
Great. So the question there is both, what would a concrete research agenda look like, and how would we make a move around this normative question of treating paraphilias as disease rather than as moral failing? Let's go over here.
So I think there's some research that indicates that pornography has changed expectations of sex. And so if and when these child sex robots are rolled out, and you say it's happening sooner than we think it is, who gets to decide whether you can have a child sex robot as therapy, and who gets to decide whether you have it as entertainment? And so how will this be regulated?
Right, terrific. So questions about the long-term effects of pornography on sexuality, and if this is a therapeutic technology, what's the line between therapeutic and entertainment technologies? Victoria.
Hi, so I'm Victoria Modesta. I'm one of the Director's Fellows here. I'm very, very interested in the whole concept of sexual identity, especially in areas where it's kind of considered slightly inappropriate, like for example with disability and sexuality. You know, it's just something you don't really think about. But I'm very neutral on this, but just looking at the idea of sexual deviance and how much correlation or research has been done to determine whether something like pedophilia is extremely different from all the other different sexual deviances we have in society, you know, BDSM, and obviously up until recently, you know, even being attracted to the opposite sex or bestiality, or, you know, all of those range of things, you know, that are considered unnatural. How much link has there been made between those? And just lastly, if we are looking at potentially changing unwanted behavior that, you know, humans are kind of expressing, is it possible to cross-examine something like violence and the effects of virtual reality or games that have the effect on people with extreme violence? You know, is it possibly connected to just look at, you know, is it really possible to cure someone? Is it a disease, or is it just a very unfortunate natural deviance that unfortunately doesn't fit with the modern society?
So some rather deep questions there about what the very nature of paraphilias are, whether there's a continuum from more socially acceptable behavior like BDSM into more violent sexuality. Questions about, in a world where we had the money and the ability to have a research agenda around this, what is it that we would actually work on? How would we work on this question of disease versus moral failing, if in fact this turns out to be a disease rather than just a trait? A very provocative question about what we believe pornography does to desire, and whether robots that might be usable for therapeutic purposes. Kate, can I ask you maybe to take on the pornography question first?
Sure. I mean, a lot of the research on pornography is very difficult to evaluate, but the fact is that people have been doing research and have been trying to get at the question of how pornography, or violent video games for that matter, influence people's behavior. And I think that a lot of this is research that, while we need to be critical of it, we can also draw on for these purposes. So I'm answering all three questions at once, I guess. But you know, the methodologies that have been used in those cases, we can also apply to looking at robotics and VR, which are more physical. I do think that we can't completely just compare and learn from those findings in those areas, because what we're talking about is something that's much more physical, and we're very physical creatures, and so that might actually bring it to a new level and have different effects than something that's just on a screen like pornography or a video game. But that's definitely, drawing on that body of research is definitely the direction in which this would go as a research agenda.
Christina, can I get you to weigh in on any of those questions?
Sure. The question regarding using technology to treat this type of issue, I think that you had asked what the research is in terms of pedophilia versus bestiality or other forms of paraphilia, and I don't know. to be honest. I feel I'm not a sexuality researcher. I'm not equipped to comment on that specific thing. But as far as when we look at technology, one thing that has emerged in the 20 plus years that we've been looking to study virtual reality is that it can influence behavior. There's about 20 years worth of research on using virtual reality to treat post-traumatic stress syndrome, stress disorder. For a certain segment of people that have that, using virtual reality can actually reduce the symptoms of PTSD quicker than traditional therapies do. Virtual reality has also, there's at least one study that shows that virtual reality can be used to reduce unconscious racial bias. I did a big project last year on racial bias, and that is unconscious racial bias is an incredibly difficult thing to break, even temporarily. So as far as, the research seems to be there in terms of can something like virtual reality be used to change behavior, or at least to influence how we think about behavior? So I don't think it's tremendously crazy to think that under certain contexts that maybe you could use this type of technology to actually change behavior within pedophiles. It's certainly a thing that is worth looking into.
Ron, I wonder if I can get you specifically, because you made this assertion, which I think is very interesting, that this is coming, whether we like it or not, to wrestle with this question of robots for therapy, robots for pleasure. If we do start exploring the possibility of what we might call the methadone theory, do we end up normalizing sexuality with child robots? Where does that push us? Where does that take us?
Okay. Well, let me first answer the two of the questions. I apologize to the third questioner because I'm not sure I'm capable of talking about the fundamental differences with pedophilia and others. Regarding scientific methodologies, the human research interaction community has almost become obsessed with data gathering and data collection to the point where some people think they're gone a little too far in not accepting publications that do not have extremely detailed, valid scientific methods to be able to look at and tease out small pieces of interactions which eventually go to both short-term studies and long-term studies, longitudinal studies as they're referred to. So I'm confident methodologies could be done, which would not happen all at once. There's a series of progression of scientific experiments by a larger community which would need to be undertaken to get that kind of data. In regard to the second question, who would get those systems? To my mind, it should be physicians and or courts that would say that this individual is a threat to society or has been shown to be a threat to society. And as such, this is an appropriate treatment for that particular individual, whether to bring them back or to protect society as a whole. My concern, though, is very much related to that. I don't like hearing about these being used for entertainment. And I am the one side effect of moving forward with the design of these robots is a potential black market which could be created for their use by individuals. That worries me significantly, and thus they would have to be a quasi-controlled substance in a sense to be able to do this accurately, but even then it doesn't always work. The issue of normalization, as you brought up, how does that change society as a whole and the acceptance to certain kinds of behavior? As you mentioned, that happens routinely in almost every, even non-technological aspects, as we've seen. We've seen a change with respect to the definitions of marriage. You notice I put up there robot marriage as a possibility as well, too. Are you allowed eventually to marry an artifact? The question of bestiality was brought up as well, too. Is this criminalized because it's bestiality? I have spent my entire career studying animal behavior, including humans in a variety of different circumstances. And the notion of studying sexual deviance and actual normal humans interacting with these things can provide the basis for a deeper understanding of how that operates, and then working in conjunction in a truly interdisciplinary effort with sociologists and anthropologists and the like as well too, to get a deeper understanding of the potential societal effects is the only effective way to be able to come to answers to that.
So thank you so much. I really want to give an extra special thanks to my panelists. This is not an easy panel for anyone to come up and have this conversation for an hour or so. Really appreciate the quality of the questions, the quality of the attention from the crowd, and particularly the contributions from the folks here on stage. So thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Absolutely. Thanks. Let me just check very quickly. Great, I'm still employed by MIT. Okay, just needed to check in on that very, very quickly. So this is the moment in the program where we have a seamless transition from one tricky topic to another tricky topic. In this particular case, we're transitioning from the idea of research that in many cases makes us deeply uncomfortable, research that in many cases we haven't been able to take on for a complicated wealth of ethical reasons, social reasons, as well as legal reasons. We now have a panel which is looking primarily at legal barriers to research. And this is a panel that really asks the question, why can't we do that? Why aren't we allowed to take on certain particularly pressing research questions? To moderate this panel, we have someone who, over the last 5 years, I have heard dozens of times, why can't we do that? Because he is my doctoral student, Nathan Matthias, who is doing absolutely groundbreaking work around questions of discrimination, harassment, and online behaviors that are dangerous and detrimental to communities, and helping communities try to figure out how to find their way through it. So I'm very, very happy to hand you over to Nathan Matthias, who's going to lead us through this next set of the conversation. He, in turn, is looking for something that can advance slides, and I will hand it to him and hand the stage to him at the same time.
Thank you very much, Ethan. As Ethan said, quite often when we're asking these difficult questions, we're asking about questions where we might not even know how to ask where the line is. But in other cases, when researchers work to advance public knowledge, even on uncontroversial topics, we can still find ourselves forbidden from doing the research or disseminating the research, especially at moments when the research we're doing or the work of spreading it comes into tension with the businesses who are involved in the issues we study and in the very work of sharing knowledge. At such moments, we can find ourselves tied to the mast, not as Cory Doctorow said earlier today, of our principles, but tied to the mast of laws that have been set up to protect those interests and which can get in the way of important work in public knowledge. Here today, we're going to be hearing from speakers who have done work that touches up against laws related to cybercrime and laws related to copyright. In the areas of cybercrime, we have laws like the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, which, while it was designed to help people and companies be protected against certain kinds of unlawful access to computers, has also turned out to be a powerful protection against accountability as researchers try to understand the power of AI and the impact that machine learning can have, not just on our everyday lives, but also on fundamental principles and values of equality, fairness, and discrimination. And even when we've produced that knowledge, when we've completed our research, when we've published it, we can discover that not everyone is able to access that research. That when we do work in the public interest, when we add to knowledge, often the people who are most able to access it are the people with the most resources, the people and the institutions who are able to pay. At those moments, we basically have three choices. Our first option is to just give up and walk away from the challenge of advancing public knowledge. Our second option, which is what many of us do, is to disobey quietly, to disregard the rules and hope that we won't get caught in lots of small and everyday ways. And it takes great courage to see the third option, which is to try to solve the issue, not just for ourselves, but for whole fields and societies. And I'm excited today that we're going to be hearing from two researchers who have done remarkable work to do just that. Firstly, we'll be hearing from Dr. Carrie Karahalios, a professor of Computer Science at the University of Illinois. Carrie has been a pioneering researcher of ways that social technology is shaping our lives as societies, designing systems and helping expand our theories to understand our relationship to each other and how that's mediated through social networks, through communication technologies. She's also an expert on algorithmic accountability and a leader in early stage efforts across academia to understand the role that machine learning systems are playing in our everyday social lives. Just 3 weeks ago, she joined together with researchers at the University of Michigan, Northeastern University, First Look Media, and the American Civil Liberties Union to file a lawsuit aimed at clarifying whether researchers should or could be able to do important research to understand algorithmic accountability and discrimination. After Carrie, we're going to be hearing from Alexandra, who is a Kazakhstani researcher who's studied everything from neuroscience to computer science to history of science, and is most well known for her work on a system called Sci-Hub, which provides over 51 million scholarly articles online for free by pooling the access credentials of academics from many universities and making those articles available freely to download. As we think about the work that Carrie has been doing to better study the impact of social technologies and algorithms on our lives and the legal boundaries that forbid that work, and as we think about the legal challenges that make it difficult for everyone to access precious knowledge coming out of research, we'll also be having a conversation about the challenges of making that step to try to solve a wider problem for a wider field and community, as well as those tensions we find ourselves in with business and with law at the boundaries of law and research. Carrie. Please welcome Carrie.
Oh, we have Alexandra.
We are having difficulties with Alexandra joining us. It now looks like those have been resolved. So actually, let me ask you to please welcome Alexandria Elbakian to share her work with us.
So should I start?
That would be lovely. Thank you, Alexandra.
Okay, because I saw that you asked starting before. Okay, so can I see the slides? Hello?
We're working on it.
So we're very grateful for Alexandra, who's joining us remotely, and we're grateful for all of your patience as we make sure the video link works, as we get the slides together. We'll also have some translation in the Q&A section, and we appreciate your patience as we get these things together. Expect the slides, hopefully, to arrive in a moment. Alexandra, are you able to maybe tell us a little bit about the work you do and perhaps start telling us a little bit about Sci-Hub as our team tries to get those slides moving? Oh, we've got them. Excellent.
Okay. Okay, so Sci-Hub. And let me start with the problem. So the problem of dissemination of research results. Today it's very limited because prices to read research papers are very high. And next slide, please. Yeah. Can I see next slide? Okay. So these prices render the research papers to be inaccessible by individual readers, and even those people who normally should have access to research papers, such as scientists, students, and medical doctors, they also don't have access. So I created SciHub, a website where you can get these papers for no payment. But there is only problem. So the websites like SciHub, they are currently prohibited by government, and that means operation of such websites is currently not lawful. Because research papers are considered to be some kind of private property, and hence free dissemination of them is, can be considered some kind of theft. And okay, next slide. So let me now tell something about the prehistory of the website. Yes, I myself experienced a problem while working on my research projects in Kazakhstan, and I searched it online, and I found many places where people help each other to get literature and circumvent the paywalls, and such places both in English and Russian, many. And for example, you can see on the slide such forum in Russian. And next slide. Okay, so in 2009, I became a member of neuroscience.ru online forum, and this forum had a separate topic where everyone asked about how to get such and such paper, and other people who had access, they helped. So I got an idea to make this more automatic and more convenient. For example, you could automatically send uploaded paper to email. So I asked forum administrator to join the team of developers, but he was not very fond of the idea, and particularly because of copyright law. Next slide. And in 2011, I became a member of another research forum, and they have implemented what I was thinking about 2 years ago. So they had research papers automatically uploaded to the forum and sent to emails. So there was some kind of very elaborate rules developed, and also there was a system implemented in Perl. But main developer abandoned the system. So when I found it, it was basically barely working. And okay, next slide. Okay, so this is another project of that kind. It's called Super Mega Skачивалка or Super Mega Downloader. In English, it was created by students of one big Russian university. And here you could put in a DOI, and it would be downloaded using university access and give out PDF directly. And here developers say that it was successful for 41% of requested papers. So it was a half-closed and non-public project, and to access it, you needed to complete a Russian proverb. So yeah, only people from Russian roots could access it. And okay. Next slide. So in 2011, I created SciHub. The first alpha version was drafted in a couple of days. And what I did is I took open source software that was created to circumvent ordinary website blocks, and I modified it to work with universities. So if not this open source, I would not be able to implement the idea quickly. And what SciHub did is allowed users to browse research websites as if they were browsing from university computer. And hence they could download by university subscription. And at first, SciHub didn't rely on any cross-ref DOI. And after a few months later, I was contacted by Library Genesis admin, and they just created a section on their website to store research papers. And SciHub started to upload some papers here, but not in very big amounts. And at first, SciHub was used primarily by former Soviet Union countries. I blocked it. And I even blocked access for United States and some Europe to keep the project safe. After 1 year of work, people in China and Iran became aware of the project. And then traffic became so high that our university accesses they started being blocked. So I had to block China and Iran from the website too. Yes, but now all these countries are unblocked and working. Oh. And next slide. Okay, so in 2014, I started to proactively download papers from research websites and upload them to Library Genesis and collection and to Sci-Hub open storage. So by that time, project got its own storage. Well, once paper is downloaded once, it's basically free and you don't need to download it again. So for major publishers now we have more than 90% of papers freed, and so technically the problem of paywall is solved. What is left is to make all this legal. And next slide. Okay, so why science has to be open? There are many reasons, but what is most important, I think, is that the nature of science is about discovering secrets and not about keeping them. Okay, next slide. And when science is open, how can it benefit research? Let's see, today's system makes science to be concentrated in big organizations, so that small companies and individuals simply they cannot offer subscriptions, and that means they cannot make their creative contributions. The research is concentrated in big institutions, and these institutions tend to comply to standards. And hence science became standardized, and new ideas cannot develop. So when science is open, perhaps there will be a big progress forward. Okay, done.
Thank you, Alexandra. Next, we'll hear from Carrie. Then we'll have a conversation before opening it up to the floor. Please welcome Carrie Karahelios.
I'm just going to wait for some slides. Sorry.
You don't want to use Alexandra?
I would love to use her graph, actually. So I'm going to talk about the need for auditing algorithms. A lot of this work started for me around 2011, 2012, along with colleagues Christian Sandvik, Kevin Hamilton, and Cedric Lambert, when we founded the Center for People and Infrastructures. And we decided we really, really wanted to investigate the algorithms that shape people's lives, structures, and systems where Black people weren't seen at all. So I don't know if you remember this case. Desi and Wanda made a YouTube video where they're looking at a new HP camera that was created. And it turns out that this camera was supposed to track people, and it tracked Wanda perfectly. Wanda would go to the left, she would go to the right, she would zoom in and she would zoom out. The camera did a beautiful job. Desi, who happened to be Black, would go in, move around, jump, move back and forth. Absolutely nothing would happen. He went so far as to claim facetiously that HP Hewlett cameras were racist. He said this in a very, very humorous tone, but they touched on a really big, important problem. Another case that happened here in Boston was with Street Bump. July 12th, this was an interesting system that was released. You had smartphones in cars and taxis, and with the accelerometers on these phones, you can tell where there were potholes. This was lauded as a huge, huge crowdsourcing success, and it was in many ways. In 2014, it was revealed, though, that some poor parts of Boston were not serviced by this, and potholes were only getting fixed in rich, wealthy suburbs, and not in some of the poorer neighborhoods. What was really great about this information coming out was that the problem was solved. They said they fixed it. I don't know how they fixed it, but they said they fixed it. Another case, much more recent, 2016, Amazon Prime same-day delivery. One of the most stark examples here, again, is in Boston. When you look here, Roxbury, pretty much all parts of Boston are getting same-day delivery from Amazon Prime. Roxbury is not. Same thing happened in a bunch of cities. When this information was revealed and made available to the public and also made clear to Amazon it was unacceptable, immediately this was remedied in Boston, New York City, and Chicago. Hopefully it will be remedied across the country. But this information needs to get out there for change to happen. Something else you've probably seen very recently around the same time in the newspaper is predictive policing. Again, this needs to be audited. We need to see if there's bias in who's being predictively observed, who's being maybe stalked by police, or what zones are being predictively observed. Are they poor areas? Are they wealthier areas? And probably even most recently, in terms of the game Pokemon Go, why is it that there are fewer Pokemon stops in poor neighborhoods and so many in rich, wealthy areas? There's lots of reasons for this, and again, crowdsourcing plays a role here. But we need to think about the bigger consequences. I mean, what happens when we have self-driving cars and the car has to make a decision about whether the owner of the car dies, the person on that corner, or the person on that corner? How do we make sure we look at these algorithms and objectively audit them so then we can then find solutions for them? So in that vein, we decided with our center to explore fair housing. Are racial minorities less likely to find housing via algorithmic matching systems? And there's been an interesting study done by Edelman where he found that if you are Black and you are renting an apartment on Airbnb, you would get less money for your unit than somebody who was white that had a similar unit that was controlled for price and location. Does this work both ways? So it turns out that in looking at this work, there is a precedent for and full support for auditing for housing. Civil Rights Act of 1964 decreed that race simply could not be considered in some situations. The Fair Housing Act, 68, said that you could not discriminate based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. Took 20 years later, unfortunately, to add disability and familial status. I say unfortunately because it took too long. And again, later in 1987, the Housing Community Development Act declared that the Department of Housing and Urban, some word that I left out, can enforce the FHA. And specifically, on top of that, it can build special projects, including the development of prototypes to respond to new or sophisticated forms of discrimination against persons protected. So how did they do this? They did what's called a traditional audit today. So they would pair two people together, let's say one white person, one minority. They would match them on family and economic features. They would have them successfully visit realtors, and then they would record the outcomes, what happened. The first one of these paired testing experiments happened in 1977. The most recent one happened in 2012. And one of the things that they found was that Blacks, Hispanics, and Asians were told about fewer units than white people. Since then, we've had lots and lots of online systems that found housing for us. There's Zillow, there's Trulia, there's Homes.com. So many of them, I can't even begin to list them all in this 10-minute session. But we wanted to explore what happens on these online sites with these socio-technical systems that might have crowdsourcing implications as well. So we wrote this paper about auditing algorithms and methodologies for doing so. And we tried to apply this for fair housing. The first methodology we came up with was getting the code. But this can be really wicked hard. People don't want to give you their code. We've tried. That said, even if you were to get it, it would be really hard to make sense of it sometimes. But researchers were very willing to give us their code. This was a very famous paper in 1996 by David Forsyth and Margaret Fleck. They gladly gave us the code immediately. And they became famous writing an algorithm called Finding Naked People. And if you look at the code, there's actually lines of code in here that they told me they actually had to add a line of code because their Finding Naked People algorithm did not find Black people. So they actually had to go in there and make it find more people. Some might argue that the act of doing this actually causes ethical concerns, and I'm not going to get into that here. But getting the code is hard, and making sense of the code is hard. Another option is to ask the users. And we've done this a lot with our own work. In housing, it's very hard to get a large group of people with a good sample to actually go and look for housing for you, and to do this in the scale nationally in the thousands, hundreds of thousands. We've done this in the field of algorithmic awareness, and I can tell you that we faced many, many challenges doing this. It took us over a year and a half to get a non-probability sample, which even that is not ideal. Another approach is to collect data manually. And that is also extremely difficult. In the case of housing, it may be even impossible to find this housing data online because people aren't going to provide it. We've tried having people crowdsource it using Mechanical Turk and similar systems. Not only is it not reliable, but people do not provide it. Latanya Sweeney, however, did an amazing study where she looked at searches for people online. And she did this manually, I want to add. So she would put in the names of white people, and she would say, look, Carrie Swalwart found. You put in the name of somebody who happens to not be white, and it says Keisha Bentley arrested, as opposed to being found. She did this with 1,000 people manually by hand. And one of the things we're going to see a little bit later is how this might even be a violation of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, doing this manually on some sites. You can scrape everything. Again, this is a violation of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, but we're all, I say we're all doing this. Many researchers are doing this today. I mean, people are scraping left and right. And it's something that you see in hackathons every day. It's something that you see in computer science classes. It's something you see in data mining. And it's something predominant in conferences like KDD, WWW, CIKM, and so forth. When our study with bias in social media feeds came to an end in April of 2015 because the API was deprecated. So we had the option to scrape there. We chose not to because we wanted to maintain a good relationship with Facebook. We decided that the project could come to a reasonable end and we can work on other things. But we could have continued the exact same work if we'd scraped the site. The interface would look almost identical. We had lots of people in computer science departments using our tool, lots of people using our tool in art and design departments internationally. But we shut it down, and we intentionally shut it down because of the terms of service. And last but not least, actually it's a second to last but not least, sock puppets. Sock puppets, as you might imagine, is an approach where you create fake identities and you put them into a system and see what outcomes you get from these multiple sock puppets. So you might make an account for somebody and say this person is a female who's 46, white, makes this much income. Make another account and say this person is black, 45, makes this much income. And then let these little bots loose on the internet and see what happens and measure the differences that you get in terms of advertisements, in terms of housing, and so forth. This approach can work really, really, really well. Christo Wilson has used this, and his colleagues have used this very, very well-defined price discrimination. So they found, for example, that if you buy things on your mobile phone, it costs more than if you buy it using a desktop. He's found that there's price steering happening from the cookies that you leave on your computer. Sometimes the more times you go to a site, it might be more expensive than just clearing everything and starting from scratch. What they did is they made 300 sock puppets, but it wasn't enough to get the work done. They used 300 real people and made additional thousands of sock puppets to actually find statistical meaningful data. And finally, you could do a collective audit. And this is hard, and this would be a dream, but I pose this as something that we should all strive for in the future, where you get lots of people working together to provide common information to be able to do this type of audit that we talk about. So we got really, really excited when this paper was cited by a White House report on big data. They named 5 national priorities that were essential for the development of big data technologies. And one of them was algorithm auditing. Among some of the others included the right to appeal an algorithmic decision, ethical counsels, and clear transparency in how you create algorithms. Despite that, very specifically what they said about audits is that they want to promote academic research and industry development of algorithmic auditing and external testing of big data systems to ensure that people are being treated fairly. And we got super excited and we're like, this is great, let's get to work. And there was one block, and that's the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. This was founded in 1986. Some say it was a response to the movie War Games, which came out just a few years before. And at the time, it was a very different environment than the environment we're living in today. Keep in mind that we didn't have web browsers at the time. Most people did not have broadband or even access to email. And so as a response to this, to continue our work and to continue it without ambiguity in the law and to continue it with informality, with the ACLU and colleagues, we sued the US government. This happened, like Nathan said, just a few weeks ago. And we're waiting now to get a response from the government to see what happens. Specifically, the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act says that it prohibits unauthorized access to a protected computer. And a protected computer implies any government computer, any interstate or international foreign commerce or communication system. It also includes any website accessible on the internet. Even the term protected computer can be ambiguous for many. The thing that is most confusing is the term that you exceed authorized access. And this is specifically the point that we're targeting in the lawsuit. In this case, many courts to date have repeatedly asserted that terms of service, violating terms of service exceeds authorized access. So the first violation of this is a 1-year maximum prison sentence and a fine. Subsequent violations result in prison sentences of up to 10 years and a fine. Unfortunately, there's no requirement of intent to cause harm or actual harm stemming from the prohibited conduct, and so your intentions here don't really play a role. This echoes what Corey was saying earlier this morning with DMCA. And so terms of service, like why is this such a big deal? And I may be overstepping my bounds here, but I imagine many of us are violating terms of service every day without even realizing it. So some of the obvious things from terms of service, like no automated collection. So the top here is from Facebook. It says you cannot use automated means such as harvesting bots, robots, spiders, or scrapers, etc. On the bottom, we've got Pokemon Go. Essentially the same thing, including but not limited to the Pokestop database and other information about users and gameplay. In addition to automated collection, they don't want you to be able to create these sock puppets that we talk about. So you can't manipulate identifiers in order to disguise the origin of any content transmitted through the Twitch service. So if you want to do something regional, you can't do that. You can't impersonate or misrepresent your affiliation with another person or entity. Even more confusing is some cases, in this case specifically, they ban manual collection of data. So here, again, there's Spider, the deep link, no scrapers, or other automated means, methodology, algorithm, or device, or any manual process for any purpose. I don't even know what that means. I can't begin to explain that. But one might interpret this as just sitting down in front of a computer, taking a pen and paper and just writing something down, and that would be a violation. Some other things that you cannot do, reverse engineering. Bunny talked about that earlier a little bit this morning. And one of the other reasons why this makes us so frustrating is because terms of service are not static. For example, this company, FrontApp, reserves a right to update and modify terms of use at any time without notice. So just by going to that website, you agree to the terms of service. Again, and I apologize for the many Pokemon Go references, in this case, unless you opt out, you basically give up your right to trial by jury or to participate as a plaintiff or a class member in any purported class action or representative proceeding with the site, just by going to this. And who knows to opt out, because how many of you have ever read the terms of service before you've played Pokemon Go? So, why is this so important? Researchers, journalists, everybody essentially, is affected by this. As an instructor, as a lecturer, as a professor, I care a lot about protecting my students in classes and hackathons doing research. This violating terms of service in many cases can lead to unpublishable work. You can spend years and years on a dissertation and possibly not be able to publish it. There's inconsistencies in who publishes, who doesn't, or who allows one person to publish and doesn't allow somebody else to publish with same methodologies. ARB may not approve of your work. Your reputation could be at stake. Finding employment. Let's say you want to work at Facebook, but something gets in the way, maybe because of a study that you did. Research funding that comes up a lot, so I won't belabor that point. But I do want to start briefly talking about the importance of norms before I end. And norms are crucial here because I mentioned earlier that lots of computer scientists scrape, lots of computer scientists use bots, and they've done this for social good. And discussions are happening. And last year, there was an amazing event here called Freedom to Innovate. And I was a little frustrated at the time about ACM and how their professional code of conduct forbidded you violating terms of service, essentially. I'm ecstatic to announce that, because of Amy Bruckman and her peers, Amy Bruckman from Georgia Tech, for those of you who don't know, there now exists, as of just a few weeks ago, the new ACM SIGCHI Ethics Committee. Again, the goal of the committee is not to resolve ethical issues. It's not a court, but it's to facilitate shared understanding emerging from the community. And they're addressing the fact that what the community does matters and what the community cares about matters. That said, going back and forth, it was hard to come up with a system of goals. CFA violations are happening. Research do not want to articulate this, but they are happening, and discussions are happening online and in blogs. And one of the things that Amy writes in her blog that I highly recommend is that maybe documenting what you do is not so smart with respect to terms of service, because as her friend Michael Hill noted, that could get people in more trouble. It asks people to document their intent to break terms of service. Under some circumstances, breaking terms of service is ethical, yet not strategic. And so these discussions are happening offline. They're happening in blogs. And it's nice that the community is starting to come together to discuss this. And like I said, they've always faced ethical questions. And we have frameworks to address them in the face-to-face world. Given conversations with industry, with the government, with researchers, we can find frameworks to address them in the online world as well. And the approach that we're finally going towards right now is policy change, policy creation. We've tried talking to individual companies. We've tried asking for data. And we really hope that this next step forward helps formalize, not just us, but everybody knowing what they can do online.
Thank you very much for that, Carrie and Alexandra. We'll take a little bit of time to chat with each other. And I'll just note that in many cases, Alexandra will be speaking to us via Russian, and we have a lovely translator who will be then translating her words into English. So that will set the pace of our conversation. I'm really fascinated by the different ways in which the two of you have been disobedient in respect to the law. Like Carrie, on one hand, you have these legal risks around the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. You both have this situation where there are common practices, like researchers are scraping, people are constantly violating these terms, but maybe doing it under the radar. And in your case, Carrie, you're disobeying by participating in this lawsuit to try to change the rules. You're participating in professional societies like the Association for Computer Machinery to make this widespread practice perhaps have fewer legal risks. While on Alexandra's side, there's a very different kind of response. The answer is to kind of build on this kind of breadth of other platforms, other efforts that people are doing to also share research and build a system that does it even more effectively and in a more widespread way. I'm curious to hear both of you, maybe Carrie first and then Alexandra, talk about how you see the kind of established institutions and your relationship to the rules, to the kind of powers that be, in your case, the companies, the law, the research organizations, and in Alexandra, in your case, how you see the work of Sci-Hub in relation to the academic publishing industry.
So with respect to the university, companies, colleagues, you complain a lot and you end up on committees to do something about it. So for example, institutional review boards, there's lots of complaints about should they have any jurisdiction over any legal issues or just ethical issues. And many would argue that the ethical is orthogonal to the legal, and IRB should stick to the ethical and not the legal. By doing that, I ended up on the IRB board, which was surprisingly, maybe not surprising, it was very rewarding. I hope I had some impact. It was nice to see studies, specifically in computer science, that could get approved in a day versus 6 to 9 months the way it was before.
Carrie, can you help us, for those of us who are less familiar with IRB, can you tell us what that is and what that role that plays in this story?
institutional review boards exist at many universities. Originally, they were put in place so that anyone who received federal funding had ethical approval for any research that they did with government money. In most research institutions, IRB approval needs to be obtained for any research study that happens, regardless of whether it's funded by the US government or not. So if somebody wants to do a study, before they can do any studies with a human subject, they have to file an application. This goes to the board. It gets reviewed. Some boards meet every month. Some have expedited reviews that might happen on a weekly basis. But you need to get IRB approval before you do any study. If you're caught not having IRB approval, the entire institution could be shut down and all research stopped until the situation is remedied. And so it was nice to see an opening discussion at the university level with IRB and how they were helping us move research forward. With respect to working with individual organizations, we've had mixed results there. We wanted to work with one specific company, and we tried to be nice. We asked them, we don't have a lot of data that we need. Instead of wasting your time and our time collecting this data, can you just give it to us? And we'll promise not to touch your servers ever again. They said no. That led to people not wanting to ask again, because once you get that no, it makes it even worse to actually go and collect it after officially having that no answer. I've had great discussions, like moving along to bigger corporations. I've had great discussions with the data scientists at Facebook. They're among one of the best groups that I've ever interacted with, and they've been very supportive of our work. However, the plan to get the data to us did not come to pass, and that's not anything to do with the data scientists. It had to do with the organization as a whole and legal issues in a big corporation that I honestly don't understand. So I guess what I'm trying to say is we try to do our due diligence, and we feel like we've knocked on many different doors, and we needed a new one to try to stop having to knock on all of these doors.
Which is where the legal case comes in.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, Alexandra, often when people discuss your work with Sci-Hub, their first reactions are to rehash the open access debates and think immediately about their own institutions, their own context, their own countries and cultures. But it strikes me that Sci-Hub is very much an outsider project for people who find them outside of those structures. Do you have a vision for changing the publishing industry, or do you see yourself as just serving the people who are accessing and sharing articles through your resource?
Так. Ну, я думаю, Sci-Hub, он в любом случае, как бы если он продолжит работу успешную, то в любом случае придется издательствам подстраиваться. Потому что, а как иначе? Они же не смогут больше зарабатывать такие огромные деньги на продаже подписок. Вот. И, а что касается, лично мне вот просто как человеку, я, в принципе, поддерживаю движение Open Access, мне это все импонирует, и я стараюсь продвигать это через сайт Sci-Hub. А что касается наших пользователей, то некоторые удивляются, а зачем этот Open Access, надо через Sci-Hub все качать, да и все, что там продвигать вроде. Хотя вот я не очень согласна, что в основном это аутсайдерский проект, потому что все-таки, большинство пользователей, как мне показалось, это все-таки академические ученые.
Alexandra, if you could allow us some pauses in the middle of your responses so our translator has a chance to catch up with you, that would be great. But if you're able to give a try on that.
So I think that in terms of Sci-Hub, if it continues to exist, I think that the scientific publishing industry will have to adjust because they will not be able to gain the huge profits they're gaining right now from subscriptions. If you ask my personal opinion about open access, I'm for it. I'm trying to promote it.
Thank you.
That's all I got.
I'm curious about this dynamic that's in play in both of these situations where we have a large number of people already doing the thing. And to some sense, both you, Carrie, and you, Alexandra, have become like more visible on these issues because you're trying to address the problem in a systemic or a large-scale way. How has that been? Maybe, Alexandra, to start out, did you expect that attention? And has that changed how you do your work at Sci-Hub?
Так, ну надо сказать, что к Сайхабу было сразу, с момента его создания, довольно много внимания, но это в первую очередь от локального сообщества. Просто мировые СМИ об этом не писали, но могу сказать, что и так было много достаточно пользователей.
Well, I have to say that from the very beginning of Sci-Hub's existence, there was a lot of attention paid to it, but you might not know it because it was largely covered by local media and maybe not so much by international media.
And Alexandra, you've also, in the United States, faced legal action from US publishers. How does that affect you as someone not living in the United States? How does that affect Sci-Hub as well?
Так, ну, конечно, так как Сайхаб пиратский ресурс, то есть определенные сложности, например, с той же регистрацией доменов. Например, у нас домен sci-hub.org отняли через суд, но для некоторых доменов и хостингов даже не обязательно будет в суд подавать, то есть могут просто так выгнать. Поэтому с этим есть, например, проблемы.
For obvious reasons, there are a lot of challenges like domain registration. For example, our sci-hub.org domain was closed down and through a legal action, but for some other resources, it's not even necessary to take a legal action.
Thank you.
Ну, естественно, я не путешествую в Америку, Европу.
And obviously,
соблюдая осторожность.
I'm not going to the United States or Europe. I'm trying to be cautious about it.
Well, we're very grateful that you're able to speak to us from where you are right now. I'm curious, Carrie, part of your legal strategy involves inviting other researchers who found themselves limited from doing this work or who faced those challenges and asking them actually to come forward. Are you able to tell us more about like what that entails and why people might find that difficult or why they should?
Yeah, well, it's similar to Amy Bruckman's blog post in a way. My colleague Christian Sandvik put out a call on Facebook asking people to share their stories. When I talk to the media, they always ask me to, find more people, and there's many people. It's not my job to out them. However, I know many colleagues that have done this work, have gotten cease and desist letters, have stopped doing the work in most cases, but people don't want to come out and admit this. They'll talk about it in small circles, but they definitely don't want to announce it to the public for fear that there might be something to come out of it. And I can tell you that, at least in our university, 6 out of my 8 PhD students are not US citizens. I work with many faculty members who are not US citizens. For any of you that have had students who struggle, getting a visa every year or whose visa gets revoked for unexplained reasons, it's very hard to admit to doing anything like this. It's hard to ask a student to do anything like this.
Thank you. We have time for just 1 or 2 questions. So if you're able, please come up to the microphones in the middle and on the sides, and I'll acknowledge you, and you'll just want to allow some time for the video and the translation. Here on the left.
Thank you. So I had a question about these terms of service, because I feel like Pokemon Go isn't telling you not to scrape their data because they don't want you to identify a racial bias in the stops, right? It's because they're protecting their commercial interests. And I'm curious what sort of changes you think can be made to change those commercial interests so that you don't need to worry about, so that they might not be as strict about enforcing the terms of service or might have different terms of service and try to get at the problem a few steps back.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase?
So perhaps, for example, if the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act relies on terms of service, theoretically, if you could just get companies to change their terms of service, that might allow researchers to audit them and maybe hold them accountable. Is that a viable strategy?
And and then also sort of changing the commercial forces that motivate the companies to set the terms of service like that.
You know, that's an excellent point. One of the things that we've noted is that lots of terms of service are cut and pasted from literally other terms of service. And so there seems to be like a template that people start out with and then just add to. So that's an approach we have not tried. I have not talked to a company and asked them to change their terms of service. I've talked to lots of scientists, and I'm told that the lawyers do not want to touch the terms of service, and the terms of service need to be there. So I might ask a lawyer about that question. They're probably more educated to answer that than I am. My attempts to talk to data scientists always end up going to lawyers, and they stop there.
One more question here.
So first of all, Alexandra, thanks for the great work that you've done for the community. Now, I've been wondering whether you get any support from academia itself for your website, and in particular from the top institutions like MIT, so the ones that actually do have the access. But do you feel like that academia is supporting your actions? And since I anticipate that the answer is no, do you think that there is something that these institutions could and should do, and that extends to the other panel members as well? Like, do you think somehow universities could leverage their power to to help in these cases and to promote the causes that we care about? Thanks.
Так. Ну, я буду делать небольшие паузы в ответе.
Well, I'll try to take pauses while I'm answering this.
Ну, во-первых, в MIT плохой довольно доступ к литературе. Ну, по крайней мере, я знаю, что пользователи, которые пользуются iHub, они жаловались на доступ к MIT.
Well, first of all, I think that MIT has poor access to publications, or allows poor access to publications. At least that's what the frequent user complaint was.
Вот. Потом, ну, насчет поддержки. Ну, поддержка определенная, я считаю, есть. То есть нету, по крайней мере, противодействия. Ну, а что касается рядовых пользователей, то многие из них работают или учатся в университетах, и они поддерживают сайт пожертвованиями. Ну, конечно, на официальном уровне поддержки нет. Но это, я думаю, обусловлено как бы, ну, законным статусом проекта.
Second, as far as support is concerned, I think that there is support on the part of the users who make donations, but obviously there is no official support for obvious legal reasons.
Well, please join me in thanking Alexandra and Carrie for a fascinating conversation and panel.
Thanks so much, Nathan. Thanks, Carrie. Thanks, Alexandra, for joining with us. We are now going to take a 10-minute coffee break. We're going to come back. We're nearing the end. I realize people's brains are already getting full. Thank you for hanging out with us. There's more wonderful stuff to come. We'll see you in about 10 minutes, and don't make me bring out the bell. Who's ready for more disobedience? Who's ready for more forbidden research? All right, we've got a program here that has gone as big as the entire Earth. We're now bringing it back for a landing, back into the land of MIT. We are going to have a conversation about some unique aspects of local MIT culture. And rather than letting me explain it as a mere interloper, sometimes from the other side of Cambridge, let us hand it over to our friends at Missing Pictures. No? Not till later. Not till later. I blew it. I am so sorry. It is late in the day for me. I thought we had a video interlude at this point. Plus it's missing pieces, but we're missing that too. So we actually are going to transition over to someone that we're very, very happy to have here. Her name is Liz George. She did her undergraduate education here at MIT, graduating with a degree in physics. Went on to UC Berkeley, now works with the Max Planck Institute, working on telescopes all over the world. But the main thing she told me to make clear to you guys was that the most important parts of her education at MIT did not happen within the classroom. And with no further ado, Liz, please join us.
So hello, everyone. I also have a bit of imposter syndrome going on after all of these talks that we've heard from issues that face the entire world. I'm here to tell you about something that's very specific to MIT. But if Edward Snowden can have imposter syndrome, I don't feel so bad about it myself. I even found the clicker. Okay, so I'm here today to tell you about hacking culture, and specifically how that is manifested here at MIT. So the first thing we should do is define our terms, as in any good science experiment. So the question is, what is hacking? And if we go to a bit of MIT history here, so the word hack was actually coined at the MIT Tech Model Railroad Club here at MIT in the 1950s. And the way they defined this was essentially a project without a constructive end, or an unusual and creative solution to a problem, and an activity that tests your limits of skill and ingenuity. Now, I think we can all agree that building a model railroad is a project without a constructive end. But the question is then, why would you actually want to do it? And I think the really interesting thing for these guys was, if you can build a model of a system, you can push it to its limits. You can test it in ways that you never expected to be able to, or the system was never designed to be tested in. And for an engineer, this is something that you essentially are only limited by your imagination and the laws of physics. So this is something that has a lot of fulfillment for people who work on things like a hack. So the second thing is, what is hacking the verb? So a hack, a noun, could be the creative solution to a problem. But the verb would be investigating a problem for its own sake. Now that sounds an awful lot like a project without a constructive end. But the other three things on my list here push a little bit beyond the intellectual investigation and start to get to the point where you're breaking some rules. So the second one I have on here is engaging in non-destructive mischief. Now, by the very nature of the word mischief, you're breaking some rules. But the key here is the word non-destructive and the connotation of playfulness within the word mischief. And then the final two explanations I have to describe hacking the verb are doing something out of the ordinary or clandestine and exploring the inaccessible. And I think this, again, goes along with the lines of ingenuity, curiosity, wondering what's beyond what you can see. And if you take a step back for a minute, you would hope that these things that I've described, hack and hacking, would be also things that you would want to use to describe academic research. So presumably, you should be investigating something because it interests you, just for the sake of investigating it. Many academic research problems are problems that, when they're first thought of, don't have a constructive end. So let's take a look at, say, for example, transistors. When people started playing around with solid-state physics in the lab, no one had any idea that there would be billions of smartphones on the planet in everyone's pockets. So an academic research project can start as a project without a constructive end, but maybe it goes forward. Finally, you really hope that the people who are doing academic research are testing the limits of skill and wit. This is something that, in principle, scientists are some of the smartest people in the world. So if you want to really advance knowledge, you should be testing this. And finally, exploring the inaccessible, I think, is clear for this conference. So the next thing I want to talk about is hacking ethics. So what I just told you is that hacking is a project where inherently you're breaking the rules. But here at MIT, at least, it's guided by a set of very strong principles. And you're not going to be able to read all of this, and that's OK. You don't have to. The reason I put this up is that it's actually a photo of a wall on campus. And maybe some of you in the audience have seen this wall. It's in a fairly inaccessible place. But every new hacker, when they come to MIT, is taken to this inaccessible location on campus. And this is about life size, how big this is painted on the wall. And an older hacker reads them these hacking ethics and explains why they're so important. So some of them are pretty specific to MIT, and I'll get to this later. For example, don't drop anything without a ground crew. That's kind of specific to MIT hacks and not in general. But some of these on here are also very relevant to academic research. So for example, safety is the #1 priority. And share knowledge that you learn with other people, but also ask experienced people. If you don't know how to do something, seek out answers from elsewhere. So I really think that the idea of hacking ethics, where you're breaking the rules mindfully, and these are rules that are put in place by the administration, say, don't go on the roofs, are still guided by a set of principles that have been developed by the hackers themselves over many years. So this is something that I think we should all keep in mind, that hacking and pranking at MIT has very strong ethics associated with it. OK, so this is MIT's only official policy on hacking. So I took this out of the MIT Mind and Handbook. It's on the website. And on the left here, we have the good part. So essentially, they admit that hacking is a long-standing tradition at MIT. They would like it to continue. And that they define it, much in the way I have. It's the curious exploration of MIT's campus, or the design and implementation of harmless pranks and tricks and creative inventions. Now, on the other side, we have the policy. Of course, the policy is a little more depressing. While MIT admits hacking is a great part of the culture, they also admit that there's essentially some liability at stake here. They can't really officially condone it. So if you break the law, you will be punished. And I'll get back to that later. But to start, I wanted to tell you about the most visible part of the hacking culture at MIT, namely the creation of hacks, or as is known to the outside world, pranks. OK, so what goes into a hack? I was an undergraduate here, and I witnessed many hacks. And so I want to just ask the audience, how many of you have seen a hack? OK, that's a lot of you. So I want you to think of your favorite hack. And I want you to think about how much effort went into that. So how much time, how much money, how many people were involved. So just think about that for a second. OK, does anybody want to share their estimate for their favorite hack? How long they think it takes to plan? 10 minutes. OK, that is a vast underestimate. Anyone else? OK, well, so I'll tell you a bit about one particular prank that happened while I was a student here. So this is the Great Dome at MIT. And you look at this thing, and you're like, wow, this thing is really impressive. But it's also the site of a lot of pranks that happen here. And pretty much the dream of every new hacker is to pull off a Great Dome hack, to put something up there that's so impressive that people can't stop talking about it. So the question is, how do you decide what to put on the Great Dome? And what you need is some inspiration. So these are pictures of some of the most famous hacks that have occurred on the Great Dome. And the reason that these are all really great inspiration is because they each contain a piece of what makes a great hack. So down here on the left, this is a scale model of the Wright brothers flyer. So this is the actual size. It's huge. The cap of that dome there is about 50 feet across, so this thing's really big. And this appeared on the 100th anniversary of the first Wright brothers flight. So not only is it physically impressive, but it's also extremely timely, and it's celebrating a feat of engineering that changed the world. So the other one here on the far left, so that's a 48-unit weight cracking the Great Dome. And the reason that this one is such a great inspiration is because this taps into a very specific element of MIT culture. So the standard course load for an undergraduate is 48 units. And this showed up during finals week one spring to kind of mirror the stress that the students were under, hopefully not cracking under the weight of their 48 units. And then finally, on the top here, we have the picture of what is probably the most famous hack of all on the Great Dome. And this was a campus police car put there in 1994. The reason this one is so impressive is because of the sheer awe and wonder that's inspired by it. How the hell did they get that thing up there? And this, essentially people around the world heard about this. So these three hacks, I think, really tie into what you want to be inspired by when coming up with a great dome hack. So something that is timely, taps into MIT's culture, is also something that can reverberate around the world, and something that is really a feat of engineering. Okay, so while I was a student, somebody had the idea, okay, what can we put on the Great Dome? And they said, well, how about a fire truck? And the reason that this was a, I think, good choice was because it has all three of those things. So people often say that an MIT education is like taking a drink from a fire hose. So a fire truck appearing during the first week of classes would sort of tap into that element of MIT's culture. But the first week of classes also happens to be the anniversary of the September 11th attacks. And so it was thought that a fire truck on the Great Dome would be a great memorial to all of the brave firefighters who lost their lives. And then finally, if you thought getting a police car on the Great Dome was a feat of engineering, a fire truck's a hell of a lot bigger. So what actually goes into building a hack? Why is this such an interesting part of MIT's culture? And the first thing that you should know about hacks at MIT is that the safety office is responsible for evaluating the safety of hacks and then removing them if they're deemed unsafe. So the first thing that one has to do when planning a hack is to actually evaluate the safety of the thing they're trying to build. And it turns out that the safety standard you have to build to is the State Board Building Regulation for roof assemblies and rooftop structures. And in fact, the lowest category here that you have to build to is to withstand 90-mile-per-hour winds, which is quite strong. And to do this, you actually have to tap into the first course in mechanical engineering that you would take if you were a mechanical engineering major. And this is statics. So I have a couple of our most favorite statics examples from the 2001 textbook at the bottom here. So not only do you have to incorporate mechanical engineering skills, but you have to dive into the code, put on your civil engineering hat, and you have to accurately document your entire design, because the classy thing to do when pulling a hack is to provide instructions for taking it down again and a safety evaluation so that the safety office can determine whether or not your hack can stay up. So step one of any project is meetings, sadly. But once you've come up with a good design and evaluated the safety, you can move on. Okay, so the next problem of any project in the entire world is money. So the budget for the fire truck hack was $757.15. That does not sound like a lot of money for what it is to all of you in the audience. But let me assure you, for a group of undergraduates, this is astronomical. So the question is, how do you get money? And this is something that can be applied to academic research as well. And there's three approaches that hackers at MIT often use. One is you get creative. So if you're building a truck, you need some wheels. Okay, you don't want to buy the wheels, but maybe one of your friends has an old set of wheels sitting in his garage. The second is there's an awful lot of people around Cambridge who think that hacks are really cool. maybe you can find someone who has moved on and gotten a real job who might contribute a couple $100 to see something cool show up on the Great Dome. And then finally, the last approach is to get a large group of people and have everyone contribute a small sum of money. And I think that all three of these approaches are, ways that hackers at MIT operate, but also, academic researchers operate. So in this sense, pulling a hack at MIT teaches you how to become a creative fundraiser for your later career as a scientist. I don't have anything. Okay. So the next thing is, this is the actual time budget. So see how far all of you were off on your guesses. So the time budget for this prank was 3 months. And about 40 people were involved. And the question is, how do you get 40 people to work for you for free for 3 months? This is hard. And motivating people is a problem on any project you'll work on. So, I told you at the beginning what was a hack, what was hacking. And the core motivation for people, I think, is to do something really interesting and something that is clandestine, something that involves a lot of ingenuity and wit. But in the end, everybody has limited time that they have to choose how to spend and has outside constraints. So you have to figure out what will motivate your group of people to do work for you. Now, with MIT undergraduates, the answer was clear. You take a student, you add energy, you get out work. The energy specifically being free food. So the principle, though, I think is broader, which is find ways to make it easy for people to want to participate in your project. If you want people to come over and help you work on your project in the evening, the easiest way for them to come over is to say, oh, well, I'll feed you dinner. You have to eat dinner anyway. Why not? And then they're stuck there. Okay, so now we're getting to the part where we have our money, we have people, we have a great design, we have a plan, and we have a vision for what we're trying to achieve. So then you have to actually get started. And for the case of this prank, the fire truck on the dome, you need to build an actual truck. So this can be a difficult proposition. And the way that it was designed was actually the exact same way as the campus police car in 1994, which is a wooden structure with the pieces of an actual truck attached to the outside of it. So luckily, the hackers knew someone who knew someone who knew someone who had a junkyard and said, oh, I think this is a cool project. Come and take what you need. So the hackers showed up. They found almost this precise truck. I took this picture from the internet, but apparently it looked exactly like this. And they were given some extremely safe equipment by the guy who owned the junkyard to disassemble it. I'd like to point out at this point that it's fortuitous that MIT offers a freshman seminar on welding. Apparently there were only a few fires, and in the end they got all of the parts they needed. Okay, so now you have your parts, your money, your people, your motivation, and now it's time to get down to real work. So it turns out that the actual work of doing a project is dirty, it's dusty, it's sweaty, it feels like a slog. This is the part of the project where you can kind of lose the vision of where you want to be. And you kind of can get stuck in a position where you feel like, this is never going to work. I've put in all this time and effort, and it just feels like it'll never come together. And the people working on this encountered many such problems along the way, including the fact that apparently in Cambridge, the city noise ordinance says you can't drill into sheet metal after 10 p.m., which the Cambridge City Police were happy to inform the project office. But anyway, if you continue working, eventually the project starts to come together. And you get past all of the really icky parts, and you start to actually get to involve some creativity and artistic skill. Here's a picture of somebody painting the side of the truck. This is some people putting together the superstructure that holds it all together. And you actually can implement some clever solutions. So for example, if you want to put this thing together in the dark without making much noise, it turns out that wing nuts are a great way to put things together. They don't require any tools, and you can just spin them on. Okay, so now you have your project built, and you run into your next problem. So you have this giant truck, and you want to put it on the dome. Okay, so this is obviously going to be a difficult task. So the only way to do this is to have a practice assembly. And the goal for this was to have the entire thing assembled and put on the dome in under 30 minutes with no sound and no lights. And this thing is big. It's over 25 feet long. The heaviest part is 150 pounds. And you have a bunch of students who are trying to do this. So practice makes perfect. It took 4 attempts, 4 practice assemblies to get the time down to half an hour. But by the time that the 4th practice assembly came around, the fastest time for assembling this from a pile of 57 parts on the ground to what you see in this photo was 24 minutes and 42 seconds. Okay, so we can assemble the thing in the time required, but we still have to get it up there. As I said, the heaviest part was over 150 pounds, and the largest part was over 12 feet long. So how do you actually get it up 150 feet in the air? So one of the things that makes hacks so wonderful is that there's an element of mystery and awe to them. So I'm not going to tell you. But what I will tell you is that this book here, the CMC Equipment for Work Rescue and Rope Rescue Manual, was incredibly useful. And there's a lesson here, actually, for all of you academic researchers, which is that there are other people in the world who have probably had the exact same problem that you had, but in a different context. So it's worth keeping an open mind and looking to other fields to see what their solutions were for a problem that may be very similar to the one that you're having. Okay, so in the end, this was a success. Many of you probably know this. The fire truck appeared on the Great Dome on September 11th, 2006. And it appeared essentially overnight. Nobody saw, nobody heard. And in fact, it was so well received by the community that it stayed on top of the Great Dome for 2 days. I would like to point out that this is a record for Great Dome hacks. Most of them get removed within hours. And some of the feedback that the safety office provided the hackers was this hack was so well done, and the attention to detail, especially on safety, was so well documented that they could justify leaving it up. So this is something that I think maybe people don't realize about hacks, that kind of openness in how the thing is constructed is critical to having administration approval in the end. So that's another lesson for academic research. Okay, so here are some reactions from the community. So there were very good reactions. There were interviews in the Boston Globe. People said, this is great about, what is great about MIT, it's a sense of creativity and something unusual occurs here all the time. On the MIT admissions blogs, the most popular posts are always the one about hacks. And in fact, several students say, some version of the following phrase, I came to MIT for the hacks. In 2009 and 2010, both of those classes chose to put an image from the fire truck hack on their class ring. So this is a tradition at MIT to put something that helps identify your class on your class ring. Firefighters and police officers from all over the Boston area came to see the memorial. And the Boston Globe said that it was a fitting tribute to the 9/11 attacks in the most MIT style possible. And in case those of you in the back who can't see my T-shirt, actually, this shirt was produced for the 150th anniversary of MIT. They had Under the Dome, Come Explore MIT was the name of their initiative, and they were trying to get people to come explore the campus, and they produced this T-shirt with the fire truck on top. So it really became a part of kind of MIT's identity. And the thing I want to point out is that this was incredibly well received by the administration because it worked. Everyone is happy to take credit for something that makes them look good. If nothing goes wrong, the administration loves it. Okay, and so the next really great thing, I think, for the people who participated in this project is they learned a ton of skills that are incredibly important for becoming an engineer or a scientist. So ingenuity and persistence, you can learn that doing a lot of things, but wrestling with rusty metal in the backyard when it's 90 Fahrenheit out and humid is really something that teaches you what it means to keep working on something even when you hate it. Motivating teams of people and project management. I mean, in the end, something like building a fire truck, it is small compared to, say, a satellite, but for a group of students, it's probably the biggest project they ever worked on while at MIT. If you work on a project in a class, it's at most a few weeks. And this is the kind of experience that I think is hard to get at any other university. And then, coming up with creative solutions to problems, I think, everyone can agree that that's good. But most importantly, maybe, is failure analysis, thinking of everything that can go wrong and saying everything that can go wrong will go wrong and finding ways around that. That's not always the most successful, but it's an important skill to learn. So I think on a personal level, for anyone involved, these were really great outcomes of working on a project like this. So I don't want to be too depressing here, but there's also a bad side of the hacking culture at MIT. And that is that sometimes people get caught. And as I said, the administration is happy to take credit when everything goes right. But when things go wrong, they don't want to deal with it. So this is a quote from an email that I got after I had finished at MIT from a student who was arrested while hacking. And this quote continues, but essentially what this student said was, I have been a hacker for 10 years. It was a formative part of my experience as a student. It's the best part, really. I've been participating in this MIT culture of openness and creativity, and I thought it was alive and well. But this happened, and I will never go hacking again. So since I've left, I haven't heard of any other hackers being arrested. This was a very extreme case, and in the end, the charges were dropped. But it was a really traumatic experience for the student. And in fact, the student said that they had had trouble eating and sleeping over this, and symptoms of extreme anxiety. So this is something that I think, if we put my tradition and policy slides back up, it's something that we need to reconcile as a community. We have this tradition that's wonderful. It looks great for the Institute. It attracts new students. It teaches students how to be great scientists and engineers. But the policy is still somewhat to punish students if they're seen to be breaking the rules. So I think that this leads a bit into the next panel on disobedience, but I want you to all keep this in your mind, that this is a very specific thing to MIT involving hacking, but it applies to academic research as well. The real issue with the arrest was that, one of the things in the hacking ethics is if you are caught, accept gracefully and cooperate fully. And that implies a lot of trust between the students and either the police officers or administrators who are catching them. And what happens in something like an arrest of a student for hacking, you really degrade the trust between the students and the institution. So how do you build trust between students and an institution for something that is inherently disobedient and rule-breaking? So thank you for listening to what I had to say.
Liz, thank you so much. Wonderful to have you here. Liz is going to be joining us on the next panel, but we do have an intervention from our friends at Missing Pieces First. So lean back and learn about the wonderful world of disobedience.
Right now, it can be easy to feel powerless. There are abuses of authority, intolerance, violence. You want to take action without adding to the violence. You have more options than you think. Public speeches, letters of opposition or support, signed public statements, declarations of intention, group petitions, slogans, caricatures, symbols, banners, posters, leaflets, pamphlets, and books, newspapers and journals, radio, television, blogs, vlogs, websites, and social media, skywriting and earthwriting, mock awards, pranks, displays of flags, wearing of symbols, prayer and worship, protest disrobings, symbolic lights, displays of portraits, paint as protest, symbolic sounds, fraternization, vigils, performances of plays and music, singing, marches, parades, religious processions, pilgrimages, political mourning, homage at burial places, teach-ins, walkouts, silence, turning one's back, student strike, total personal non-cooperation, flight of workers, consumers boycott, austerity, refusal of the government's money, peasant strike, prisoner strike, professional strike, withholding or withdrawal of allegiance, speeches advocating resistance, boycott of government-supported organizations, non-cooperation with conscription, hiding, escape, and false identities, civil disobedience of illegitimate laws, fasting and hunger strike, nonviolent harassment, sit in, stand in, ride in, wade in, pray in, nonviolent obstruction, nonviolent occupation, alternative social institutions, alternative communication systems, selective patronage, alternative markets and currencies, overloading of administrative systems, seeking imprisonment.
It is no longer the choice between violence and non-violence in this world. It's non-violence or non-existent. That is where we are today.
Number 65 is putting water and other material support to people who are engaged in acts of disobedience. So just to make sure you have all the methods up there. So we are now heading into our final panel. This is a panel where we're about to hand things over to our fearless leader, Professor Joe Yuto.
Thank you, and can I go ahead and call up, have the other panelists come up? This is kind of a weird thing. I mean, I feel like, I think it was John Perry Barlow who was sort of joking around saying, you know, you spend your whole life fighting dad and then you realize you are dad. And so I think my role is usually the troublemaker, but I think I kind of represent sort of the, at least somewhere between the troublemakers and the administration. I tried to get some administration on this panel. It was difficult. There are a few lurking out there, so I may call on some of them later. But I think maybe we can start out with two things. So one is, I think there are some really basic principles of what I think, and maybe at MIT we might even come. So by the way, we're all MIT grads here. I'm not a grad, I couldn't get in, but I got in. I got in a back door. But I think what, you know, one of the things that's interesting. So as sort of prep for this disobedience meeting, without telling exactly what we were doing, I went around and interviewed a whole bunch of people in the administration, including John DeFava, who was the head of the state police and ran Logan after 9/11, and was the head of the police here, now is in charge of facilities and police, so you can imagine knows a lot about the hacking stuff. I've talked to people who were involved in the networks, and I think that everyone had, there was one consensus which was quite interesting, was that they felt that there wasn't a single student that they'd ever met who was a bad guy. Right, so John DeFava, who I was great talking to him. I know he has differences with some people sometimes, but fundamentally, I mean, he said he spent his whole life in the state police catching bad guys, and there are no bad guys. So the kids at MIT may do things, but they're fundamentally, they have principles, they care about the community, and I think that, you know, another one, and I won't say who, but you know, if there was a interesting protest in front of the president's office about the investments in oil and de-investing in the oil thing, and it was very civilized, you know. So the kids are there, they're protesting, and you know, and the security's there, and they're talking, but it's also very civilized. And one of the things that he said, whether it's the Black Lives Matter movement or some of these other movements on campus, one of the most interesting, but sort of the difficult tensions are usually the campus kids sort of are abiding by sort of MIT code of ethics, unwritten or written, and then the sort of the global or the national movements have theirs. And so there's often this difference between kind of having a protest within a fairly comfortable place with a relative amount of trust, not complete trust, but a relative amount of trust, versus what might be going on in the real world. And so I was sort of exploring this relationship between the administration and the kids. But having said that, it's not perfect. And I think Liz pointed out this difference. And so I want to explore this more, and there's a couple different things I want to tease out. So one, the video was about nonviolence, which I think we could probably agree is a principle that we would agree on, right? And it relates to the Disobedience Prize, and for those of you who weren't here in the morning, we're going to be doing a $250,000 Disobedience Prize that's funded by Reid Hoffman. So one of the first steps in this is to sort of describe and understand what the principles are by which we would choose this winner of this award. So one is sort of the principles, and then secondly, I kind of want to first of all get your stories with. I mean, Liz talked about her views on sort of this gap with the administration. Maybe the two of you can talk a little bit about, if you've run into that or your thoughts maybe in reactions to Liz's presentations around this difference.
Sure. So my first experience with hacks was first few days at MIT, where they have sort of this week, this rush week it's called, where you get acquainted, and that might date me, show how old I am, that exists. I don't think that exists anymore. But they were advertising these orange tours, like in front of everybody, and so you felt like it was sanctioned by the university. I guess I'm on this panel, I'm probably the biggest imposter here, because I've never encountered a police officer while hacking. The orange tour was a blast. I think the police officers waved at us. At one point, I never at once felt like I was going to be in trouble. I felt like I was in good care. Beyond that, the hacks that I experienced were, changing things, the dorm infrastructure system. Like we had a lounge, and we wanted to see whose phone was ringing when we were downstairs, so we'd change the wires so we could see lights to see whose phone was ringing. Or another dorm that I lived in, students hacked the washing machine so they wouldn't have to go into the basement to see which one was free. So they could just actually see which one was free and then run down for it. And one thing that Bunny and I were reminiscing about last night was changing the street cleaning cars to pick up the little metal rods to make lock pickers out of them, so that you could participate in the East Campus lockpicking championship that the housemaster won. So, when the housemaster wins, then you feel like all this is fair game. Yeah. Like you can do all of this.
When were you a student?
I was here I came here in 1990. I left in 2004.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I was a student between 2004 and 2008.
Okay. Yeah, I got here, 92, I think? Yeah.
So, and again, I'm going to bring John DeFava back into this, because he's kind of the person that's most involved. I think he came in 2003, if I'm not mistaken. And he said that the police at the time didn't trust the administration to, there's a thing on Committee on Discipline, which disciplines people who are caught. And so what the police were doing at the time were either arresting people if they thought it was bad enough, or just not doing anything. And that there was no in between. And so what he realized that this wasn't good, because what you wanted to do was remediate bad behavior and not arrest people. That was kind of what he was solving for. And so what he did was, I think it was with the provost at the time, I can't remember exactly with who, but he worked very hard on constituting a legitimate Committee on Discipline, which may be differently viewed from the students who were applied there, but fundamentally something that the police would trust would do something about it. And then what happened was that the police stopped arresting people nearly as much, but also probably started picking up more people and sending them to this Committee on Discipline. So it was, and that's around 2003. So what's probably interesting is there's probably some people who just were doing something and the police just didn't care, which is, I know that the police didn't chase people around the roofs before that. But then I think sort of later, the police started being a little bit more involved in trying to go after people. And so it's kind of interesting to see that arc. And then from your perspective, because I think you're probably right around that time, right?
Yeah,
I don't know if
right
you've
around
noticed.
that period. So one of the things, of course, being arrested is a super traumatic experience for everyone. So during my time as a student, I know of 6 hackers who got arrested. One, it's expensive. Legal expenses are very high. But 2, it's an incredible amount of stress. Some of them ended up failing all of their classes that semester. So it's a really terrible thing. But so of course this committee on discipline thing I think was a really great step forward. But again, you have to make sure that the students have trust in it, the police have trust in it, and the administrators have trust in it. And I think one of the biggest problems, of course, is the communication to the students, because there are students here today who still don't know what is this committee on discipline hearing. If I get sent there, what's going to happen to me? It's not clear what the process is. It seems arbitrary in some cases. And the students still have a fear of being caught. So it's hard to abide by that.
Should they not?
Well, that's the problem, right?
I guess it depends on the...
Yeah, so I think it's hard to abide by that last hacker ethic, which is, if you are, try not to get caught, but if you are caught, cooperate fully.
I see.
If you're afraid of the consequences.
Right.
So communication and, essentially building...
But can I poke on this a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead.
one of your things that was this kind of clandestine thing, right? And I think we talked about this a little bit, and it probably depends on the person, but how much of it is the thrill? I mean, because I find in some places where everything is legal, then it's not nearly as interesting, and that sometimes the sort of sneaking around is part of it, or is that not really a big part of it? I'm curious. I'm not judging, but I'm just curious.
It was for me.
Like, if it were perfectly legal, would you be doing it, Bunny?
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely a bunch of. I did some of the hacking back in the day, and
way before the statute of limitations.
The statute of limitation is 7 years. So
yeah, that's why they're here.
I looked it up.
But I mean, I think back then it felt very sanctioned. Like there's sort of this thing that when I was doing this, saying like if you see something broken or whatever, is report to Fizz plant, and we would do that. Like we would be in like the roofs and the tunnels and see like a valve that's not working well or something, and we would note it and make sure we tell them. And I think that sort of helped almost build a sense of community. And so I did get caught once, actually, at the Media Lab. I was picking a lock here. I was an undergrad at the time, and I wanted access to one of the video rooms to do some remixing and stuff, and I didn't know who to ask, and it was just easier to try to pick the door. And someone walked around the corner and caught me, and sort of like just quickly walked away, and then this email went to MLL saying like there's this, back then I had short hair, this Asian kid with like, they described it. Dark hair, glasses, Asian, and the guy was like, no, not me, right? so I certainly could have not fessed up to it, but I felt like I probably should tell someone oops, it was me. And so I went and I told one of the guys in my lab, and he got appropriately angry at me and says, you should have just asked for permission, it's not that hard, and blah, blah, blah. I was like, well, I know how to pick locks, it's easy enough, and I work here, so I might as well just do it. But there's the whole appearance of it looking bad, right? That was probably, that brought on the, not really disciplinary action, but sort of scolding that I got. I mean, there's, I guess I'm a little cynical about the MIT's sort of stance on, you said something that really resonated with me, that MIT likes to own the successes, but disavow the failures, right? And so, I had that.
And that's broadly true, by the way, in the world.
This is true, but I feel like to some extent, like I always felt like universities is a place where people go for like free thought and to push boundaries. And sometimes if you stumble, it's good to know that someone's going to be there to catch you. And you don't always stumble in terrible ways. It's just sometimes you just happen to do something that wasn't fortunate, right? And so when I did the work on the Xbox back in the day, and I want to disclose it, the
work on the Xbox was reverse engineering the Xbox so that it could run Linux, right?
Yeah, that's right. And we pulled out the security keys, and this is when I found out there's this thing called the DMCA, which actually set me on this entire long, like long trajectory where I am today and this morning. And
that's how they create extremists like you.
I guess so. And so there's this point at which my advisor Tom Knight introduces me to the general counsel of MIT, and I tell them everything I did and blah blah blah, and I was all excited that the general counsel is going to meet with me, and I go to them, and they're just sitting there with like the sealed envelope on the table, and they hand it to me, and they says like, I just want to let you know that we didn't even want to open the papers, we don't want anything to do with it, like you did this on your own time as IP, you funded on your own thing, that's what you told us, like you're on your own, kid, like good luck, right? And figure out what's going to happen. And that was like really like, and again, like that was mind blowing. I was like, why is the institute like disavowing me in this situation? I didn't even disclose, right, what had been going on at the time. I just wanted their help in doing a disclosure in a responsible fashion. And they wouldn't even give me the guidance for that. And unfortunately, I was in the AI lab actually at the time, and Hal Abelson and Tom Knight hooked me up with the EFF, and we managed to find an amicable solution at the end.
And interesting. Ethan mentioned the tidbit case, which is kind of a similar thing where we had a student doing something, and it's tricky because the MIT's general counsel represents MIT, right? And so there's a certain amount of stuff that they can do and that they can't do, and so actually I think it was partially the tidbit case and a variety of other things, but we set up a law clinic, and I would actually give credit to the general counsel's office and the provost, and so we now have a fully funded and mostly pro bono law clinic at BU. So now any student who has a problem that can't be represented by the general counsel's office can go to the BU law clinic, and in your case, that would have been what they should have done, is direct you to that. And this is actually recent. This is like within the last several months. So I think that there is an attempt on the administration side to try to do this, because I think one of the problems has been that I don't know if you mentioned it, but there's the liability concern that something happens and then the institute gets sued by the parents, and then lawyers are lawyers, so they're gonna try to protect the institute. So we've been trying to set up ways for people to be able to talk to the administration. The legal support, though, is key. I mean, EFF has been really wonderful in helping a lot of our kids that get in trouble, but we realized that having somebody that understood MIT, was connected to the general counsel's office to support. So that's a new thing, and I think that will help in the future. But that was a known bug that we tried to fix. But I think the other thing is, it gets to this. I kind of said it as a joke about whether it should be allowed, but there's certain things that I think the institute can and should sanction, but there's certain things they just can't, whether it's from a liability perspective or on the research side, there are certain things that can happen that affect the whole institute, and so and sometimes the kids don't know what the secondary effects are of doing things, and it's very difficult sometimes to share information from the administration. So I went to a lot of the cases that I'd heard about to hear their side of the story. And often there is some information that would actually hurt the student if it came out for privacy reasons, or there's circumstances and so the communication's really difficult, and I think it could be better. But I think one of the biggest problems right now, and always in any of these situations, is that the trust gets developed when you have communication, but you really sort of need a informal communication, because formal communications sort of can put you at risk in a different way. And I think that the periods in history where things go well is when there's a sort of secret back channel, right? And so I think there's there's a semi-secret back channel, which is the hackers often will tell the police when they're about to do something, so that they're sort of prepared and they're not caught off guard and things like that. But it's not a formal acknowledgement, because then, so those sorts of things. But the problem is those are often people-based, and they don't persist over time.
Especially in an institution where there's turnover every 4 years of the students.
Yeah.
I think I actually recall meeting with John DeFavo when I was a student for sort of one of these informal discussions of essentially what could be done. This was around the time where the policy that ended up in the MIT handbook was drafted, where students said, given all of the things that have happened, you can't keep ignoring it as an institution and saying, essentially, oh, look at these wonderful hacks our students do. MIT is such a wonderful creative place, and then essentially getting these people in a huge amount of trouble when they got caught. So that was the first time it appeared in the handbook was 2009, so shortly after I was a student. But it took a lot of people, a lot of time, meeting with various administrators, meeting with the chief of police, to kind of come up with a draft of what could be said legally. I'm sure they asked the general counsel what was acceptable to write in there. But yeah, I think the trust between the students and the administrators went up a lot after that kind of discussion.
And I mean, so let me pivot for a second to principles. So you had some of the principles in your hacking guideline. So just thinking about, so nonviolence, that's kind of an obvious one. I mean, what other principles would you suggest we put into the Disobedience Prize? And they don't have to just be for MIT. I mean, you mentioned the playfulness part. Playfulness and creativity, is that a core principle? I think social benefits one, right? We would agree with that.
Yeah.
What else? What's not? What aren't you allowed to do?
I think anything that's purposefully destructive, that is destructive just to be destructive. Sometimes, in order to make change in the world, some things have to be destroyed. But that should, any time that there's going to be any sort of damage, you need to very carefully evaluate why you're doing this. And nothing should ever be destroyed just to do that.
But a positive thing that you might want to encourage is sort of like large-scale collaboration. So I remember, I think it was either my junior or senior year. When I got here, we all had keys, metal keys. I think around my junior year, they introduced these swipe cards. And there was this sort of like fear, uncertainty on campus as to whether or not we would be tracked using these. Like they were like back then. I mean, it was a scary technology where students were actively concerned that this information could be subpoenaed by the government and the school would give it up. And so there's this collaborative effort to swap cards, to like swipe every door as you walked from one room to another. And it was really fun. We'd be like, okay, give me it back by lunchtime so I can buy lunch. But people would be swiping everywhere and it was organized and it was, it didn't last very long. It wasn't efficient, but it was.
Well, and I think it's interesting because different labs have different cultures. So at CSAIL and Media Lab, we run our own networks. And we're, at least at Media Lab, and I think at CSAIL, we have a very strong principle to retain as little information as possible to meet the basic requirements, whereas I think some other places aren't necessarily true. We don't have any cameras here inside of the Media Lab because that creeps us out, because from a security perspective, we know that somebody else could take over your cameras and that they don't actually help, because we get a lot of theft here, by the way, but the people who know how to steal things know how to not show their face. And so I mean, you can definitely catch the dummies with cameras, but the really persistent professionals that actually come and sometimes clean up here, we're not going to get them. And so we have these trade-offs of security and privacy. And one of the things that we actually are trying to do as a research initiative here, and we're collaborating with CSAIL, is how do we increase overall security but also retain privacy and not make it this strange trade-off, with which a lot of the sort of dumbed-down versions of security just involve collecting tons of information. So, and there's a famous paper, I think it's called Keys Under the Doormat, I guess was in it, yeah, which was from CSAIL about end-to-end encryption. And I think MIT's taken a very strong stance on why encryption is important. So I think that there's some core principles of MIT, which it's interesting because sometimes when you look at the operational day-to-day, there's sort of a mismatch between what the faculty and student level research is saying and kind of how we actually operate our networks and things. And so that's the other thing that John DeFava said, which I thought was really important, was the police are kind of just an operating functional unit in an ecosystem that actually is run by administration and faculty and students, and that they execute on stuff, but that whole layer of what should happen and the trust and the values and the culture, that has to be decided by the community. And I think one of the really key things I think that we need to do is and this isn't just MIT. I think we look at America, right? And you look at President Obama talking about Black Lives Matter and being criticized, and that whole conversation about the relationship between an institution and the people who are doing civil disobedience or doing something that's trying to send a message. I think that's a really important and difficult relationship, because what happens is, just like the president gets attacked by people who are somewhat on the other side of the argument, I think that the administration has the same problem. I mean, I think you imagine Edward Snowden. I know very rational friends of mine who are vehemently opposed to any kind of amnesty for Edward Snowden, because they feel he's put people in harm's way. And so that's what starts to get tricky when you start to get at the political level. Did somebody say something?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the NSA?
But I think what's important there is building an institution where disobedience is something that doesn't have grave consequences. If disobedience is a value, that is valued by an institution,
Yep.
Structures need to be in place where people can feel, not 100% safe. Disobedience is not 100% safe, but feel at least reasonably safe. And also, this is true in academic research as well. I mean, for example, the tenure system, right? This is a huge problem. If you piss off the other members of your department, they won't vote for you to get tenure. So how do you do academic research that is, disobeying some principle if you're afraid for your job and for your family and et cetera? So you have to build your institution that values disobedience in some way and protects it in some way.
And I think that's the problem, right? Is that I think tenure was put in place to allow people to be disobedient, I guess, during McCarthyism, right? But now tenure's pretty late to be like, you're 45, you can finally be disobedient. That's you're kind of past that phase of your life usually by then, and then I think the other, to your point, if you look at and that ties to the forbidden research part of the conversation. I mean, if you're worried about federal funding, if you're worried about your tenure case, and I actually was talking to some high school kids, Japanese kids who were working in a lab. They had gotten into a lab because somebody got them in, and the grad students were just picking on them, because they just, there's just this whole kind of hierarchical system, and in a weird way, that's kind of the opposite of what academia should be. I mean, academia should not be about the older, more powerful people having sway. It should be the opposite. It should be the new people who are encouraged to question the authority. I mean, because I can't remember the book, but there's a book about basically you have to kind of wait for the senior person to die before any scientific revolution is going to change.
It's a Max Planck quote. Does scientific research advance one funeral at a time?
That's right. That's right.
The answer, by the way, is yes. It's a paper written by an economist here at MIT. I encourage you to all read it.
Yeah, and that's kind of why I think it's fundamentally kind of messed up if you're trying to move science forward. So today we had two pieces of it. One was the openness, right? Because I think if you're doing everything in a closed way, it slows things down. And all the unpublished papers that are sitting waiting for journal review, that's that many years or that many months of delay. And then the other is this one where you're afraid to say anything that's going to upset any kind of promotion and so on. And so I think one of the things that I think about a lot is as an academic institution whose sort of purpose is to advance science. I mean, even Alexandra's presentation. I mean, I know I'm on the board of MIT Press, so I think about it from the perspective of the publishing industry. But when you get to first principles about what advances science, having scientific papers available to everyone, or requiring a $10,000 subscription to the physics journal to be able to read the paper. And I think in the old days when you had most of the brains working on anything at any level inside of these sort of ivory tower institutions, maybe that was okay. But now you have so many people, like these kids in Japan that I was telling you, they learn most of the stuff on the internet, and then they're able to go and apply it. So, but without access to the journals, I think it's a tremendous problem. So I think a lot of these things, because we're in this amazing institution, we can go to first principles and question some of these things. And I think that's part of, at my level, the disobedience I want to do, which is to question the publishing, question some of these things like, to your point, and I think it's a tricky balance, right? I mean, I just want to finish that and we'll open up to some interaction with some questions, is with things like hacking. I mean, I think, so just to extrapolate what you said, so do you think that the administration is currently too strict on?
Well, I've been gone for almost a decade now, so I think you'd have to ask some current students that. But certainly, when I was a student, yeah, we felt like the administration was too strict. And the reason was because people aren't doing this for the thrill of the illegal, as you said before. It's not the reason. People are motivated by curiosity. They're motivated by exploring the inaccessible, as I said. And also in the case of actually, pulling a hack, putting something on the Great Dome, it's really about, doing a great piece of engineering that engages the community. I mean, if you walk through Killian Court after a Great Dome hack, you'll see tons of students sitting outside, pointing at the dome, taking pictures, talking to their other students. Oh, how do you think they got that up there? Did they pull it up with ropes? Did they use a helicopter? And it kind of lifts the spirit of the community for a day or a week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I've also heard, even from the recent students, something that you pointed out, which is this kind of slightly bait and switch feeling that they get, where admissions are kind of like, oh, we're all so hacky, it's going to be crazy, and then you get here, and then it turns out, it's a lot more locked down than that, and I think, and I think that it'll inevitably happen, because I mean, at MIT Press we published a book on pranks to celebrate pranks, but then on the other hand, there's a whole bunch of people who are afraid of people who do pranks.
Yeah, I actually talked to several older hackers from the 80s and 90s about coming here to talk about this, and what some of them told me was the MIT has become a nanny state. They're so worried about liability and the students getting hurt and getting sued by the parents that you can't do anything anymore. I would never send my kid to MIT. It's nothing like it was when I was there. And that's a really depressing thing to hear.
Mm-hmm. Well, and so, I mean, the other tricky thing about this disobedience prize, to be honest, is I don't want it to be fake, right? I mean, I think doing it will at least send a beacon that at least somebody at MIT cares about disobedience, right? But the question is, and the thing that we need to be careful about is that we actually probably have to give it to somebody who's authentically disobedient. I think, and it was interesting. I sent the document out to somebody, and it went into the anonymous network and came back edited. And and I had things like Gandhi, and Martin Luther King, and then they had edited in with the threat of violence from the Black Panthers and Malcolm X. And every single nonviolent person I put in, they added with the threat of violence. So they don't agree, for instance, with the nonviolence thing. And so what's tricky is, and I think we're going to have to come up with our own sort of MIT set of values of what disobedience is. But what you don't want is, you don't want this conference or this prize to just sound like yet another sort of PR stunt to make us look disobedient when we're not.
So I have a question then for you as the fake representation of the administration. Do you think that, for example, the MIT Legal Counsel would worry? I mean, if you gave, say, the disobedience
they're worried,
prize.
yeah.
Okay. But I mean, could the government come and do something to you for giving this prize to someone who's breaking, say, U.S. laws?
Yeah, so I think that there will be
funding,
a interesting conversation about any possible applicant. By the way, it was funny that it's just reminded me, it's just a side thing. The anonymous people were like coming up with a whole list of amazing candidates, and then somebody said, but maybe they're just rounding up names to give to the FBI. So there's, and I think that's going to be the problem.
Yeah.
Literally, is we're going to be stuck in the middle. And I've done this before when I was running Creative Commons, because the Free Software Foundation people thought we were way too, we were pussies, and then the government thought we were radicals, and then you get stones from both sides. And I think that's just the problem of sort of trying to be in the middle. And this will be a really interesting question. I don't think that I would do anything that would harm MIT, just to be honest. But having said that, the harm is kind of an interesting thing. And actually, I know on that topic, I know Maria Zuber is here. Can I get you to make a comment a little bit about this? This ties a little bit more to the research side, but sort of slouching in her chair and hoping to not be seen is Maria Zuber, who is in charge of all research at MIT. So if somebody gets in trouble, it's her fault, and she's the person. And I know that this panel is probably not necessarily in your domain, but all the other stuff during the day probably was making you a little queasy. I was
mildly ill all day, but not violently ill. So I probably satisfied Ethan's desire for getting a little bit out of our comfort zone. But I mean, I just want to say, what a great institution this is for self-reflection. That we could have a conversation like this that's open, and I'm pleased that we had it, and I thought it generally went pretty well. And don't quote me on that. But you know, today you're listening to all this, and it's some of it's shocking or discomforting. But I just want to say that in the MIT administration, we talk about these issues all the time. Okay, constantly. Things get discussed at great length, and there's a whole range of opinions on things. I will say the opinions, and we hear them all. I mean, anytime anything gets said, we hear from a whole lot of people, and with the size of the community that we have and the makeup of the community that we have, you just get a full spectrum of points of view on things. So, and I would say that the points of view that we heard here expressed, I would say, are not in the center of the bell curve of where the campus in general falls on a lot of matters. And I'll also say that when we I mean, if there's a question about research, or how far can we push something, can we take a particular point of view? I mean, we can always have a conversation about this, and we do have conversations. Joey and I, talk about things frequently, and anybody could come and talk to us about these things, and we try to figure out, what's the right balance. And sometimes we say we'll try something, or we can do it, and sometimes we say we can't do it, but we explain why we can't do it. And one thing that I think wasn't, it was brought up very, slightly today when we were talking about IRBs, is, you may have a point of view on doing something that you think is morally right and that you ought to be able to do it. But if you take an action that affects other people in a negative way, is it really right for you to be taking an action that affects a broader population? So, if you violate IRB rules, the government could shut down research here, or if you, with ITAR rules, okay, so things that are, have a sensitivity due to technology, if we get violations on those, we could just be shut down. And so, when things come to me, I have to think about the balance of somebody wanting to do something that moves their research in what they believe is a positive direction, but we have to think about the consequences for the whole MIT community of allowing those kind of actions to take place.
Can I ask a question about that, actually?
Sure.
So there are things like, say, the ITAR rules that prevent you from, I don't know, say, exporting infrared sensors to certain countries in the world. I work on infrared astronomy now. This is close to my heart. But should an institution like MIT be pushing back against rules like that with the government, saying, this is research that people think is really important, and MIT as an institution has a lot of clout in the world?
So on that particular issue, I have in fact been doing that personally, yes.
Great.
So we are in fact doing that. I'm very familiar. Actually, I'm a space scientist too, so I know all about those infrared cameras. But yes, we do that. But on the other hand, we have to, in the meantime, while we're doing that, we have to also obey the rules so that everybody else here can do their work. Because, if we get shut down and lots of people can't do their work, many of those people wouldn't appreciate that the Institute is looking out for them. So, I guess.
Thank you, Maria.
Okay.
That was really helpful. I only have a mini version of what Maria has to deal with. I mean, I think that the tricky part really is that often the administration can't talk about the efforts that they're doing to change rules and things like that, because these are sort of confidential negotiations with trying to develop trust on the other side. Because what you don't want to do is to try to make the person you negotiate with look bad unnecessarily, right? Because you're trying to build a relationship. And I think the point is that the secondary effects, so sometimes the kids know everything about what the possible risks are, but there are other things that happen when you screw something, because I think it's like in scuba diving, I always realize that it's the air-water barrier. It's getting in the water and out of the water that's really hard, but like being in the water is pretty nice. Inside of MIT, where we have a lot of trust, we can probably do a lot better and create a lot of interesting things. But when we start to hit the outside world, like the federal government's relationship with MIT and what we're allowed to do, that's when there really isn't that much tolerance in room. And I think one of the tricky parts is when that breaks that barrier. And I think, and so research is one thing. And I think, some of the other parts, I think, we've been talking about at the Media Lab in terms of intellectual property, ITAR rules and stuff like that. It's also just educating people to know, like, okay, what are the things that actually risk the whole research at the Institute versus what are the kinds of things that are just, policy rules and things like that. And I think that we don't have enough of that as well.
Well, like anything in the world, lack of communication is always the downfall. So I would encourage communication at all levels as much as possible. I think the spirit of openness is not just for the research itself, but also the environment in which the research is done.
Yeah, there's, I have a good friend who's used to be the CTO at Twitter, and he's now in the White House as a deputy CTO. And some advice that he gave me was really interesting. When he was at Twitter, apparently, they were always getting into trouble with the police because somebody would be doing something funny and there'd be subpoenas. But he said he would go to all the police conferences and hand out his business card. And so even though they were always running into each other, the police always knew who to call. So before they did a raid, they would call and he could just argue, or sometimes they could say, oh, no, we'll fix that. And I think the first step is to know who to call, right? Because I think one of the problems is, and I think the lucky thing we have right now is that, I'm connected to the troublemakers through Ethan, and then I have a very good relationship with Maria and our provost. So Ethan will warn me when they're about to do something a little bit weird, and then I'll warn the provost, but I'll warn them in a way that they know something's going to happen, they know it's going to be okay, they know somebody responsible is in charge. But that's actually sort of important, and even if something does happen, it's done with a certain level of respect, and then the ability to de-escalate. Because I think one of the, we don't have to go into specifics, we can if we want, but I think one of the biggest problems is when things start to escalate in public, and then it becomes an ego problem, and then you can't back down. And I think really if you can try to deal with something at a personal level before that, and then you also develop respect to each other, even if you disagree on the outcome. And so I think that's another thing that we could still do a lot better, but I think it's gotten better since I got here. But we have about 10 minutes left. I don't know if anybody has questions. Corey. Yeah, there's one here, one there.
Listening to this presentation, it struck me that the opposite of disobedience isn't obedience, it's compliance. It's doing as you're told, right? It's not like the rule of law, it's the rule of man. It's someone who has authority tells you what to do and you have to do it straight away. And it seems like when you say, well, what's changed since the 1980s in MIT cultures, what's changed everywhere? This idea that a failure to obey a lawful order immediately is justification for summary execution, which is a thing that has struck our society in the last couple of months. And I wonder if you can reflect on ways in which this disobedience reflects a kind of wider problem in our world of the kind of post 9/11 idea that compliance with rules that are often secret, to tie back to Mr. Snowden, has become the kind of signal virtue, and that a failure to be immediately compliant is basis for total ostracization and demonization.
I don't know if anybody, but go ahead if you have any. No? I mean, I think this is why we're having this meeting, right? I think that what we haven't put on the scale is the value and the importance of disobedience, whether it's, the civil rights movement or the Boston Tea Party. A lot of the things that we cherish in our culture as having been good things would be viewed today as extremely disobedient and non-compliant. And so I think that there's a balance, but the balance is swung the wrong way. And weirdly, it starts to remind you of kind of like the really bad days in America when we had to invent tenure. And also importantly, I think that a lot of the reason we have academia is to be able to protect that disobedience in those days when you really need to hunker down because the rest of the world is kind of as you say. So it'd be great if we could fix the rest of the world, but I really think that at least inside of MIT we might be able to fix it. And it's really, I think it's part of it is about dealing with the compliance part, but having talked to John DeFava and others, they're happy to, if we change the culture at MIT, they'll support that. So I think that by elevating the importance of disobedience, maybe that will fix it, is kind of at least my shot on goal. I don't know if you have any other opinions.
Well, I think in society in general, you know, America does have a history of nonviolent civil disobedience, and that in the last 15 years has degraded a lot. So how do you know, essentially change society to be more tolerant of disobedience? Mm-hmm. That's a hard problem to solve.
Yeah, creating new norms in general is extremely difficult. Like positive examples help.
Yeah.
But it's a good challenge.
And bringing out more kind of a method for people to be more disobedient, I think, de-radicalizes things a little bit. Because what happens now if you say if it's too hard to be disobedient, sure, people comply up to a certain point, but then when they really need to get beyond that, they burst out and it starts to get more violent.
And I will say that I know a very important law school dean who was very encouraging of this conversation because they feel that you need to challenge the laws for the laws to even evolve, and that there isn't enough of that. And so suing the government is, I think, a completely valid civil activity. Sam, or not Sam, SJ.
Thanks for this topic. A question about criminalization. There are simple laws and there are really painful laws. How do we make sure that the Institute isn't supporting or standing in for or enabling criminalization and excessive prosecution of people who get in trouble for these things, even when they fall outside that bubble?
Yeah, so I think there's, again, you guys jump in. I think there's two things. I think that, and I'm going to go out on a limb a little bit here, but there are certain laws that are supported by commercial interests, right? So let's take CFAA, right? So there are a lot, or I'll pick one that we've taken. So SOPA PIPA, right? That was Hollywood attempting to really crack down on piracy, but it was a really horrible thing, and the internet won. But the Media Lab, as the Media Lab, we made a statement against SOPA PIPA, and we have a lot of money from Hollywood. You know, the interesting thing is none of the money from Hollywood went away. You know, and I made public comments against DRM, and so a lot of it actually takes, it's the courage to stand up to the commercial interests, and it's kind of like newspapers that will write articles that are negative about its advertisers. I think that actually takes, I don't want to just show act like I'm the only courageous one around. I mean, Hal, a lot of people do this, but I think that requires spine, and I think that it's kind of on a faculty by faculty basis how much they feel like that we need to stand up to that. But that's, I think, some incumbent on the faculty and other people at MIT that are in somewhat privileged positions to do that. Then there's the other part, which is the application of laws that are meant for criminals against scientists and researchers. And this is something that I've been talking to the White House and the Office of OSTP, and they are very concerned about that as well. And I think the Department of Justice and other people, I think there's a way to try to talk to the authorities when it escalates up. And so I think the more centralized things, like the things that go up the chain in the FBI and others, they're fairly well educated, sort of broad thinkers there that you can probably talk to. I think it's harder when you go to the state AG level and things like that, because they don't sort of report up a chain. So there's a lot of possibly ignorant decisions that turn out, like the Tidbit case, I think, is an example of a completely ill-informed subpoena but that couldn't be retracted because it was sort of in public. So I think the strategy on the misapplication of laws is going to be one of communication, and also having a place for people to call if there's an AG who has a problem with somebody at MIT, if it's very clear who they should talk to first, maybe they don't have to be embarrassed in public about making a stupid thing. So I think it's communication, but those are the two things I think. I don't know if you guys have any other ideas.
It's important to have the connections to have that communication too.
That's right. And that gets back to the giving your business card to everybody. I think I'm spending a lot of time in Washington meeting with all the people who would come after our guys, so that they know who to call. And even inside of MIT, our provost has described Media Lab as sort of the ground zero of a disobedience. So he knows who to call now if there's a problem here. But I think it really is kind of like that networking with the people and making them feel like they can call.
But I think also there's an element here where being disobedient is a privilege. If you are in a position of a tenured professor at somewhere like MIT, you have the incredible privilege of being able to be disobedient and not worrying about your future. It is much harder to be disobedient if, say, you're a grad student or a postdoc and you're worried about when you're going to get your next job. I think a couple of people mentioned this already. An academic career has so many holes to fall down and failures that people are afraid to really do anything that might jeopardize their future. So, what can we do as an institution to really support younger people who are in more insecure positions? Because the price for disobedience varies vastly depending on the position you're in.
And I think there are faculty who are famous for that. I mean, I think Hal, I don't know if he's still here, but Hal, protected Richard Stallman. He's protected Bunny. I mean, there are certain faculty who have done a really amazing job at protecting the troublemakers, and I think that's also an important thing. That's the responsibility of those people.
So this is actually a follow-up to what you were just talking about. So you have sort of been talking about how institutional trust and these back channels are really important for people to work with institutions. And I can't help but feel that institutional trust is a privilege that not everyone has. Believing that the institution is going to have your back and serve you well is not something that everyone has the fortune to believe. And so I wonder what MIT is doing to help students or people who feel like MIT doesn't have their back, feel more like there are actually structures in place that feel like they'll get support. Because obviously, if you're a young black man, being arrested has a very different connotation than if you're a young white man. And I want to understand how MIT is dealing with that issue.
Yeah, I can't, at that level, I can't really speak on behalf of MIT generally. I have been in conversations where that topic has been discussed. There are sort of specific instances where I get called and asked for advice on how we might rebuild trust with this relationship and other things. But I think that's a huge problem. It's a huge problem across campuses everywhere right now. And I think we have our issues, but a lot of people have issues. But I think it's the single most important and the most difficult thing. I don't know if you guys have any advice. I mean, my thing is I just try to talk to and connect to as many people as possible.
The message that MIT and BU now have this clinic, I think, is a strong signal that they want to support their students. I wish there was a phone number. I'm no longer here. I can tell you I miss the euphoria of the hacking culture having left here. I'm at a very solid university, but we don't have this tradition. We also don't have many of the unfortunate cases that have resulted from innovation here where I am right now. But maybe because of that, we also don't have the privilege and access to this type of clinic. And I think having somebody to go to listen to you without having to pay $400 an hour, I think is a strong signal of support.
But I do think that the administration, as well as myself, are trying to figure out how to do that better. And in a way, because we do get a lot of attention and we stream stuff like this, that if we can figure it out, I think maybe some of this might help other universities as well come up with creative ways to increase communications. Andrew.
Joy, first of all, I think I speak for everyone here when I say bravo to you and Ethan and the other organizers here today. This has been fantastic, and I think we owe you a big round of applause. My question is about a flavor of forbidden research that I didn't see discussed here today. And Liz, I'm going to borrow your language, and it's research that would piss off your liberal colleagues. We know, just because of recent research, that academics in New England are about 28-1 liberal to conservative. It's something very close to a ideological or political monoculture. And we know that monocultures breed norms, I'll use your word, and they breed orthodoxies. And most of us probably believe that these really entrenched norms and orthodoxies are not that helpful for free inquiry. So, Joy, my question is there a chance we could look forward in the next Forbidden Research Conference, and we fervently hope that there is one, to a session on research that pokes at classic liberal norms and orthodoxies?
So those were discussed in terms of the list of different topics that came up. And I think it was at University of Michigan where there was a lawsuit for a DARPA grant that had something to do with science around genetics and race or something, and they actually sued the university and overturned a harassment rule in order to get the things released. And I think that's a really interesting topic. I don't really have a great answer, except maybe we should do this conference again and then do that. And unfortunately, we're out of time, Stuart and everybody else, and I apologize. So we're going to have to cut it short. But I don't know if you guys
we should
have
give
any.
Stuart Brand the final question here today. Come on.
Okay, I have approval from the MC.
Deeply honored. What's most interesting to me is the elegant hack, the minimalist hack, the lazy hack that is so fiendishly clever that it's just a subtle thing that is done that nobody can detect because it's so minute, and yet has this great big effect that you wanted to have. Do you guys have any examples of that?
I do, actually. So the inscription in Lobby 7 says, what the Institute was founded for. And I'm sorry, I can't remember the whole inscription, but essentially, for the furthering of science and technology and agriculture and research, or agriculture and commerce, sorry. And about 20 years ago, some hackers made an absolutely incredible copy of the inscription, but they replaced the last two words, agriculture and commerce, with entertainment and hacking. And they installed it in Lobby 7, and anyone walking through thought it looked exactly like the stone that's currently there. And it was there for a really long time until somebody giving a tour of the Institute walked through Lobby 7 and said, and here's the famous founding principle of MIT for the furthering of scientific research and entertainment and hacking? And really, I think that's the exact type of thing you're talking about.
And I heard a rumor.
Good example.
I heard a rumor about this once. I don't know. I haven't validated that it's true, but it sounds true. There's a piece of artwork, this metal black thing in front of the Green Building. It's kind of a weird shape, so it's unclear exactly how it's put together. But it's a bunch of pieces of metal, and some kids apparently would leave pieces of metal, and then they would think it was broken, they'd weld it back on, and then it started to grow. It's a good story, whether it's true or not. But Ethan, do you want to help us close?
First of all, let's thank our last panelists here. Thank you all for the great questions. Joey, don't go anywhere, because we're going to thank people at this point. We've reached the point of this. You guys can go anywhere.
Okay.
You don't have to thank anyone. We're thanking you. That's actually part of this. Actually, first, before we thank anybody else, we're going to thank you guys for being an amazing audience. This has been a long, a super dense, a really intense day. You've been wonderful about staying with us, being part of this, whether you're watching online, whether you're in the room. Thank you for that. But actually, we want to talk about some of the people who made this possible, because these things aren't easy to pull off, and we want to make sure that we recognize the people who helped us out with it.
So, look, you want me to read these?
I thought we might take turns. I thought it might be nice. This is a partnership. We're co-hosting this.
Well, actually, I'm gonna go ahead and add one that's not on the list because she wrote it. Is Jess, who's our events person, who She's our wrangler in chief, and all the stuff that you see out there that's wonderful, she's somewhat in charge of. So
She's our producer for the day, and she's done a magnificent job. I'm going to thank Lori Lejeune, who has been our other producer behind this. She wasn't able to be with us today.
And then Ari and Jeremy, who are from Missing Pieces, that did these amazing videos that you saw.
I want to make sure that we thank Hal Abelson, with big help to us with the Freedom to Innovate conference, which ended up spawning this, and help as we started putting together the program for this as part of our program committee.
And Laura Soretta, who, I don't know if she's here, she works with Jess in events and is also part of the team.
It is a really good idea to thank your AV crew, particularly because they keep your mics on. So I want to thank Steve Sargent and the entire AV crew for making us look and sound great today.
And then I hope the facilities people weren't shivering during the hacking thing, but Bill Cornell and Kevin Davis, who are in charge of all of the wonderful buildings and protecting both the hackers and the buildings.
And then finally, more than anything else, we want to thank everybody who participated, all the speakers, all the moderators. We really appreciate people coming here, bringing some of their hardest problems, bringing some of their bravest talks. We want to thank the interpreters, both our Russian interpreters and our sign language interpreters. We're really blessed to have you here. Here's the thing. This conversation doesn't have to end. We are now hosting a party. It's over in the Hayden Library courtyard. It's going to be starting roughly now and lasting until 10 p.m. There will be a DJ, there will be food, there will be merriment. For those of you who do not know how to find your way to the Hayden Library courtyard, either follow the mass of people heading there or look for the nice, friendly people probably wearing, some sort of forbidden research swag and bandanas directing you in the right direction. Head over there. We'll have some drinks. We'll continue the conversation. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.